Chapter 71.
This level of skill isn't bad for the basics. You won't be falling to just any blind sword now. Your responses are decent, just that much. Looks like your sword is finally sticking to your hand, and has the heart of the beast ripened as well. These were the words of each squad member. Without needing to dwell on it, all of their comments pointed to the same conclusion. His skills had improved. For Encred, such growth held a profoundly special meaning. It was the thread tying him to his dreams, the moonlight piercing through his darkest nights, and the dawn that heralded a new morning. A sliver of light had seeped into his tattered and faded dreams. That sliver of light became the foundation to revive his dreams. A knight is a name built upon honor and perfected through skill. Encred didn't aspire to be a mercenary or warrior of knightly caliber. He wanted to be a knight. If asked why, he might struggle to provide an answer. There was a faint itch in his chest, though it wouldn't easily find its way into words. He could lie, but even that he disliked. Encred was stubborn in matters like these. The injustices he had witnessed during his mercenary days fueled his refusal to abandon his dream. Yet, that wasn't the only reason. Why does one dream? Simply because one longs for it. He wanted to hear others cheer for him. He enjoyed the time spent honing his swordsmanship. He cherished the moments of banter with those around him. And he desired to confront those who had once dismissed and cast him aside, showing them how much he had changed. A tangle of desires, intertwined and mixed. The human heart is never simple. For Encred, this bundle of desires culminated in one word: Knight. It was his dream. Even if he lacked the skills now and the path ahead seemed distant, as long as a path toward his dream existed, he wanted to walk it. Thus, building honor became part of his purpose. He also wanted to test himself. Just how far can my sword take me? Though sparring was constant with his squad mates, he had defeated Mitch Hurrier in battle, won his promotion duel, and survived an assassination attempt by a half-blood fairy. Still, today's Encred wasn't the same as he was then. He clenched and opened his hand. I want to fight. He yearned for a moment when he could wield his sword, purely to prove himself. He had been promoted to a high soldier rank. Even so, disparities existed within that rank. His growing skills bred both ambition and curiosity. He craved to test his abilities in real combat. That was when the mission came in. And with the company commander accompanying them, it wouldn't be an easy task. Why, though? Why is the company commander coming in person? That was Encred's question. Surely others had similar doubts. For the company commander, it was just a detour on his way, nothing more. But for other platoon leaders, it seemed unusual. In particular, for Encred's direct superior, the 4th platoon leader, this was a perplexing matter. Though it was purely coincidental, some people struggled to see coincidences for what they are. The Border Guard's standing army often provided its military services to citizens and merchant guilds. This was one of the dual policies established by Norelia. The first was the soldier ranking system, and the second was the soldier mercenary system. Instead of relying on mercenaries, soldiers would undertake missions. This system, along with the ranking policy, had become one of the kingdom's most successful strategies. Border Guard soldiers are reliable, became a common sentiment. Replacing mercenaries with soldiers to handle missions naturally gained the approval of citizens and guilds alike. Mercenaries were rough and unruly, whereas soldiers were disciplined. Like any well-regulated unit, they followed orders diligently. Moreover, their services were cheaper than those of large mercenary guilds. Shouldn't escorting citizens for city security be an obvious duty? Charging krona for every little thing feels excessive, doesn't it? Occasionally, grumbling merchants would raise such complaints. But after using the escort soldiers even once, those complaints disappeared entirely. The border guard standing army engaged in 2 local wars annually. Stationed in a military city near the front lines, their soldiers naturally underwent constant filtering through battle and death, raising the overall standard of skill. Cost, skill, safety, all 3 factors contributed to high satisfaction, marking the policy as a success. The company commander's decision to accept the mission was part of this system. But why? Many still pondered the same question. This mission wasn't significant enough for the company commander to personally intervene. Even the platoon leaders, despite keeping their mouths shut for propriety, understood their commander wasn't someone of average caliber. Couldn't she face off against the frontier defense leader? The frontier defense captain was the strongest in the border guard. Leaving the battalion commander out of the equation, of course, the heavy armor company commander should be a fair match. The ferry company commander has already proven her combat prowess in the field. I'll take this mission myself. So when the ferry company commander chose to take on a mission, no one could object. "Why are you taking this on personally?" asked the 4th platoon leader. "To bring along our troublemaking squad leader." That was her answer. A mission is just a mission. Nothing remarkable in itself. The issue lay with who was accompanying him. The spellbreaker, Encrid, now a high-ranking soldier. The 4th platoon leader, who had risen purely through wit, pondered deeply. Once the ferry company commander left, the 4th platoon leader combed through his memories. Cleverness stems from information. Lagging behind in understanding the surrounding circumstances would harm his prospects for promotion. Dutifully, he recalled the past. Didn't she visit the medical barracks back then, too? The ferry company commander had personally visited Encrid right after his appointment. She even went out of her way to visit the medical barracks. Later, she held several private meetings with Encrid. Furthermore, private meetings with other platoon leaders were rare, if they happened at all. It was fortunate to get any proper answers. The company commander had once interfered in Encrid's promotion match. The 4th platoon leader had witnessed it as well. It was during that fight with the border defense troops. Back then, it had appeared to the 4th squad leader that the commander stepped in to protect Encrid, who seemed to be in danger. Moreover, on a snowy day, the commander had specifically ordered the troublemaker squad to go out. They only returned the next morning after clearing all the snow, and they even brought heated leather. What had they been doing? The operation was classified, and the details were only reported directly to the commander, so he didn't know. It was also said that the 2 had sparred alone in the private training yard. But why? The infirmary meetings, private encounters, the promotion match, the snowy day mission, the sparring sessions, and even their assignments. All the information blended together, forming a conclusion in the 4th platoon leader's mind. Chills ran down his spine at his own speculation. Although his reasoning was misguided and filled with misunderstandings and foolish thoughts, he felt a strong sense of conviction about his theory. Thus, one thought came naturally. Could it be the 2 of them? He imagined the ferry and the troublemaker squad leader standing side by side. Surprisingly, the picture seemed to fit well. Nah, that can't be, right? Even though he felt deeply convinced, he muttered to himself in denial. "What can't be?" a subordinate nearby asked. It was a mundane moment during guard duty. The 4th platoon leader cautiously shared his suspicion. Had it been dismissed as nonsense, it would have ended there. Well, no way. The subordinate's reaction was peculiar. His pupils trembled as if he was genuinely shocked. He seemed equally shaken. While Border Guard wasn't a small town, rumors spread quickly. Certain kinds of rumors, in particular, traveled faster than winged horses. The idlers in the unit, especially the women managing the baths and preparing meals, thrived on this kind of gossip. Thanks to them, the rumor gained wings of light and spread swiftly through the unit. In less than a day, no one in the unit was unaware. "Squad leader, I heard you're going to be a dad soon. Is it true?" Kreis, who had returned to the unit after 3 days, asked directly, where had it gone wrong? Encred tried to figure it out, but he couldn't pinpoint the cause. The rumor had already spread. At Kreis's words, Rem clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that his heated leather shifted, exposing his bare feet. That's right, Dad. Big eyes. Did you hear about the mom too? Yeah. I thought the rumor was ridiculous. I figured the kid part was exaggerated, but when did the commander get you wrapped up like this? Truly impressive, squad leader. When Kreis gave a thumbs up, Encred grabbed his thumb and pushed it back down. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Someone started a strange rumor. It was the 4th platoon leader, but Encred didn't know that. Even Kreis, who was adept at handling information, hadn't pieced it together. If they really tried to track down the rumor's origin, it wouldn't be impossible. But was it worth the effort? It wasn't life-threatening after all. Not a bad deal, though. If you make her your partner and swordsmanship teacher, Ragna chimed in. What on earth goes on in that guy's head? At times, it seemed worse than whatever nonsense Rem spouted. Was he seriously suggesting marriage as a way to improve swordsmanship? Next to them, Rem was laughing so uncontrollably that it now sounded like a beast's cry. Don't get too attached. It'll hurt more when you're rejected later. Jackson spoke while folding his clothes nearby. Why is rejection already a foregone conclusion? The premise seemed completely skewed. Blessings, brother. Everyone was teasing while fully aware of the truth. They all knew Encred's routine. He barely had time for anything, let alone relationships. Let's drop it. It was just a baseless rumor. He thought so, reaching out to Esther. Snap! For some reason, Esther rejected his hand today. I'm not Kreis, Encred said, feeling wronged. But Esther glared sharply at him before stretching out on the heated leather. Why was she suddenly acting this way after spending all day nestled in his arms? She must be jealous. Comfort her a bit, Rem quipped, then doubled over in laughter again. Rem was undoubtedly insane. Thanks for the entertainment. Anyway, when are we leaving? For where? For the escort mission. You can only bring one person, right? And? Of course, it has to be me. Rem flapped his leather cloak dramatically, half rising as he spoke, confidently pointing to himself. The heated leather draped across his shoulders, spreading like a cape before settling there. Are you doing this because I teased you? Let's be rational. Squad leader, that icy Jackson. If the escort says something snarky, it'll be chaos. Do you want to see a feral cat clawing at the escort target? Is this guy even hearing himself? Encred was stunned, but kept his face neutral, signaling for him to continue. A lazy bones like Ragna wouldn't even care. Ragna rarely volunteered for missions unless absolutely necessary. And you're not seriously considering big eyes, are you? Would you take on an extra escort target? That much was true. Cray was never an option. And sure, the lump, Auden, is decent. But what if he starts mumbling prayers next to the escort target? All day long. The escort wouldn't appreciate it. Rem's smooth-talking ability was impressive, especially for a Western immigrant. His argument made it sound like the only viable option was himself. But you're the biggest problem. Why did he assault his superior? Because of his temper. If it were a situation where beating the escort target to protect them was acceptable, fine, Rem might work. But if that wasn't an option, if the escort target was even slightly temperamental, Rem was out of the question. Not even half a day would pass before disaster struck. If Encred wanted to complete the mission without paying hefty penalties, Rem was the worst choice. You're out. Absolutely. There was no need to think further. His answer was firm. Wow, I'm hurt. Especially the absolutely part. How do you plan to deal with this wound you've left on a grown man's heart? Still no. I'm going to go rogue. Encred ignored him. Rem often spouted nonsense, as if his brain were filled with pebbles. He scanned the unit. If you insist, fine. Ragnar, who met his gaze, said casually. As if. If Ragnar went, the mission wouldn't be an escort. It'd be a nap break. Ragnar, who loved his morning sleep, would be impossible to wake up. Can't send him alone either. He'd get lost. Ragnar's sense of direction was abysmal. The only choices left were Auden and Jackson. The decision was obvious. You're it, Encred said. Chapter 72. Refined through constant training. 1. It was an obvious choice. So Jackson was selected. When it comes to assignments, it's only logical to work with the one most capable. Jackson had taken on the most assignments among the Troublemakers' squad. This meant he had the most experience and, consequently, the most demand. His heightened senses were invaluable for escort missions. This didn't need repeating. Compared to the other squad members, the odds of him clashing with the escort target were also significantly lower. Understood. Jackson nodded naturally, while Rem protested loudly, unable to accept the decision. Then Ragnar chimed in, expressing doubts about the logic of it all. Auden added his own comment, questioning whether this aligned with divine will. Predictably, this led to Ragnar and Rem bickering. Jackson, observing from the side, made a sharp comment aimed at Rem. Ragnar withdrew, leaving Rem and Jackson to argue instead. Encred tried to mediate repeatedly, but by the end, he simply ordered them to avoid even looking at each other. If you're going to spar, do it with me, Encred concluded, wrapping up the day with one-on-one training sessions with the squad. One might expect mental exhaustion from such routines, but for Encred this was standard. After all, someone who had endured long years wielding a sword despite his lack of talent wouldn't be fazed by this. If such mental strain had affected him, he'd have abandoned the sword long ago in favor of a plow. As expected of the squad leader, Kreis remarked, once again giving a thumbs up. It was another round of praise for Encred's steadfastness. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The escort mission was set for the following day. It involved a mid-sized merchant group dealing with a succession dispute, requiring escort within the city. 3 personnel were assigned: the ferry company commander, Encred, and Jackson. There was no need to move at dawn. The escort target wasn't expected in the city until midday. The next morning, after a good night's sleep, Encred woke to find Esther nestled against him. "Why did you act like that yesterday?" Half asleep and groggy, he asked, only for Esther to give his chest a soft tap with her paw. Although the reason for her anger was unclear, it seemed like her way of making peace. "All right, take it easy today." There wasn't much Esther needed to do. At night, she'd crawl into bed. In the morning, she'd laze around until she got up. Occasionally she wandered outside, likely hunting mice near the city. Encred didn't usually prepare meals specifically for her, but did hand out jerky as a treat. Surprisingly, the entire squad doted on Esther. Kreis, in particular, was especially attentive. Lake panthers shed their claws when the time comes. You won't mind if I collect them, right? Apparently, claw shedding was akin to molting. Kreis had a practical reason for his affection. "You little rascal." Meow. Her nonchalant head turn was endearing. Amused, Encred scratched the top of her head a couple of times before getting up. It was breakfast time. "Let's see how well you manage without me," Rem quipped. His glare caught Encred's attention, prompting a reflexive punch. "But," Rem blocked it with his palm. "Do you really think breaking an arm is no issue? Picking a fight first thing in the morning? No, it was reflexive when I saw your face. That's even more insulting." "Fair enough." Despite his words, Rem didn't retaliate. After all, it was mission day. No point risking injury beforehand. Breakfast consisted of flattened grilled pork tenderloin and boiled potatoes, a bland combination, Dietschort. "This is good for you. Meat strengthens muscles, brothers," Auden remarked. Isolation technique emphasized building the body, and proper nutrition was key. Though it was unappetizing, Encrid ate it without complaint, knowing the importance of proper sustenance. After spending the remaining time conditioning his body through isolation technique, it was time to depart. Encrid washed at the well and geared up. He donned the leather armor he'd taken from the raid on the Gilpin Guild. It was a simple, flexible piece that only covered his torso but wasn't restrictive. Over the armor, he strapped the knife sheath for his whistle daggers. "That?" Jackson asked, gesturing toward the sheath. "I picked it up from an assassin I killed." "Thrifty, aren't you?" "If that's how it seemed, so be it. In any case, it was a useful tool, so it had been worth keeping. Weapons of this sort were always better in surplus." After layering on a thick gambeson, Encrid completed his preparations and stepped outside. He walked alongside Jackson toward the city's inn district. Along the way, Jackson offered tips on observation and listening skills. "And of course, he couldn't resist adding, 'You're so dull.'" Encrid remained unfazed. He was well aware of his limitations. At the central crossroads, where 4 inns were located, the company commander was already waiting. "Has the escort target arrived?" Encrid offered a brief military salute and asked. "Not yet. Should be here soon." Rumor had it the escort target had quite the personality. That bit of information had come from Craze, who seemed more attuned to gossip than ever since joining the guild. "They're here to settle a succession issue, right?" Though curious about their temperament, Encrid wasn't overly concerned. Few could rival Rem in unruliness. Spending a month with the Troublemaker squad would make even the most troublesome individuals seem harmless. Encrid remained at ease. Jackson had no particular thoughts. To him, a job was just a job. The task was simple: provide protection for 3 days. Once the succession meeting concluded, the mission would end. Ensuring safety within the city wasn't a complex matter. The company commander, observing Encrid's composure, reflected on why he'd been brought along. The Troublemaker squad leader was a target of Aspen's assassins, a testament to his clean record. Moreover, his handling of the Thief Guild and subsequent actions had left a strong impression. He kept the bribes flowing and transformed a criminal guild into an information network. This avoided conflicts with higher-ups, who would have been displeased if the bribes had stopped. The commander had considered intervening if issues arose, but Encrid had made that unnecessary. "Not going as planned, but not bad either," the commander mused. As they waited for the escort target, the commander spoke. "Were we involved at some point?" Encrid, resting his hand on his sword's hilt, momentarily froze. He turned his head slowly and asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, if I can hear the rumors, you probably know them too. It's a misunderstanding. Just baseless gossip. Things have been slow lately, so people fill their time with nonsense." "Is that so?" "Yes, so what is our relationship?" It's the one between a superior and a subordinate." He dismissed the topic lightly. "Rumors certainly spread far and wide." "Ahan. Dear." Jackson cleared his throat next to him. A quick glance revealed his twitching lips, evidence of suppressed laughter. "You find this funny?" He mouthed the words silently. "I didn't laugh." Jackson mouthed back. The company commander, a fairy, caught their silent exchange with a mere sidelong glance. Lip reading was no challenge for a fairy. "You must have been troubled." "Not at all." Encrid answered immediately. "You seem troubled." "I wasn't." "Then did you enjoy it?" "Why was she doing this?" "Not... yes." His reply came out unusually drawn out. It would have been nice if he'd cracked a smile afterward, but his face remained impassive. Moreover, he didn't even meet her gaze, instead staring off toward the distant city, Eerie humor, he thought. It was something he never quite got used to. "They're here." Jackson's words rescued Encred from the awkward situation. Their escort target had arrived. Thud, thud. As the two carriages approached, the ground trembled slightly. Encred figured dealing with the escort target would be far easier than handling the company commander. "That was amusing," the commander whispered behind him, sending a chill down Encred's spine. Even though he was wearing a cloak lined with heated leather, he felt a shiver. The carriages stopped, and a figure disembarked. It wasn't what Encred expected. Rather than the puffed-up cheeks of a greedy toad, the person was a striking woman with long blonde hair and reddish-brown eyes. Her beauty was immediately striking. With a sharp click of her boots against the ground, she descended from the carriage, directly meeting the ferry commander's gaze. "Please take care of me," she said. No introduction about her being the escort target from the standing army was necessary. From that moment on, she only conversed with her own entourage. The middle-aged woman by her side, likely her nanny, relayed the blonde's instructions to the escorts. She was said to be 20 years old, but her peculiar temperament was still a mystery. You'd have to talk to her to know, Encred thought. Having never exchanged even a glance with her, he couldn't say much. "This job looks easy," Jackson remarked. Encred nodded in agreement. They had wondered if she would arrive alone, but 5 armed escorts accompanied her. 3 carried shields, and 2 wielded thin rapiers. Encred applied what he had learned. Age, posture, positioning, gaze. "Everything is information, brother," Auden had said. By observing their stances, he formed an outline of their physical capabilities and made educated guesses. Could I be right? He wasn't sure. Frogs were said to instinctively gauge their opponent's strength, but humans required knowledge and experience. "It comes with practice, brother," Auden had reassured him, though it was clear this wasn't something mastered overnight. Encred wasn't impatient. He carefully observed the 5 escorts. One was left-handed. When sitting down, their chair creaked under their weight, suggesting they wore heavy equipment. However, no one wore chainmail armor. It was winter, the end of the season, often called the harshest cold. Who would wear metal armor unnecessarily? Walking alongside the carriage as an escort, a thick gambeson, was the more practical choice. This group had followed that logic. Experience and common sense, paired with what he learned from Auden, allowed him to deduce much. Judging by their posture and equipment, they were all less capable than border guards. In terms of soldier ranking, they were below high level. Encred reflected on his observations. Not bad. Judging skill from posture and equipment was something he'd never dared to attempt before. Feeling this growth brought him joy, a feeling that never dulled. Each time it was new and exhilarating. Whether in swordsmanship, combat techniques, or martial arts, the progress was a source of relentless satisfaction. Even if there were no opportunities to draw his sword during this mission, simply applying and refining what he had learned brought immense joy. "Shall we try a fun little game?" Jackson's suggestion piqued his interest. It wasn't merely a game, it was a training method. "Sound matching," Jackson explained. "Let's do it," Encred replied. Like Auden and the others, Jackson had an intense passion for teaching. It was an invisible cold flame, but it was impossible to miss. Since Encred was the beneficiary of that zeal, he couldn't refuse. As expected, it wasn't just a game. Jackson proposed one of the training methods for sharpening their senses to blade movements. Of course, it wasn't easy. "The sound of a tongue clicking," Jackson said, and Encred frowned. Too slow. Escort missions were typically uneventful, especially here at Border Guard. Calling in reinforcements when private escorts were already present made it clear. They wanted to deter anyone daring enough to attack. The Border Guard was under direct royal command, challenging the royal forces within their own territory. Even the renowned Rengatis caravan, known for their blank promissory notes, wouldn't dare. How could he discern that just by listening? Encrid was also honing his awareness, almost as if he had eyes in the back of his head. It was a simple yet challenging game. Jackson named a sound, and Encrid focused on identifying its source. The sound of a blade being sharpened. The kitchen. No, it's higher up. Encrid activated his full concentration. Sweat dripped from his forehead despite the chill in their corner of the inn. Above. Directions correct. Which floor? The inn had 3 floors. Should he guess? No, that wouldn't be proper training. Room 102, perhaps? Jackson revealed the correct answer. The key was timing, responding promptly. After a few rounds, the fairy commander joined them. Let me play. Her participation raised the stakes. With sharper senses than humans, fairies were a formidable challenge. The short blade, sheathing and unsheathing repeatedly. The question was posed again. Encrid missed repeatedly, while the fairy commander answered without pause. Outside the inn entrance, the sound of concealed breathing. How did she even notice that? Although incredulous, Encrid couldn't deny her accuracy. Just beyond the window, someone crouching, holding their breath. Under the table to your right, someone sneaking glances behind you. At some point, the game turned into something else entirely. The escort target, heir to a trade caravan, had brought personal guards and occupied part of the inn's main hall. And then, an attack is imminent. I agree. Encrid finally grasped their conversation's meaning. Jackson stood abruptly, pushing his chair back. Scrape. Thud. A gasp escaped as the back of the chair struck someone's thigh. A startled man holding a blackened dagger was revealed. Thanks to the sound training, Encrid had been on edge. He turned swiftly, catching sight of another assailant with a dagger ready to strike. Startled, the attacker froze momentarily, allowing Encrid to grab his wrist. Crunch. I point once. I charting no the norma. I turn. Grenades. Twisting the wrist outward and pulling, Encrid brought the man closer and struck his sternum with an elbow. Thud. The assailant dropped his dagger as his chest cracked. Encrid caught the falling weapon and flung it toward a wooden pillar, where it stuck with a solid thunk. Someone might think he narrowly avoided the attack, but Encrid had anticipated it all along. Everything's a lesson after all, he thought. Chapter 73. Because I trained every moment. 2. The assailants' methods were eerily similar to those of common thieves. Their primary weapons consisted of black-painted daggers, crossbows, and throwing knives. Really now. However, their skills were inferior. They aren't even on the level of the Gilpin Guild, Encrid thought. Dodged it? The astonishment in their voices when Encrid evaded their daggers was enough to betray their lack of professionalism. Assassination, clearly, wasn't their forte. Encrid grabbed a dagger from the hand of a fallen assailant and spun it deftly in his palm. Adjusting its position with a flick of his fingers, he gripped it between his thumb and forefinger, then extended his arm in one fluid motion. The action yielded immediate results. With a sharp thunk, the thrown dagger buried itself in the forehead of one of the masked attackers. He collapsed backward, his head striking the ground with a dull thud, as crimson blood began pooling on the inn's floor. Ah! Terrified screams erupted from a few patrons who had been eating their meals. They fled the inn while the innkeeper's assistants dove beneath the tables for cover. The attack brought chaos and panic, but not a single scratch was inflicted on Encrid's party. "Kill them all!" one of the attackers yelled. "An ambush! Fight back! Grab your weapons!" The caravan's guards quickly took up arms in response, their swords hissing as they were drawn from their sheaths. Listening to the clamor, Encrid remained acutely aware of his mission. "I'll handle this," he informed the ferry company commander, turning on his heel. Someone needed to secure the safety of their charge. If there was chaos on the ground floor, the upper floor was likely no better off. While close guards had been assigned, The situation here would inevitably become their responsibility as well. Whoever orchestrated this must be utterly insane, Encrid muttered as he made his way upstairs. The attackers were foolish to assault a caravan guarded by an armed force stationed at the border. On his way up, no one stood in his way. This was thanks to Jackson. He had grabbed a chair and wielded it like a shield, blocking every incoming dagger with ease. Before long, the chair resembled a bizarre work of art studded with knives and quarrels. When projectiles failed, some of the attackers approached with short swords or clubs. Jackson dispatched each of them with a single precise stroke of his blade as they entered his range. His movements were immaculate. Although his swordsmanship seemed ordinary at a glance, none of his opponents managed to block his strikes. Clang! One attacker narrowly deflected his blade, but Jackson had anticipated this, following up with a lightning-quick thrust that pierced his opponent's face, shattering his nose and creating a gory wound. Jackson withdrew his sword and resumed his grim work. He used the chair to block incoming daggers and slashed at anyone who got too close. While his throwing skills surpassed Encrid's by several magnitudes, there was no need for such finesse in this situation. "What the hell is this guy?" one of the attackers cursed. Jackson didn't bother to reply. He saw no reason to converse with those who were about to die. The ferry company commander took advantage of the distraction Jackson created, stepping into the thick of the assailants. She drew her leaf blade, and as it danced, attackers began clutching their throats and collapsing. Slash after slash, blood spattered the air, painting her face and clothes with crimson. None of the attackers could match her graceful yet deadly movements. Their group lacked anyone capable of countering her skill. "If this is all you've got, I'm disappointed," she said, balancing on one foot while raising the other slightly off the ground, her blade poised as if ready to begin a deadly dance. Though her voice was clear and cheerful to her opponents, it must have sounded like the call of a grim reaper. One masked attacker involuntarily stepped back, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." The leader of the attackers, observing the chaos, came to a conclusion. As long as the objective is complete, they had stalled long enough. Whether or not their mission on the second floor was a success, lingering here any longer would mean certain death. The caravan's guards were far more skilled than he had anticipated, almost as if they had brought killers from the frontier. He didn't need to know more. It wasn't his concern. "Kill them all," the leader shouted before making a break for the exit. His plan was to escape while his subordinates bought him time. To him, the mission was already a success. "Glory to Aspen!" one of the remaining attackers cried, their voice fading as the leader fled. They were remnants of spies planted in the city. While the rank and file sacrificed their lives for the mission and their country, the leader was in it purely for the money. That's what loyalty was meant for, after all, to be wielded at moments like these. Jackson watched the leader's retreating figure with mild interest, his hand briefly moving toward a thin blade concealed at his waist before reconsidering. "It's not worth it," he thought. Killing the man wouldn't change anything. Letting him go wouldn't cause any major consequences either. Shrugging off the thought, Jackson returned to his task, slaughtering the attackers who dared to challenge him. He stood at the stairs leading to the second floor, ensuring no one could pass. Though it wasn't a role that suited his usual demeanor, he fulfilled it with ruthless efficiency. None of the attackers could best him, as his skill was second only to the ferry company commander in the inn's main hall. Despite her relentless assault, the commander occasionally glanced toward her squad. Among them, one member stood out, not Encrid, but the squad member holding the line at the staircase. Impressive, she thought. The so-called troublemaker squad lived up to its reputation, boasting a member who even outshone their leader. Such cases weren't unheard of, but in this instance the disparity in skill was striking. At least city level, she mused. While different regions measured skill differently, village, city, or continental level, she found the categorization familiar from her wanderer days. Was this someone capable of making a name for themselves in a village? or someone whose skills could bring them renown across an entire city. To gain fame across the continent, what level of power is required? From her perspective, a continental-level powerhouse would need to be at least knight class. Without mastering the power they wield, it's impossible. Of course, excluding con artists, hiring bards to spread false tales. Interesting, she murmured, to those she had ambushed. Particularly one man who had just lost 4 fingers on his right hand, trying to block the daggers. It was a cruel remark. "Ah, what?" Tears streaming down his face, the man stared in disbelief. The ferry company captain silently struck the back of his head with the pommel of her dagger. Thunk! He collapsed. Should she stop the bleeding? No, it wouldn't matter. Let him live or die. Either way, it was irrelevant. There were plenty of mouths left to testify. Not everyone had been killed. Jackson, too, had spared a few. Among those spared were those who seemed young or loose-lipped, left incapacitated with slashes to their thighs or knocked unconscious. Even the one who had first shouted "Aspen" was kept alive. They could be useful later. What about above? While fighting, the fairy threw part of her focus upward. Her heightened senses picked up the situation above. A strange smile spread across her face. How amusing! The thought came again. It reminded her of the first time she wielded her daggers as a child. She had felt this exhilarated back then, too. With that thought, her blades moved again. By now, the number of attackers had been halved. Encrid ascended the stairs 2 steps at a time. Each step felt light beneath him, his movements almost effortless. Isolation technique. Though Auden claimed it was slow, Encrid could feel the difference. It was clear as day. His body felt lighter, more responsive than ever. As he reached the second-floor corridor, an assassin armed with a blade dropped from above. This one was less skilled than the assassins he had faced before. Their presence was almost tangible, allowing Encrid to sense their approach. In the narrow corridor, he twisted his body and pressed against the wall, evading the assassin as they crashed to the floor. The fallen attacker looked up, their gaze meeting Encrid's. Encrid gripped his longsword in his right hand, bending his knee slightly into a ready stance, middle swordsmanship's unsheathing posture. The assassin regained their balance, holding their short sword vertically in a defensive stance to block a horizontal slash. It would have been an excellent defense against a middle swordsmanship, unsheathing strike. But against the vertical slash Encrid executed with the short sword hidden in his left hand, it was utterly inadequate. Thunk! He feinted with his right hand and stance, then split the assassin's skull with the short sword in his left. It was a dual unsheathing maneuver, a Valan mercenary blade technique. The assassin's eyes trembled in disbelief, but they couldn't utter a word. Dead men tell no tales. Are you insane? Hiring assassins here of all places. A woman's voice rang out. Stop right there. Another woman's voice followed. Encrid leapt over the corpse and sprinted down the narrow hallway. A room door, slightly ajar, came into view. Standing before it was a masked figure. Idiots. The figure saw Encrid charging toward them and flicked their hand. A throwing knife whistled through the air. Compared to a whistled dagger, it was laughably slow. The heart of the beast granted Encrid courage to face the incoming blade directly. His pinpoint focus slowed its trajectory in his perception, allowing him to read its path with the sensitivity of his blade's sense. Combined with his reflexes and muscle memory, he simply tilted his head to the side, a feat unimaginable before this repeating day. Back then he could only dream of dodging like this, purely acrobatic in nature. In the past, he had failed to dodge an arrow on the battlefield and had to raise a shield. Now, he felt confident he could evade even that arrow. The knife whistled past his ear, and Encrid continued forward. The assassin, wide-eyed, moved to throw another blade. Feigning another charge, Encrid lifted his right arm in a sweeping motion. Whistle! The sound of a whistle dagger echoed as it pierced the assassin's neck. Gah! Blood spurted from their neck as foam bubbled from their lips. Reflexively, the assassin completed their motion, but the dagger they threw dropped harmlessly to the floor. Dodging and throwing all happened in a few heartbeats. Encred didn't slow, slamming his shoulder into the dying assassin and sending them crashing into the opposite wall. Thunk. Crash. The impact rattled the door behind the assassin, eliciting a startled cry from within the room. This was an inn. Tucky. Of course there were guests. Though it wasn't broad daylight, this was still the heart of the city. For someone to attempt an ambush here, they either had nerves of steel or were utter fools. Bastards! Encred muttered as he charged into the half-opened room. The moment he stepped inside, he saw a guard collapsing, stabbed in the stomach. The masked assailant turned their blade toward the guard's charge. A young woman of the merchant caravan. In that split second, Encred hurled another whistle dagger. Whistle! Thunk! The dagger struck its target, disrupting the assassin's attack. It hadn't been a full-strength throw, but it served its purpose, creating an opening. Encred closed the gap with a swift charge. The assassin ignored him, swinging their weapon toward the merchant's heir instead. Persistent bastard. Cursing internally, Encred mimicked a move he'd seen a squire use on the battlefield. He couldn't replicate it perfectly, but in this small, confined space, a crude imitation was enough. Lowering his stance, he pushed off the ground, closing the distance in one explosive movement. Instead of throwing another whistle dagger, Encred lunged, interposing himself between the blade and its target. Thunk! The assassin's blade struck his back, cutting through his gambeson and slicing into his lower back. Grimacing, Encred twisted his body to deflect the blade. The merchant heiress stood before him, not wide-eyed and pale as he expected, but gritting her teeth, her expression resolute. This was his duty. The mission was everything. Encred endured the pain, silently thanking Odin for his lessons. Thanks, Odin. Learn to take a hit. That's the first step, Odin had said. Body movements that let one deflect even the sharpest blades. It had felt impossible during training, but now it was saving his life. Stay back! Encred ordered, pushing the heiress aside. The woman bit her lip but obeyed without a sound. She seemed tougher than expected. You bastard! The assassin, wielding a gladius, glared at Encred. Let's take this outside, Encred said, turning to charge once more. The assassin lunged, aiming for his forehead. Encred evaded, crouching low, and grabbed the assassin's leg. With a burst of strength, he lifted and charged toward the window. Crash! The wooden frame shattered as they both tumbled out of the second-story window. Chapter 74. Every moment was training. Free, even though it was the second floor, it wasn't particularly high. Still, falling from that height with the weight of an adult man, coupled with the armor he wore, was practically a suicide attempt. Encred shoved the assassin with the crown of his head and balanced himself mid-fall. The sudden tackle left the opponent defenseless, and with a thud, both of them hit the ground, bodies tangled. Encred landed on top, while the assassin lay beneath him. Cough! The assassin spat out blood upon impact. Rising and brushing off his opponent, Encred exhaled deeply, checking his own condition. No injuries. No joints or ligaments were damaged. That was good enough. The first priority of a bodyguard was to create distance between the assassin and their target. The path to the second floor was blocked by Jackson, and the remaining minor issues would be handled by the ferry company commander. As he assessed himself, Encred also realized his back had no injuries. He had somewhat accounted for taking the opponent's blade head-on. Armor.Done. The armor was a treasure he'd acquired when raiding the Gilpin Guild, its true value recognized by Emo. Seems like it won't tear under most slashes. Yep, with such rare beast leather, make good use of it. The one who left this lying around without wearing it must have been out of their mind to die like that. Originally, the chest storing the armor was cursed, and the deceased guild leader had been unable to remove the curse, merely keeping the item. For some reason, the curse didn't affect Encrid, and now it allowed him to deflect his opponent's blade without shedding a drop of blood. However, even though the armor could block sharp metal, it couldn't completely absorb the impact. For that, Encrid was grateful to Auden. The isolation technique had shaped his body, teaching him wrestling to utilize it effectively. With the skills honed through countless training sessions, Encrid had protected himself. Every moment of training, repeated over and over, made such feats possible. Avoiding the blade and subduing his opponent, all of it was the result of not wasting a single day. If he had neglected even one day, would this moment have been possible? No. He could say that with certainty. "You're insane." The assassin, blood staining the mask over his mouth, pulled it off as if it was suffocating him. Encrid didn't recognize the face, which was unsurprising given the 5,000-strong population of Border Guard. How could he know everyone? Still, the man's face seemed vaguely familiar, like someone he might have passed by. "Cough!" The man coughed again, blood spraying and staining his beard before dripping onto the floor. Even as he spat blood, his glare remained fixed on Encrid, brimming with killing intent. Screech. Ah! Encrid drew his longsword. The assassin unsheathed a gladius in one hand and a short sword in the other, dual wielding. Despite spitting blood, the man's stance was perfectly balanced. His internal organs were likely damaged, but the fierce light in his eyes remained unyielding. This was a man who had experienced the battlefield. Encrid's instincts screamed as much. His face bore signs of age, suggesting he was well over 30. Surviving that long on the battlefield meant he probably had a hidden trump card. He's likely to use a peculiar sword technique, Encrid thought. It wouldn't be standard swordsmanship. Something odd and unexpected would come his way. Phew. The man cleared his nose of blood with a sound akin to a pig's grunt, then spat out the mixture of blood and mucus before asking Encrid, "Which unit are you with? Why do you want to know? If you're in the standing army, you might be my junior." "Junior?" Encrid's expression showed doubt, though his eyes never stopped scanning the man's entire body. The man's stance was solid, leaving no obvious openings. "I was a squad leader once," the man added. Encrid believed him, but didn't let his guard down. After all, there were countless reasons men left the army. Some as cripples, some dead, some discharged after causing trouble. Few left intact. Those who did often had reasons like serving as an alternative to prison and choosing to be discharged once their mandatory service ended. "Are you with the slaughterers?" the man asked again. Encrid lightly shook his head, answering only to bait a mistake from his opponent. But the man's guard remained steadfast. "He's good," Encrid thought, subtly lowering his sword's tip. Noticing the shift, the assassin adjusted the positions of his weapons in response. A formidable opponent, Encrid's instincts and reason both confirmed it. "Finally," the man said, exhaling, "the dizziness has passed. I'll kill you and the woman upstairs, then leave." His tone was casual, as if picking up a coin from the ground. Encrid didn't respond. There wasn't time. As the man spoke, he charged. Fast. The gladius and short sword danced in chaotic yet deliberate movements. Left and right, each hand moved to a different rhythm. Valen-style duet. Encrid recognized the technique. Though he lacked the talent to attempt it himself, he had studied it. Two blades moving to different beats, each aiming for lethal strikes. Man's footwork and swordsmanship were both top-notch. Encrid gripped his sword with both hands, lowering the tip to his left hip as the man rushed in. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes gleamed. But Encrid remained composed. The heart of the beast granted him courage. Valen-style movements were unpredictable, but not undefeatable. Tap, dot. He stepped forward with his left foot, moving to his own rhythm, unaffected by the assassins. The two blades carved arcs through the air, aiming for him. Before they could land, Encred moved. "Your strength is exceptional," Odin once begrudgingly admitted, despite criticizing everything else about Encred. Strength and heavy sword techniques were the keys to shattering Valen style. 1p. The longsword slashed horizontally, its blade forged with Valery steel cutting through the air, and more. Boink, punk, splatter. A mid-level horizontal slash. Technique met force. Countless sparring matches had honed this strike, and Encred's training had greatly expanded his range of skills. What he couldn't see or sense before, he now perceived through the heart of the beast, the sense of the blade, and pinpoint focus on the tip of the blade. He internalized these observations, drilled them into his body, and rebuilt himself using the isolation technique. Dodging the daggers with a mere tilt of his head was no coincidence. This time, however, he swung his sword with intent. Using his crafted body, he twisted his muscles and swung from his left foot as a pivot. The entire process unfolded in an instant. The blade that split the opponent's torso had nearly cleaved them in two. The opponent had attempted to block with one sword and counterattack, but their skill was crushed under sheer strength. A complete victory of brute force. Encred gazed at the one whose body was partially severed, hot steam rising from spilled entrails. "Farewell, Senior." Despite being half-severed, the man demonstrated a remarkable tenacity for life, his eyes brimming with lingering regret. He trembled, muttering words through quivering lips. Encred read the shapes formed by his mouth. "For the glory of the homeland." Was it all loyalty to the country? Was that what had driven him to assassination? He didn't know, but it seemed worth verifying. Swinging his sword to shake off the blood, Encred sheathed it with a sharp shring. Only then did the ferry company commander and Jackson emerge from outside. "You fought quite theatrically." Jackson's gaze swept over Encred's entire body. There didn't seem to be any visible injuries. Only minor scratches from breaking through the window. "If you were my lover, this much would be expected." The company commander uttered savage words in her usual blunt tone. "Others might misunderstand if they overhear," Encred replied, flustered. The sequence of his words came out reversed. "Is that so?" The commander brushed it off casually. "Did you capture any of them alive? Yes?" Nodding at Jackson's report, Encred stepped inside. On the first floor, several individuals had already been restrained. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed that few of the merchant caravan's escorts were present. Some must have been killed. The attacker's skill level, not particularly high, but that was by Encred's standards. For ordinary merchant caravan escorts, they would have been formidable foes. Most notably, the last opponent he killed was a retired soldier. A couple of amateur mercenaries wouldn't have stood a chance. Where had such a group come from? The question arose naturally. On the first floor, the target of their escort, the young lady of the merchant caravan, had already descended. Blood and corpses littered the surroundings, some of the bodies belonging to their own side. It was the middle of a battlefield. Over 20 attackers had participated in the ambush. More than half of them had been killed or captured by the company commander and Jackson. Several members of the caravan were retching nearby. It was understandable. The pervasive stench of blood, corpses, and spilled entrails was overwhelming. Yet, despite the carnage, the young lady merely furrowed her brow, appearing composed. She approached, her boots clicking sharply. "What's your name?" She stopped in front of Encred and asked. He pointed to himself with a finger. When she nodded, Encred spoke. "Encred, are you all right?" She gestured toward his back as she asked. Encred nodded. He owed it to his leather armor. As Rem had said, it wouldn't be cut by a mere slash. He had quickly assessed his opponent's skill and decided he could block it with his body. Had the circumstances been different, he would have used another method. Perhaps he wouldn't have recklessly blocked with his body, but at the time it seemed the best choice. Good. I'll see that you're compensated later. He hadn't done it for any reward. It's fine. It was my duty. The woman pursed her lips a few times before finally speaking. Leona. Yes. He already knew her name. After introducing herself, she glanced around, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Ensure compensation for the families of the deceased. Yes, milady. A trembling nanny approached to respond. She seemed more shaken than Lady Leona herself. The vomit clinging to her lips indicated she had already been sick after surveying the scene. She consciously avoided looking at the ground. In contrast, Lady Leona, she's composed. Was she surprisingly indifferent to such things? No. It was her resilience. Or perhaps she had prepared herself. Ancred observed those cleaning up the scene before withdrawing. Leona did not speak further. As Ancred moved toward one corner of the inn, he noticed the innkeeper's distressed expression. This must have been the first time he had encountered something like this. Ancred couldn't help but wonder what kind of madman had orchestrated this attack. For the glory of the homeland! Rumors of Aspen spies within Border Guard had circulated. The presumed ringleader escaped. Jackson spoke from the side. Why didn't you capture him? Why would I? He was here to guard, and guard he would. That was the proper attitude of a dutiful soldier. Jackson conveyed his point through both words and demeanor. Ancred didn't reprimand him. It was better than bringing Rem or other squad members into this mess. Well done. 2 days remain. Jackson's comment reinforced their focus on the mission. Duty was duty. His words were correct. Still, I'm curious about who's behind this. The incident had occurred in the early evening. As darkness fell, the air reeked of blood. Most of the remaining guests packed up and left the inn. As the innkeeper's face contorted further, Lady Leona spoke. The caravan will cover your losses. She spoke with her back turned, exuding confidence. She didn't seem like a frightened bird. She was composed. She must not have grown up sheltered in a caravan. Ancred silently observed her retreating figure before asking, Are we staying up all night, Commander? Would you like to? No. Then take shifts. Rest first. Yes. Without hesitation, Ancred headed upstairs. As he ascended, he clenched and unclenched his hand. How skilled had the opponent he killed been? At the very least, they were as capable as the stabbing maniac he had encountered earlier on the battlefield. Since he had forced his opponent into injury by falling from the second floor, they had fought with a disadvantage. Their insides were damaged. Their limbs must have lacked strength as well. Still, the brilliance of victory was not dulled. I would have won even if they were at full strength. Confidence, something he had barely possessed since birth, began to sprout within him. Though he might continue walking like a turtle, his steps would be different from before. Ancred felt he had taken a step closer to his dream. It was a small, almost invisible step, but it was progress. And that fact alone filled him with satisfaction. Thanks for saving us. One of the escorts descending the stairs addressed him. If we hadn't requested help from the border guard. The female escort's complexion was pale. She had been responsible for guarding Leona up close. Despite having a hole in her abdomen, she was already walking. Was she eager to die? It wasn't deep, barely missed the vital organs. Sensing his gaze, the escort spoke. That's fortunate. After an awkward exchange of glances, Ancred passed her and continued upstairs. Thank you again, the female escort repeated. Ancred accepted it indifferently. It was something he had to do. That was his duty and his mission. Ancred rested for half a day and woke up early in the morning. Shift change, squad leader. The commander's call came. He was already awake, though. The commander, Encrid, and Jackson shared a single room. Taking turns sleeping wasn't an issue. After all, they were soldiers before anything else. Even with the border guard's escort, an attack had occurred. And that attack had led to this. Outside the inn, 2 squad-sized units were dispatched. They belonged to the 2nd Company. "I'll kill whichever bastard is behind this," one of the confident platoon leaders remarked. It was said they had taken the captured attackers with them. Encrid descended alone. Despite efforts to clean up, the hall still carried faint traces of blood and an unpleasant odor. The dim glow of candlesticks illuminated the empty hall. There's no one else. The few remaining guests had long since moved to other inns. The result was a deserted main hall. Encrid claimed a table and sat down. He began reflecting on the day's events. It was a habit for him. Even without repeating today, this was a regular part of his routine. As he reflected and engaged in light training exercises that could be done while seated, dawn broke. Just before sunrise, someone descended the stairs. "You're up early." It was Lady Leona, the escort target. Chapter 75. The Enigmatic Squad Leader. The candelabras affixed to the inn's hall walls flickered weakly, their flames barely clinging to life. No guests around? Perhaps an attempt to save on candle expenses. The dim shadows this created stretched Encrid's figure long across the floor. Throughout the early hours, he had been practicing the sense of the blade. The quiet interior, the sound of soldiers standing guard outside, the faint clink of a drink being poured by the person under his protection. Encrid sharpened his senses, focusing completely. He listened while simultaneously honing the edge of his awareness, detecting presences, counting the people nearby, gauging distances by the cries of nocturnal birds in the far-off distance. He reflected on the range he could perceive. If it's within 5 paces, within that range, he could read even the slightest presence. He could hear the soft rustle of clothing. Yet a thought lingered in his mind. Is this truly achievable by sound alone? He recalled the conversation between the ferry company commander and Jackson right before the ambush. The two had already anticipated the attack. How had they managed that? Surely not by relying solely on their ears. He resolved to ask Jackson later. If it was something that could be learned, he wanted to master it. This time, it wasn't a wall. By now, he doubted he'd face another similar event with the same lack of readiness. Yet he didn't entertain the thought of recklessly repeating today's mistakes to trap himself in the present. Encrid remained steadfast. For the sake of tomorrow, he always moved forward, refusing to be trapped in the present. The crackle and pop of a log snapping in the fireplace sent embers flying. Amid his reflections on battle, random thoughts flitted through his mind. Encrid, resting his chin on his hand, thought about the people he had killed. Glory to the homeland. Could this have been Aspen's spy unit? What was the mastermind capable of mobilizing such a force, thinking when initiating such a scheme? What was their goal in causing this level of chaos within Border Guard? Would there be another ambush? Would they break through the 2 squad formations? Or perhaps send an assassin? As these questions crossed his mind, he thought catching the one who fled might be easier than expected. At that moment, Leona descended the stairs. "You're up early." "I'm on duty, so it's a shift rotation." "Ah, I see." Leona nodded and approached. The remnants of last night's events still lingered on the floor. She seemed to be trying hard to maintain her composure. Ironically, such efforts likely only heightened her awareness of it. Focusing on something else might have been easier. Encrid knew this from experience. "Is this your first time at Border Guard?" "Pardon?" "Oh, yes." Didn't Big Eyes mention that this woman's personality was rather peculiar? She seemed composed, possessing a certain resilience, but hadn't yet shown the unhinged tendencies of someone like Rem. No. Wait. Comparing anyone to Rem is unfair. That would be impolite. There are many legends about the Panhandle River. Have you heard the tale of the sword forged from its waters? Minstrels' tales often stirred the heart. Encred had memorized a few such stories. Not only were they good conversation starters, but they also helped pass the time during duty. Right now, it was nothing more than idle chatter to him. But to someone hearing it for the first time, it might have felt fresh. Please tell me. Leona's interest was piqued. She nodded with a smile. Despite it being a trivial tale, Leona listened with bright eyes, responding with smiles and enthusiasm at intervals. And so, while there was a brief trend of forging swords from river water, none ever summoned the river spirit, as the legend claimed. You're a good storyteller. I've been told that. Even Rem had admitted that no one could provoke others with words, as well as their squad leader, Encred himself. As Encred nodded at the thought, Leona suddenly spoke. Would you like to join me? Encred tilted his head and asked back. Pardon? Where? She was still his escort target. Even though the inn was now under the control of 2 squads due to the earlier ambush, leaving it empty, his mission wasn't over. There were still 2 days left on her request. Wherever she went, following her was his duty. I'm inviting you to leave border guard with me when it's time to depart. The sudden suggestion felt well prepared, carrying the subtle air of someone accustomed to managing others. Calmly seated, her red lips parted. Come with me. Her confidence, born from the belief that her offer was superior, was evident. Leona genuinely thought so. What kind of place was the Rockfried Trading Company? Though it lagged slightly behind larger trading companies like the Rengadis Trading Company, it held considerable influence in the local region. They had dealings with groups like the Shepherds of the Wilderness in the northernmost reaches of Penhanil, the Black Leather Guild, a hunting collective capable of capturing even wyverns with sufficient preparation, and the Glacier Rangers, a group living deep in the mountains, at one with nature. Their core trading partners were these 3 groups. Moreover, the Rockfried Trading Company possessed maps enriched by the travels of their predecessors across the Panhandle. These trade maps, Rockfried's most treasured assets, detailed the specialties of various regions and the fastest routes, making them invaluable treasures. Stealing and selling such a map would provide enough wealth to last a lifetime. This was the kind of company Rockfried was one anyone would covet. Especially if they were of the bloodline of its predecessors, they might see it as rightfully theirs. Such thoughts likely spurred yesterday's bold ambush. To draw a sword here, of all places. It enraged her. Why did they have to act so brazenly now? Though she shared no blood with the predecessors, she worked tirelessly to honor their legacy. Why did the other side disregard it all? Yes, if not for their legacy, she wouldn't have come this far. And what was that legacy? Before killing or being killed, try to reach an agreement first. Will you do that, Leona? The predecessor? Someone who raised her as a daughter? Neither the company nor my bloodline. This legacy was one she could not abandon. Leona understood the predecessor's heart. He had raised her to grow the Rockfried Trading Company, yet could not entirely abandon his own bloodline. That was why she found herself here now. At the border guard of Norilia, the final bastion of negotiations without drawing swords. If not for the will of his predecessor, the succession struggle would have ended long ago. And now, an ambush in such circumstances. To think of drawing swords at the border guard? Fools. That was the conclusion of his scattered thoughts. The man who had saved her in her moment of peril came into view. The first thing she noticed was his eyes, reminiscent of a lake, those blue eyes. They were so captivating that they seemed almost imbued with magic. Black hair, blue eyes, and a body honed through training. And on top of that, a handsome face. It was natural to feel intrigued. Truly, a fine appearance. Moreover, his skills were extraordinary. The way he had stormed into the room and subdued the enemy in an instant. And what about his personality? a man who sought nothing in return. After rescuing him, a single word, duty, had made Leona's heart race. It started from that moment. She wanted to take him with her. I promise you a better position, and Encred had no reason to hesitate. After all, hadn't he already served as a guard for a merchant guild? If his sole purpose was simply to earn krona, that wouldn't be too bad. Living as the sword of a growing guild could be a reasonable path. But he had a dream, a path he was walking, even if slowly. He had no time for distractions. No, thank you. His hands rested on his thighs as he sat upright, his back straight. A clear response given with unwavering posture. It was best to be firm when rejecting offers. Experience had taught Encred that. Leona's pupils wavered slightly. Clinging to someone who said no is unbecoming. At some point, Jackson's voice came from behind. I see. It's unbecoming. The ferry company commander's words followed shortly after. Is that so? Leona neither raised her voice in anger, showed irritation, nor snapped. She simply nodded calmly. You're satisfied with your current position, then? That wasn't entirely true. It was just that from here, he could see the path to climb higher. Sigh, business really is tough. The innkeeper, who had appeared unnoticed, sighed heavily. The blue light of dawn was gradually giving way to the golden hues of morning. It was morning. We'll cover the damages from the guild. Leona spoke again, as if it was a natural follow-up to her initial offer. Oh, that would be wonderful. The innkeeper, wringing his hands, responded eagerly. Leona nodded as she watched. Don't worry. Some guests will arrive by noon. Please prepare for them. Understood. She seemed accustomed to giving orders while seated. Soon after, a nanny came down from upstairs. Leona excused herself, saying she needed to rest, and left. Jackson then approached Encred and spoke. There are plenty of pretty women in the city. Don't go messing with the Merchant Guild's successor. He hadn't. He had rejected her. Encred had plenty of experience dealing with interested women. His face wasn't exactly forgettable, after all. And a well-trained body was always a magnet for attention. Encred, high-ranking soldier. It was the company commander. From her usual spot, with the same posture and tone as ever, she called out and asked, Are you prone to womanizing? No. Do you flirt with every woman who crosses your path? No. It was undoubtedly a joke. A joke, surely. But her expression remained deadly serious, her gaze unnervingly calm. That made her hard to deal with. I wish you'd stop this now. Understood. The commander nodded. Hoping to catch his breath, Encred stepped outside, where a squad mate from the second company, 3rd Platoon, greeted him. If you flirt with every woman, what happens to people like me? That was supposed to be a friendly comment, right? Who were you talking about? First the commander, then Lady Rockfried. Wow, you're irresistible, aren't you, squad leader? The one marveling at him was the platoon leader, someone he had crossed paths with before during various missions. It's nothing like that. Of course it isn't. He says it isn't. He insists it isn't. Several soldiers echoed his words in unison, almost like a chant. Apparently, being stationed to surround an inn in the city wasn't keeping them busy. They seemed bored enough to entertain themselves with gossip, though there had been no further ambushes and no signs of one either. While he could understand their boredom, I'd prefer it if they didn't use me for their amusement. Rumors could be dangerous. As expected, it wasn't long before new rumors spread. When Craze arrived at the inn, he said, So I heard the squad leader slept with the merchant guild leader in just one day. How did you manage that? Even I'd find it hard. Lady Rockfried is known for her high standards and prickly demeanor. She's not prickly. Oh, come on. If you're here, then get to work. Uh-huh. Encred decided to cut the nonsense and gave Cray a task. Clearing up misunderstandings wasn't worth the effort. Cray was teasing him knowingly. Anyway, one of the ambushers escaped. Find him. The one who had fled. It piqued Encred's curiosity. The Aspen spy who had died by his sword had shouted about the glory of his nation as he fell. But to let the mastermind behind this plot escape? That wouldn't sit well. He must pay for his actions. That was the natural order and the right thing to do. It was also a matter of justice, and it wouldn't be long before the unit received formal orders to track him down. Letting him roam freely wasn't an option. If you orchestrate something, you should take responsibility. Leaving your subordinates behind and running was unacceptable. Given that he had revealed himself as an Aspen spy, releasing him was not an option either. Understood. With the guilds of the night operating in the city, finding one person shouldn't be too difficult. More krona flows in each time anyway. With the money he planned to save this time, he considered upgrading to a proper short sword or guard sword as his secondary weapon. He had found the guard sword particularly appealing when he used it before. Ragnar had also suggested he try using a shield, but it hadn't come naturally to him. If necessary, he would learn, but his specialty lay in utilizing his strength. It's better to grip the sword with both hands and swing it, but having a shield on the battlefield is an advantage. That was Ragnar's advice. As a light infantryman, Encred was proficient enough with a shield. The military's strength lay in a standardized force rather than exceptional individuals. 2 skilled swordsmen in a 10-man squad couldn't match the strength of a uniformly trained squad. Standardized training included group formations with shields, something Encred had diligently practiced, though his improvement had been slow. It just doesn't feel natural. That was his thought every time he held a shield. Like wearing an ill-fitting suit, it felt more natural to wield his sword with both hands. Using or not using a shield, if he ever became someone who could break the rules of standardized forces, it wouldn't matter much. Not long after Craze left, a man with sullen cheeks and about a dozen soldiers arrived. Among them was a figure who stood out. A man with slanted eyes and drooping arms. He carried a slender, long rapier at his waist. He looks fast. That was the impression he got immediately. The man made no effort to hide himself. It seemed to stem from confidence. I use a fast blade, but knowing that won't help you stop it. His posture and demeanor seemed to convey that message. The man with cheeks puffed in displeasure was named Pollard, a rival to Leona in the succession struggle. Upon entering, Pollard took a seat at a table and said, "Hey, bring Leona here." The "hey" was directed at Jackson. Naturally, Jackson ignored him. Chapter 76. The Carmen Collection. "Hey, are you deaf, you with the auburn head?" Jackson ignored the comment again. Watching this, Encred thought it was fortunate that he brought Jackson along. What if it had been Rem? "Are you talking to me now?" Accompanying the words would probably have been a flying axe. Jackson, on the other hand, simply ignored the provocation. That was a relief, though the person being ignored would undoubtedly feel otherwise. "You bastard! I'm Pollard Rockfried." "And so what?" Jackson's eyes conveyed his thoughts clearly. Fortunately, before things escalated further, Leona descended the stairs. Leona arrived with her nanny and greeted them with a radiant smile. "You're late." "Late? What about that guy you brought along as a guard? What's he even doing? You sent him, didn't you, huh?" Leona walked gracefully toward Pollard, cutting off his complaints with a question. Pollard tilted his head, confused, wondering what she meant. Then, Leona's hand cut through the air. Smack! "Wow!" Encred admired it inwardly. Without any warning, Leona delivered a crisp slap across Pollard's face. The swing was clean, and the impact was solid enough to leave him speechless. Pollard, his head turned to the side, glanced at Leona with wide eyes. "You said it yourself, you crazy bastard." Leona's clear and delicate voice rang out. Encred reconsidered his earlier thoughts when talking to Craze. That woman wasn't just sharp. She was downright ruthless to others. Clang! The sound of weapons being drawn echoed through the hall. While Encred didn't draw his weapon, he positioned himself behind Leona. Jackson stood by his side, and the ferry company commander remained silently in place. "You crazy bitch, do you want to die?" Pollard clutched his stinging cheek as he finally managed to speak. "If anyone's dying, it'll be you. Do you even know where you are? Did you think you could just spend money and employ troops here without getting caught?" Encred watched with growing curiosity. What was all this about? It seemed things were about to get very interesting. The inn at Border Guard sometimes served as a venue for guild meetings. Since the troops didn't have official barracks, the inn business thrived. That was why this group had gathered here. The innkeeper, guarding the hall, widened his eyes at the unfolding scene. An unexpected slap followed by drawn weapons. Even someone as experienced as the innkeeper looked troubled. After a few moments of thought, he made his decision and turned toward the kitchen. He'd given up. The man was wise enough to know he couldn't stop this and had no intention of getting involved. Luckily, all damages here would be compensated under the name of the Rockfried Merchant Guild. That's why he remained calm. As he retreated into the kitchen, the innkeeper shot a glance at Encred. "This won't get too out of hand, right?" Encred, familiar with the innkeeper Alan, gave him a subtle nod. Leona wasn't reckless. She wouldn't allow things to escalate into a full-blown fight. Despite the tense atmosphere, this commotion was all there would be. "You're so stupid. That's why the previous leader didn't entrust the guild to you," Leona said. She appeared completely unbothered by Pollard's protests or his threats of force. Her entire demeanor radiated confidence, as if daring anyone to lay a finger on her. Encred found her attitude fascinating. Bold. How should he describe this? She had a knack for cutting off any chance of resistance or response. "Do you even know where you are? Say it." Grinding his teeth, Pollard growled in frustration but unconsciously answered. Border Guard." "Exactly, you idiot. This is Border Guard. And you hired some back-alley guild to do dirty work here, even knowing I'm under the escort of Border Guard's standing army." I didn't know. I didn't know about the Border Guard escort until after. Pollard's voice faltered, his bravado crumbling under pressure. His trembling hands betrayed his fear. Shing. Clack. Dotting. A man standing behind Pollard partially unsheathed his sword, but then slid it back with a click. The sound seemed to snap Pollard out of his stupor. He changed his tone in desperation. "I didn't do it. I'm being framed." Judging from the situation, the truth was clear. He must have planned his alibi before coming here, but the intense atmosphere almost made him confess everything. Click, dot. Leona clicked her tongue, pulled out a chair and sat down. Crossing her legs in her leather pants, she took out a cigarette. Fire. Her nanny brought a candlestick and lit the cigarette for her. "Sit down. Aren't we here to discuss succession?" This was the same woman who had caused weapons to be drawn. She exhaled a puff of smoke as if nothing had happened. Pollard dragged a chair noisily and sat as well. Starting a fight here would clearly not end in his favor. Did he not realize where the two squads outside were stationed from? The two began a heated discussion. They exchanged points and counterpoints, preparing their respective claims for succession. For Encred, it was a barrage of words he could barely follow. "You want to inherit the guild but can't even interpret the trade codes or decipher the maps. Have you memorized the guild's cipher language? Though that's something the steward can handle. Besides, I'm the legitimate heir. What right does an outsider like you have? The previous leader acknowledged my qualifications to inherit the guild. Are you saying you'll go against his decision? Claiming legitimacy by blood alone won't convince anyone when you lack the ability to lead." Encred listened with half an ear. Leona clearly dominated the conversation, both in tone and content. "So, Was the assassination attempt his last desperate gamble? Border Guard happened to have groups willing to take on such jobs? Was this clever planning or sheer stupidity? The two bickered for quite a while longer. From what Encred observed, Leona seemed... You don't look like him at all. Makes me suspicious. You... What? Are you saying my mother might have someone else's child? Enraged, Pollard stammered and slammed the table with a loud bang. That's not what I meant. But if that's how you interpret it, well, what can I say? Leona exhaled another puff of smoke, completely in control. Was she always like this? Reserved and quiet, wasn't she? Who knew? They'd only spent 2 days together, and they'd exchanged fewer than 50 sentences. People were complex after all. No one was simply one thing. This damned woman. Watch your mouth, you ugly bastard! You wretch! The man, who had held back even when his mother was insulted, reached for the short sword at his waist when called ugly. Seeing this, Encred lightly gripped the hilt of his sword. This was a place where the border guard ensured safety, and unsheathing a sword for a fight here was unthinkable. One of the reasons the border guard elevated the city's value was its guarantee of civilized discussions without resorting to violence, whether for merchants or nobles. Of course, backdoor dealings and assassinations still occurred, but drawing a sword openly? That was tantamount to requesting death. Jackson stood to my right, and the company commander observed from a step behind as if watching a show. I placed my hand on my sword grip, covering Pollard's bodyguard within my weapon's range. First step to the left. I would unsheath the sword and slash downwards at his crown. With no time to assume a proper stance, the draw and the strike had to be simultaneous. Pollard's guard, who was within my range, reacted. With a subtle motion, he extended his arm further. What kind of swordsmanship would he use? For a moment, Encred wished the man would attack. Logically, he knew it wouldn't happen, yet he couldn't help but hope. How fast is he? Was he faster than Rem's axe? Or the hybrid elf's whistle dagger? He wanted to experience it, to face it, to measure his skills against his opponent. This was pure competitive spirit, a burning desire to test his mettle. The heat of it coursed through his body. If the man attacked, Encred would strike him down. A strange tension filled the air between them. Meanwhile, Pollard broke out in a nervous sweat. His thoughts raced. Could he draw his sword here? Would he seem cowardly if he didn't? Leona despised people like him. If you're going to draw your sword, do it. If not, resolve it with words. If neither, don't even start. Without the last will of her predecessor, she would have avoided dealing with him altogether. The tense standoff rendered the inn eerily quiet. And then... thud. The sound of the inn's door being flung open broke the silence. The thick wooden door swung wide, striking the wall with force. The person who had burst in expanded Encred's field of vision. Both he and his opponent relaxed slightly, retreating half a step in unspoken agreement. What was I thinking? This wasn't like Rem, who would draw a weapon without regard for the situation. For a moment, Encred had nearly lost himself. He sighed inwardly and turned his head. A familiar face appeared, Torres from the Frontier Defense Forces. Behind him were 5 others in similar attire, tunics over checkered brown leather armor, topped with dark brown coats, adorned with eagle-crested shoulder patches. We are the Royal Frontier Defense Forces. We've come to arrest the instigator who hired Aspen's spies to stir up trouble. Eek! Pollard let out a foolish squeal. His bodyguard grabbed his shoulder to steady him. Encred found himself curious about their relationship. It didn't seem to be a simple employer-employee arrangement. You dragged Aspen's dogs into the succession battle? Torres' words caused Pollard to pale, but Leona remained unfazed. Who called the Frontier Defense Forces here? Encred silently observed the situation unfold. All present will be detained, Torres announced. Neither Pollard nor Leona reacted. Instead, A calm man with brown hair and a modest appearance stepped forward from behind Pollard. "Are you saying you'll detain people without evidence? This man is the heir to the Rockfried trading company. Surely you haven't been bought by the opposition." His words, insinuating bribery, made Torres frown briefly before breaking into a faint smile. "Quite the cheeky bastard," he said, openly expressing his displeasure. But the man wasn't wrong. The reason a major trading company was discussing succession in Border Guard was precisely because the Border Guard's standing army maintained strict neutrality. If trouble arose within the city, the standing army would inevitably intervene. But their commitment to neutrality meant that without solid evidence, they couldn't detain anyone, leaving them open to misinterpretation. A calculated move. The opponent had played their hand wisely. Torres, aware of this, couldn't simply cut down the cheeky bastard outright. A tense silence followed. Leona broke it. "Bribery? Of course not," she began, denying the man's implication. "Though it's possible someone from the company may have involved Aspen spies," she added, prompting Pollard to flinch in shock. Seeing his reaction, even Encred nearly sighed. He might as well confess outright. "We don't know yet, which is why I called the Frontier Defense Forces," Leona continued. "Who called them?" Encred was genuinely surprised. Leona explained further. "Until this is resolved, I request both heirs be detained. We'll uncover the evidence in the meantime." She scanned the room. Her ability to steer the situation with a few words was impressive. "I heard there's a ringleader who fled. Let's capture him and have him confess." It was a checkmate, a gambit leaving no room for escape. Could the fugitive withstand interrogation if captured? The current detainees had all claimed ignorance, stating only that the leader knew everything, and that leader had escaped. "Very well, Lady Leona. But what if the fugitive doesn't show up?" asked the brown-haired man, now addressing Leona directly. "Then it wouldn't be the Frontier Defense Force's concern," Leona replied. "After that, it would become an internal matter for the trading company, and the major figures would decide the heir's qualifications." The brown-haired man grinned, understanding the implication. "Once they leave the city, could Leona handle Pollard's guards?" Encred doubted it. "I'm a merchant. I don't ask for favors without compensation. Whoever captures the fugitive first will receive this." Leona produced a dagger, placing it on the table, a long, slender blade sheathed in black leather. "A stiletto dagger? The Carmen collection?" Someone recognized it. Encred noticed Jackson stepping forward. It was rare for his usually stoic friend to react to something as simple as a dagger. Not that it lacked value. Unexpected. Carmen was a renowned assassin who had made his mark with custom-crafted weapons. While his assassination skills were notable, his craftsmanship was unparalleled. The weapons he crafted were known as the Carmen collection, and the dagger Leona revealed was one of them, said to pierce and withdraw without leaving a trace of blood. "Why are you giving that away?" "This is mine, a gift from the previous generation, Chief," Leona replied firmly, ignoring Pollard's protests. "It's whoever brings him in." A bounty had effectively been declared. Encred couldn't help but marvel at Leona's cunning. She summoned the Frontier Defense Forces to buy time, declared a bounty to incentivize others, and ensured everyone gained something. Everyone except Pollard. Still, the reward was enough to set many eyes aglow. "I'll bring him in," someone declared unexpectedly. It was Jackson, volunteering confidently. Encred nodded, surprised. Jackson rarely acted so decisively. He must really want that dagger. The task wouldn't be difficult. In this city, the underworld was controlled by the Gilpin Guild. Its leader, Craze, was one of Encred's subordinates. Encred had already ordered them to keep an eye out, making the fugitive as good as caught. 27. 2 days to resolve when bored. Practice sparring. Torres summarized the situation. "Then we'll stay here for 2 days. If the issue isn't resolved by then, both of you will be escorted to the unit. Once witnesses or evidence are collected, we'll address the matter accordingly." Pollard attempted to protest, but a grinning man on his side grabbed his shoulder, whispered something in his ear, and restrained him. Leona remained indifferent. "Fine." She nodded, seemingly unbothered, as if this was what she had been hoping for all along. Encred, observing the unfolding situation, nudged Jackson in the side. The ever-alert Jackson intercepted the gesture with his palm. "What is it? You've got a thing for collecting knives?" This was news to Encred. He'd never seen Jackson display such behavior before. All of Jackson's belongings in the quarters were standard-issue supplies. The man didn't even bother with personal items. "It's Carmen's stiletto," Jackson replied matter-of-factly, as though that explained everything. Encred wasn't well-versed in such things. He'd only heard in passing that Carmen's collection was both famous and exorbitantly expensive. Jackson elaborated when he noticed Encred's lack of comprehension. "Even with dozens of gold coins, it's nearly impossible to acquire. Do you know who Carmen is? The title of Master Craftsman isn't given lightly. A single blade from Carmen can spark deadly fights on the black market. A few years back, Carmen's third work, the Qatar, surfaced and caused chaos among assassin guilds." Encred didn't know the specifics, but the chaos Jackson referred to wasn't an exaggeration. Many professional killers lost their lives over that blade. It was later reclaimed by the continent's top assassination group, rumored to be the dagger of Georga. "The stiletto is Carmen's fourth work," Jackson continued. Carmen had crafted 7 unique blades, each tied to a story. First Kill, a pocket knife used to murder a slave trader, Carmen's master, but was reportedly destroyed. Stick Sword, a thin and long cane sword used to stab the soldier who violated Carmen's sister. Qatar, used to kill the squire of the noble who led the soldiers. Stiletto, used to pierce the noble's heart. Hunting Dagger, used to slit the throats of the noble's followers. Swordbreaker, to shatter the noble's treasured blade, symbolizing the completion of Carmen's revenge. Invisible Blade, a weapon said to vanish in daylight. Its true purpose remains a mystery. Some speculate it was meant to kill Carmen himself, while others believe it failed its final purpose. "That's quite a story to carry around," Encred remarked when Jackson finished recounting it in a calm, deliberate tone. Jackson responded with indifference. "It's not memorization. I simply know it." Encred couldn't help but feel that Jackson had shifted the topic to avoid lingering on his enthusiasm. "Are you planning to sell it if you get it?" Encred teased. "Why would I sell it?" Jackson retorted, his eyes unusually wide. Clearly, the stiletto wasn't just a treasure to him. It was a genuine desire. Encred found it odd but didn't press further. He had always kept a respectful distance from the personal lives of his squad members. It was one of the secrets to his success as a unit leader. Across the way, Pollard's group huddled. A plain-faced man, a laughing scoundrel, and a swordsman with drooping arms whispered among themselves. The man with the rapier briefly locked eyes with Encred before averting his gaze. Encred's thoughts shifted. "He's someone I'd like to test myself against. This complicates matters. A poor choice, it seems," said the swordsman, his tone dull. "Perhaps inevitable," replied the plain-faced man with a resigned smile. "Was it?" The swordsman's interest seemed minimal. His gaze wandered to the fairy and her companions. Interesting people. The fairy, in particular, caught his attention. Known for wielding the sword of speed, she seemed a worthy challenge. The others weren't lacking either. The red-haired one walked with silent confidence, ready to draw his blade at any moment. "They're worth cultivating," the swordsman mused, imagining them under his command. "What now? When things got complicated before, what did we do? We resolved it with brute force, then do so again." The swordsman's gaze flickered to Encred. noting the soldier's fair face and steady demeanor. Not so young, but interesting nonetheless. It felt like watching an excited kid gripping a sword for the first time. Showing such blatant fighting spirit, to claim it didn't stir something within would be a lie. When someone flaunts their confidence, isn't it natural for a swordsman to want to answer the challenge? Please, I'm counting on you. The brown-haired man gave a slight bow before turning to Pollard, trying to calm him down. Don't lose your temper. There's no need to worry. After all, if there's no evidence, it's over. Besides, once we're back in the city, whose side do you think the merchants will take? But what if they catch them? It'll still be fine. The brown-haired man smiled with his eyes, soothing Pollard's anxieties. Pollard remained uneasy, but had no choice but to force a grin. Trust me. Pollard squeezed out some courage and added, once we're back, it's over. Everyone is my father's man, so they'll all back me up. That harlot will be done for. If it's a shame to waste her, maybe I'll even take her as a concubine. Would that really happen? The brown-haired man thought Pollard was an idiot, but kept it to himself. Leona silently observed the two. She couldn't hear the conversation clearly. The brown-haired man had faith in the strength of the enforcer. The enforcer, meanwhile, was entertaining the idea of whether knocking out the soldier flaunting his fighting spirit could lead to a fight with the fairy. Jackson overheard their conversation but paid it no mind. To him, it seemed like an act to put Pollard at ease. His only interest lay in acquiring Carmen's stiletto. Craze. He hoped Craze had successfully swayed the guild members. Jackson trusted him. Though Cray was physically inept, his resourcefulness was exceptional. Having spent time together in the same unit, Jackson had seen this firsthand. There was no need for concern. If it doesn't work out, the dagger could always be acquired through other means. As Encrid stepped aside to respect Jackson's peculiar hobby, Torres, having wrapped up the situation, approached him. How have you been? No reason not to be fine, true. Looks like we'll be wasting 2 days in this inn. Torres had a point, but was it necessary to idly waste time? Encrid trusted Craze to do his part. In the underworld, rules governed their domain, and it was best to leave matters to experts. Craze was one of those experts. Why else would he have chosen to enter the Madmen unit directly? There were many possible reasons, but the clearest one was simple. He didn't have to fight. The atmosphere in this unit was fundamentally different from others. Craze had found his place and surely had a plan in mind when he decided to seize control of the guild. Encrid believed in him. Sure enough, by evening, someone sent by Cray arrived. Is there someone named Encrid here? It was a boy, barely a teenager, his voice just beginning to deepen. Nervous, he glanced around, wary of his surroundings. A guard stationed at the inn motioned toward the interior. At that moment, Encrid, who had been training in isolation techniques using the tables and chairs in the hall, stepped forward. Bare-chested, he draped a large cloth over himself as he walked out. The cold wind chilled the sweat on his forehead almost instantly. The air was biting. That's me. Me. The boy, dressed in a makeshift coat, stared at Encrid and said firmly, I have a message for you. The boy's tone was resolute. Encrid pulled out a few coins from his pouch, sensing the boy's nervousness and figuring he could use some spare change. The boy's determined attitude left a favorable impression. However, the boy refused the coins. No need. I'll receive my payment from the guild. Instead, he handed over a small note. It was an impressive gesture, one that suggested Cray had a firm grip on the guild. A mere errand boy declining coins. Remarkable. Who is he? One of the guards stationed around the inn asked as he approached. He's from Cray's, Encrid replied candidly. What's he up to now? Crace was known for dabbling in various ventures, handling information, selling tobacco, and arranging courtesans. Hiring a kid for errands was nothing out of the ordinary. Encrid returned to his room and unfolded the note. Before the morning, 2 days from now. Though brief, the message was clear. Kreis would have their targets soon. "What are you up to all day?" Torres asked as Encrid tossed the note into the fireplace. "Training? During a guard mission? It's not like anyone will attack us right now, and the client doesn't mind, as you can see. Fair enough." Even Leona seemed unbothered, watching him with interest. Encrid paid no attention to her or anyone else. Odin's advice echoed in his mind. Isolation techniques build your body like a fortress, one day at a time. Dedicate yourself today to lay the foundation for tomorrow. He admired how elegantly Odin had phrased it. Missing even a single day would be a disservice to himself. Encrid was a man of resolve. He incorporated isolation techniques into his daily sword training. Don't you ever get bored? Not at all. Watching himself improve day by day was exhilarating. The training helped him maintain his blade's edge and focus. The heart of the beast technique, however, wasn't something he could use lightly during training. As he continued his practice, shirtless once again, Torres commented with a smirk, "You must have no sense of modesty, being the daughter of a merchant family." Leona simply smiled lightly in response, her eyes fixed on Encrid. His face, his body, and even the sweat dripping from his efforts, everything aligned perfectly with her preferences. Unfazed by the stares, Encrid focused on his movements. Watching him intently, the ferry company commander asked Jackson, "Does he enjoy being the center of attention?" "Not sure," Jackson replied curtly. The commander didn't press further, her gaze returning to Encrid. A well-trained body and a handsome face were always a welcome sight. Encrid gripped the chair's sides, lowering himself until his body hung below it before pushing himself back up, his forearm muscles flexing with each motion. As Torres observed, 2 border guards joined him. "Is that him? The one who took down the curse?" "Yeah, that's him." Speaking loud enough for Encrid to hear, the guards chuckled. Encrid, finishing a cycle of his training, turned to Torres. "Bored? How about a sparring match?" With plenty of time to kill and a spacious yard behind the inn, designed for mercenaries and swordsmen, it was an ideal setting for a friendly duel. "Your lady's quite generous," Torres said, glancing at Leona. She nodded without hesitation. "This should be entertaining." Her quick approval left Torres no room to object. The guards welcomed the idea even more enthusiastically. "Isn't he supposed to be only high rank?" "You're up first, Captain Torres. This kind of thing starts from the bottom, right?" The growing excitement pleased Encrid. Why not all at once? Thus began an unexpected sparring frenzy. To avoid turning the duel into something deadly, they snapped branches to use as makeshift swords, though everyone took the practice seriously. "Count me in," said the company commander, joining the fray. By then, everyone in the inn had become spectators. "They're insane," muttered one of Leona's bodyguards, shaking his head. Yet, with Leona's permission, there was no stopping them. Chapter 78. Painted with passion, Torres still possessed outstanding skill. When sparring with him, Encrid lost 7 out of 10 bouts. "Your skills have improved," Torres said, standing still and catching his breath. A sudden thought struck Encrid. What would happen in a real fight with sharp blades? He had no idea. Encrid was not the type to face battles with absolute certainty. No matter how skilled one was with a sword, a single stab to the heart from a 7-year-old wielding a dagger could end it all. Skill aside, the outcome of a life-or-death battle was impossible to predict. "Do you think so?" Encrid replied while lying flat on the ground. Then he sprang to his feet. "Next is me. Bring it on." Despite the season's cold breath visible in the air, sweat flew and heat rose in the clearing behind the inn. How had it come to this? Somehow everyone was taking turns fighting Encrid. It was a series of sparring matches, a valuable experience for him. The frontier defenders, including Torres, excelled in unconventional combat techniques. That didn't mean their fundamentals were lacking. With a snap, a defender broke a branch and held a piece in each hand. My specialty is daggers. Be careful not to get hurt. He held 2 short sticks, each about half the length of a forearm. Let's both be careful. That's what I'm saying. Let's be careful together. The defender grinned. His smile radiated pure competitiveness, free of malice. Snap! Branches clashed, and Encrid engaged in another fight. After exchanging a few moves, Encrid expected his opponent to close the distance. Instead, the defender crossed his 2 short sticks to catch Encrid's sword, twisting it aside. Then, unbalancing Encrid, he threw one of the sticks, hitting him roughly in the torso. "In a real fight, that would have been your eye," he remarked. This man was remarkable, almost on par with Torres. It became clear why the frontier defenders were given special treatment. Encrid silently nodded, acknowledging yet another defeat. It was time for a brief rest. Everyone naturally paused for a break. Leaning casually against the door, connecting the clearing to the inn, was Jackson. As Encrid stepped inside, Jackson spoke. "If your opponent uses a dagger, you shouldn't be so focused on closing the distance. Just because your fundamentals are solid doesn't mean you should rely on them alone. When an opponent crawls toward you on the ground, is stabbing them with your sword the only option? Why not kick them instead?" Whether Encrid won or lost, Jackson always had something to say. It was a teaching moment, though some might dismiss it as nagging. For Encrid, it wasn't. He listened carefully. "I didn't expect him to use those tactics with daggers," Encrid admitted. "His primary weapon is likely a sword breaker," Jackson explained. A sword breaker was a blade with a serrated back designed to snap an opponent's weapon. This man specialized in disarming opponents. "It was good that you didn't give up your distance, but you should have prepared for what came next." Jackson reviewed the sparring session in detail. Encrid always gave his best effort. Had he allowed the defender to close the distance, he would have been overwhelmed. By maintaining the gap, he'd at least seen the swordbreaker technique in action. "You did well there," Jackson noted. "Think about how to counter it next time." Training in swordsmanship basics, physical conditioning, and mastering techniques all were important. But addressing situations that arose during sparring was a task only Encrid could tackle himself. That was Jackson's advice, and Encrid agreed. It took hundreds of repetitions for a movement to become second nature. To make anything his own, Encrid had to ponder and review it. Reflection and study, these were Encrid's true weapons. And so he did. "After the break, it's my turn." Another defender spoke, one skilled with both sword and kicks. He didn't merely step forward, he seamlessly incorporated kicks into his moves. Though challenging to face, each match was a learning experience. 6 defenders, including Torres, sparred with him in rotation. While their techniques shared similarities, they also showcased unique skills. Each had individuality, yet all excelled in the basics. There was much to learn. In the past, such sparring sessions might not have been as beneficial. It was inevitable. Someone who hadn't climbed a mountain couldn't fully appreciate the view from the summit. But now was different. Focus on a single point more. The technique Encrid learned from Ragnar shone through. It was only natural that the heart of the beast formed the foundation of his daring. "Keep your senses sharp at all times," Jackson advised, emphasizing the need for constant vigilance. Encrid nodded. As he wiped sweat from his brow, Leona approached. "You must really enjoy this," she remarked. "Enjoy what? You thought." "Does it seem that way to you?" "Yes." Leona often struck up conversations, though they were usually trivial. To Encrid, her manner seemed like a spider observing prey, never letting it out of sight. Though comparing her to a spider doesn't quite fit her looks. Anyone could see she was a stunning beauty. Is it because of the ferry company commander? You don't seem very sensitive to a woman's appearance. It's not entirely that. So am I just not your type? What did she mean by that? Her playful expression hinted at mischief. A man who can ignore the beauty of someone like Lady Leona is rare, don't you think? Encrid's roundabout reply conveyed his lack of interest. After their brief exchange, Leona smiled demurely and sat next to the commander. Be careful. He's got a way with women, the commander quipped. To this, Leona chuckled. Did she actually understand the fairy's jokes? The teasing that left Encrid flustered only seemed to amuse Leona further. You're the wittiest fairy I've ever met, she said with a laugh. That's something I hear a lot. Where on earth? While preparing for the sparring, I almost twisted my ankle. As I sharpened my senses, their conversation reached me naturally, loud enough to be heard even without paying attention. We even have a child. Pardon? There are people in the unit who believe that. Wouldn't that deepen the misunderstanding if they said it like that? I was worried, but Leona smiled and let it slide, whether she believed it or not. Won't you do it? Are you tired now? Encrid pushed aside his worries as he glanced at those waiting for him. Rumors would spread regardless. Thanks to Leona's sudden confession earlier, even worse rumors would probably spread. The demonic squad leader. Those stationed outside often called him that. The demonic squad leader who destroyed the curse. The demonic squad leader who can't just leave women alone. He was starting to get tired of hearing it. Demonic squad leader, huh? Even Jackson had uttered the words. Isn't it the case that the entire garrison is watching only the squad leader? Indeed, that's just how it happened. He had spent the whole day fiercely sparring. The awkward air that had settled around them at first was now gone. They had all bonded through swords and sweat. As a result, Encrid had bruises all over his body. Does it hurt? When the one who struck him asked, Encrid shook his head. No. The strike from earlier had been spectacular. He was replaying it over and over in his mind. He blocked the downward slash by feigning to block from below, using his forearm to deflect it. The split-second decision, the timing, the boldness, everything came together. What he had absorbed in that moment was an experience he had never had before. Merci Arle. Encrid was once again overcome with a sense of exhilaration. He was intoxicated by what was happening now. Sometimes the platoon leader would step forward for something like wrestling. Now and then Leona would also speak to him. How enviable. I should have learned that too, I guess. She said this after watching the platoon leader grab his own arm in mid-air and hang from it, putting pressure on the joint. In fact, Encrid was busy trying to endure the technique by falling. Use wrestling, soldier. The platoon leader chimed in with his own advice. Encrid wasn't sure if it was because he had been listening to Jackson or if it was just out of goodwill. Even now he didn't know why, but it didn't matter. Encrid kept a listening posture, respecting the advice given to him. Your balance is a bit off. Who's watching your body conditioning? It wasn't just the platoon leader. The frontier defenders said the same thing. Alden had said the same thing too, and now the border guards were echoing it. The imbalance in the left and right. Since he was right-handed, it was only natural, but the first step to reaching the limits of a human is conditioning the full body muscles. You have strength, though. Torres also gave some advice. You only thought of closing the distance with the dagger, didn't you? Try pulling them in closer instead. What do you think they'd do then? Imprint an evil spirit on their head. It was a way to confuse the opponent's mind. You have some bad habits. Trying to deceive the opponent is fine, but don't forget the basics. Where are you placing your center of gravity? They pointed out mistakes made during sparring. Encrid wasn't sure how this all happened, but he was completely immersed in everything, listening attentively. It was different from sparring with his squad. Was this fun? Will you spar with me? Pollard's guard stepped forward. He unsheathed his rapier and placed it beside him, asking. Encred nodded instinctively. It was something he had been longing for. "You're an interesting guy. Sparring like this during a mission. I value time very highly." During the escort mission, they had seen blood due to the succession issue of a large merchant family. Despite this, Encred grabbed his sword and swung it. He had to, because the time of others was different from Encred's time. Those with talent and those without could never be equal. Thus, for those who needed to make up for what they lacked, there was never enough time. The rapier's owner found it fascinating. He doesn't grow his skills instantly, but he was a soldier with the charm to draw in those around him. Especially the change in the relationship between the border guards and Encred was intriguing. The wariness that had been there between strangers had melted away, and it dissolved into camaraderie. They had gained favor in an instant. It was a miraculous sight, even though it had unfolded right in front of him. A rare talent, but it wasn't his talent for swordsmanship that stood out. The owner of the rapier, skilled fighter, could see that his current skill was at its limit. Encred's talent lay elsewhere. Having met many talents in his life, he could think of it clearly. If he had heard that Encred's dream was to be a knight, he would have immediately shaken his head. But still, despite his talent, I want to teach him. It was an endless passion. Every word, every action, was done with purpose. His talent might not be great, but he exuded a heavy, intense energy. He had a knack for inspiring those around him with his passion alone. Even the instructor who had taught Encred had felt something similar. Everyone knew it wouldn't work out, but still, they tried to impart everything they had to Encred. They taught and taught, never giving up. His passion and guts made giving up seem like a foreign word. "Will you spar with me?" That was what pushed him to speak up, to take the first step. "Eh?" His teammate, who had come along, looked at him in surprise. He was surprised too. He was an enemy, after all. It seemed strange to step forward here. And if the opponent rejected him, would it be even more embarrassing? But the truth was, he hadn't thought that way at all before he spoke. Encred nodded. "Now?" His arms were bruised, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. The cold wind blowing across the open area couldn't compare to the heat radiating from his body. Hot steam rose from his shoulders. He must have been tired. Winning or losing didn't matter. The point was that he was enjoying the sparring for what it was. "Good." The swordsman spoke, almost unconsciously. Jackson was suspicious of his opponent's intentions. The platoon leader nodded with interest. All the border guards were ready to strike if anything went wrong. They weren't going to sit by and watch anything happen to Encred. And Encred. Quick sword. He was busy picturing his opponent's sword in his mind. How should he respond? What kind of fight would give him the best chance of winning? Could he win? "Don't hesitate." Rem had once said that those who fight with victory and defeat on their minds rarely survive. Instead of doubting the outcome, have confidence. That's the first step. Sharpen the confidence, like a blade. The heart of the beast embraces boldness. Encred raised the tip of his sword towards the sky. His hands gripped the sword as if to concentrate. In that moment, everything around him shifted. His focus blazed, turning the surroundings into the battlefield. He could see the armor around his opponent's body. He could see the thin sword in his hands. If he didn't dodge, he would die. At that thought, Encred became fully absorbed. Chapter 79. Dealing with an idiot, a thin twig, and one person. An arm drooping, the twig almost touching the ground. It looked like a sword sharper and more pointed than any blade. After that, there was no need to think, breathe, or do anything else. Everything happened in an instant, and ended in an instant. Encred saw a vision of the battlefield. The moment the enemy moved their foot, he instinctively struck with his sword. Whoosh! The twig Encrid held cut through the air with force. It only sliced the air. Then the enemy's twig touched his neck. Thud-dut. How? He replayed the scene in his mind. He had seen it. So, it could be said that he was struck despite seeing it. It seems everyone says something after it's all over, so I will too. It was about timing. The man spoke. The enemy had used a quick strike and applied it like a textbook of orthodox swordsmanship. It wasn't that the enemy moved first. Encrid's downward strike was countered. Not a block, but a counterattack. Encrid's gaze shifted to the enemy's feet. The soft arc of the dirt below his boots came into view, twisting the body to hide the center line. It was a basic move. One could even say it was a simple technique, twisting to dodge and thrusting with the sword to finish. If it were a battlefield, it would have been similar to the first thrust Encrid had experienced. Even though he believed he was at a completely different level now, the gap was vast. The enemy's skill was overwhelmingly superior. A normal person would realize their own limits and be engulfed by despair and frustration. The difference was obvious. All it took was a single swing of a stick. "You don't seem that young," the man casually remarked. Since it was a question implied, Encrid responded. 30. One more round? One more round? He nodded. Ha! Han! At Encrid's nod, the man let out a bitter laugh. In his eyes, Encrid was not quite normal. He had shown the difference between their prowess. The man had been filled with passion and set out, but seeing the clear limit, he wanted to spare Encrid the waste of time. Defeat was painful for anyone, and it would hurt even more when facing an overwhelmingly superior opponent. What does it mean to lose? What happens to someone who faces defeat? They fall into despair and anguish. Some may refuse to accept it and struggle. Struggling? But that wasn't how it appeared. "It seems like you're stealing the timing to strike. How did you do it?" He was actually asking to be taught. There was no sign of embarrassment, just like when he first tempted him. His eyes were filled with a silent flame, only watching everything with an intense gaze. This guy's insane. The thought crossed the man's mind, but he assumed his stance again. Even though he could see the enemy's skill and limits, he still wanted to give it another go. They sparred again, and as expected, Encrid lost. He lost 4 more times. He never gave up and accepted every blow from Pollard. "You're still not at the level to face him." Jackson gave words of advice instead of consolation, but Encrid didn't particularly need consolation. Losing, defeat, he had faced it countless times. He had been beaten by younger talents. He had been overpowered by mercenaries who took up the sword later than him. He had even lost to a guy playing vigilante in the village. He had lost to bandits too. When he worked as a mercenary, he had been beaten by a bastard who proved that character and skill didn't matter. He had run away from monsters or beasts countless times. When a harpy's talon pierced a comrade's heart, he was too busy fleeing. Had he hung his head each time, Encrid wouldn't have been here now as a squad leader. Such things never wounded him. However, it was fun. He was just enjoying it. Encrid was honest. Sometimes, the squad leader is too weird. Encrid really didn't want to hear such things from his own subordinates. Jackson, who he had brought along because he seemed the most normal, was not exactly an ordinary soldier either. When he had completely ignored him, Pollard, earlier, that wasn't normal. Even now, Jackson was completely ignoring Pollard. Whenever Pollard tried to sneak up, he would say, "You, soldier, I remember your face. I'm going to be the next head of the Rockfried clan." But Jackson would ignore him completely. Hey, why aren't you answering? What's the matter? Are you too scared to speak?" Still, he ignored him. "You little, I'll make you regret this later." And Jackson still ignored him. So consistent. Eventually, Pollard had even complained to Encrid. "Hey, why does that guy keep ignoring me?" Because Jackson treated him as if he didn't exist, Pollard seemed like he was about to go mad. Encrid thought Pollard looked like someone who would start crying if prodded. Seeing him pitiable, Encrid gave him some advice. "Because you're speaking to him." A wise answer to a foolish question. "Isn't it because you're speaking to him that he's ignoring you? You shouldn't have spoken to him in the first place." Encrid nodded to himself, proud of his kindness. The moment Pollard heard this, he trembled. You! Unable to finish his sentence, Encrid cheerfully walked past him. "Soldier, you're hopeless," the company commander said as she watched from the side. There couldn't have been a more courteous gesture. Leona had once spit out her tea while overhearing that. "I'd like to say once again how much I truly appreciate this." And with that, she left those words behind. But why was she reacting like this after Encrid showed such kindness with his answer? The repeated sparring sessions ended after a full day. Now it was time to wrap things up. The frontier guards, the company commander, and the unnamed swordsman all made an impression. Everyone, including Jackson, could only admire his passion. But for Encrid, it was an invaluable experience. Especially, the swordsman had shown him what a quick sword was, how to counter it, and what one could do by using speed. There was nothing etched in his mind like a lightning strike just yet. It's fine. It would prove extremely useful when he hit a wall. After wiping off the sweat, warming himself by the hearth, and checking his gear, the next morning arrived. Squad leader Kreis opened the inn's door. Behind him was the balding Gilpin, holding a man whose face was nearly destroyed. It seemed unlikely that one would be able to recognize the man after being beaten like that. "That's him!" The company commander recognized him immediately. It seemed that the fairy's senses were different from the rest. The foolish Pollard hiccup. Encrid wondered how such a man was put in charge of a top merchant guild. He was curious about what went through the heads of those under him. Is he just a puppet to be used? If that were the case, then fine. If not, why would such a swordsman be here by his side? There didn't seem to be any evidence of him being blackmailed. "Show me mercy." The captured man spat bloodied saliva, which dripped onto the floor. He had certainly been beaten badly. This man was a bit rough at first, but after a conversation, his temperament softened. Kreis said. Of course, Kreis didn't mean they had a conversation with words alone. It involved fists and feet, and it seemed that a knife was also involved. Looking at the arm, there were visible cuts. The man had been wrapped in a ragged linen bandage, but the signs were clear. "I'm the leader. Yes, it was me who caused the trouble. Blinded by my obsession with Krona." The man spouted something without being asked. "Hold on." Everyone focused on the man's beaten-up mouth, but it was Leona's voice that brought attention to the room. "I'd like to know who gave the orders." "The responsible one for the interrogation is Special Sergeant Torres, right?" "That's right." There were a lot of eyes on them. Torres nodded, and 2 frontier defenders placed their hands under the man's armpits. They started heading upstairs. Soon Leona, Pollard, Torres, the smooth-talking brown-haired man, and the swordsman who had sparred with Encrid were all headed upstairs. Encrid and the company commander also joined the group and decided to ascend together. "You two please finish the guard duties." With that, Jackson stayed behind. To be more precise, he didn't seem to want to part with the Carmen collection stiletto that was right in front of him. As everyone was moving, Kreis approached Encrid, who was about to go up, and quietly asked him, "What's going on? Are you asking because you don't know, or just for confirmation?" "Let's say I'm asking because I want to get what's mine." This crazy, big-eyed Krona hoarder. It was only natural to expect compensation after working, but he wasn't about to hand over the stilettos. "This month's pay from the guild is yours." Chris had seen Jackson's lips twitch slightly when he captured the man, as if considering giving the stilettos away. Taking Carmen collection from Jackson's hands was beyond even a skilled person's reach. That wasn't the plan, though, nor was there any intention of wiping his hands clean after sending someone on a task. Encrid had no problem offering up the pouch he would receive from Craze. If Craze found out that the payment was Carmen collection, what would he do? Would he let it go? There was nothing to think about. He would let it go. That's because it was Jackson's coveted item. Craze knew his place within the squad. Surviving within the squad wasn't something that Encrid was the only one who learned. Exen, Ram, Ragnar, Odin, all of them. If they wanted something, Cray would cleanly step back. He never did anything foolish, like sticking his hand in a dog's mouth to check if it would bite. We'll meet again later. Encrid gently pushed Craze's forehead and made his way upstairs. The group claimed a room. In the middle, the leader of the spy group knelt. Taurus stood by the man, hand resting on his sword hilt. Polid was with 3 others, and Leona was by herself. When Encrid joined the company commander and Leona, the arrangement finally made sense. Once Encrid arrived, Leona spoke. I know we need to interrogate him separately, but may I ask a few things first? She directed the question at Torres. Go ahead. Torres's attitude had been the same since the first day. He had always been stiff with outsiders from Border Guard. Leona didn't seem to care about that. She was once a target of assassination. Even if it wasn't an interrogation, she had every right to ask a few questions. It all started with the issue of succession. The man who had been beaten into pudding. Leona bent her knees and looked the kneeling man in the eye. Who ordered this? I don't know. All I know is that they told me to use available resources to target the lady at the inn. The man answered, trembling, but spoke clearly, as if he knew that if he didn't, it would be the end for it. Do you recognize anyone in this room? The man glanced around, briefly eyeing everyone, including Encrid. He shook his head. He likely hadn't been the one to directly order this. Such operations usually involved a few more people in the middle. From here on, it would be interrogation time. Polid had been the one to target Leona. Once that was revealed, the succession issue would be resolved. Encrid suspected that would be the case. Well, it seems like a few fools who got greedy for my purse decided to cause this trouble. Leona began to speak unexpectedly. What? The leader of the captured spy group tilted his head. I didn't do it. Then, the foolish Polid displayed his wit. He didn't even properly listen to what Leona had said before blurting out. Who's saying that? Leona retorted. No, I mean. Polid's eyes began to wildly shake. It seemed he had completely forgotten about slapping her cheek during their first meeting. Now, he was acting like this. Encrid thought that if he had been in Polid's position, he would have been thoroughly embarrassed. In the end, Polid stammered, unable to continue, and instead made the dumbest noises his tongue could produce. Torres frowned. Everyone else from the guild side, except for Polid, remained calm. The situation took a strange turn. They all thought that the blame would fall on Polid. Bold, the company commander whispered from behind. Only Encrid could hear it clearly. Bold? What does she mean? Encrid didn't immediately understand the situation. Curious, he started thinking things through. When someone acts strangely, there is usually a reason behind it. Of course, members of the squad, including M, often acted without reason. But Leona wasn't like them. Encrid began to reflect on the situation. Rockfried Guild, Polid, Leona. The succession issue, the attack within Border Guard, Frontier Guards, the captured man, Aspen's spies. He took in all the facts he knew and looked back. Only then did he realize something, and nodded inwardly. It was something he hadn't thought about while immersed in the sparring and training. That moment of realization had come. Chapter 80. Leona Rockfried, are you trying to cover up a crime under Aspen's name? When Leona asked again, that's enough. Beyond this point, it's our jurisdiction. Torres interrupted her. Is that so? In any case, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Leona smiled sweetly, her expression seeming to say, I'm pure, innocent, and clueless. Of course, she was none of those things. She knew everything and was anything but naive. Instead of answering, Torres grabbed the man by the shoulder and said, Let's go. Without even sparing Encrid a glance, he shoved the man, his face already a mess, by the shoulder and glared daggers at him. Spare, please spare me, shut it. A spy for the enemy shouldn't talk. I'll tell you everything I know. I'm not a spy, this is a misunderstanding. Don't worry. Cutting out your tongue will be the last thing I do, Torres said. The man's legs gave out beneath him, but he wasn't even allowed to collapse. Two of Torres' subordinates grabbed him under the arms, lifting him like a sack of grain. Torres' irritation was evident, likely because things weren't going as he'd expected. So there was some kind of mind game. Too preoccupied with his sword, Encrid had failed to notice the dynamics until now. Why didn't Leona pin the blame entirely on Pollard? What would happen if it were revealed that Pollard was behind it? Would that responsibility lie solely with Pollard, or would it extend to the Rockfried Trading Company? If the trading company were held accountable, would Leona gain more by acknowledging it or denying it? If she was confident the company was entirely hers, denial would be advantageous, especially if she didn't need to cut off a fool like Pollard over this issue. Encrid had assumed Leona would sacrifice Pollard to secure her position as successor. That way, Border Guard could leverage the situation to demand compensation, using the company's dishonor as an excuse. After all, the city's reputation was intertwined with the military's. Did she make this decision for the trading company's sake? Could it be that she valued her trading company that much? Why? Have you suddenly fallen for my beauty? Encrid realized he'd been staring at her face. What kind of woman was she? Her face now looked far brighter than when she'd slapped Pollard. She exuded confidence, and yet there was no vulnerability in her posture, despite her relaxed demeanor. She wore the expression of someone whose calculations were complete. A true merchant. Her attitude suggested there was no need to sacrifice any part of her company. She must have a trump card. It wasn't the Border Guard standing army, that much was clear. What an intriguing woman. No, Encrid replied matter-of-factly. That's disappointing. Leona smiled again. Had he thought her beauty didn't suit a spider? He'd need to correct that opinion. The smile she wore now, free from the mask of innocence, was that of a spider savoring its prey. Thank you for everything, Leona said, marking the end of the mission. At the inn, she packed her belongings, with Pollard grinning beside her. Perhaps he thought he'd won either the argument over succession or the assassination attempt he'd orchestrated. Still, his grin seemed to declare he was now the master of the trading company. You there, soldier? You'll be clinging to my coattails before long, he sneered. Didn't he start by picking a fight with Jackson? At some point, he'd redirected his hostility toward Encrid, consistently targeting him. Should I have ignored him? Perhaps it was a problem born of politeness. The thought crossed Encrid's mind briefly. Pollard's face was a study in smugness, grinning lips, eyes full of certainty, and even flaring nostrils betraying his inner excitement. I won't cling to your coattails, but I can cut off your ankles, Encrid muttered under his breath. Only Jackson, the commander, and Leona, who were nearby, caught his words. In that case, go for the neck. It's quicker, Jackson advised. Even men find you popular, soldier, the commander teased. My apologies, Leona added with a smile. What? What did you say? Pollard, having missed Encrid's remark, demanded an explanation. Encrid ignored him entirely. Perhaps he shouldn't have bothered being polite from the start. Pollard briefly lost his temper at being ignored, but quickly calmed down when the plain-looking man behind him tugged at his sleeve. After that, Pollard continued, glaring at Encrid, his confidence unshaken. It's obvious he's planning something. Whatever it was, it didn't matter. Any further disturbance within the border guard would no longer be tolerated. They'll probably try to attack me the moment we leave. Considering the faces in Leona's group outside the inn, Encrid wondered if they'd truly be able to handle their opponents. Lost in thought, he barely noticed Leona approaching him. It feels like I'm being escorted, she said. It wasn't just a feeling. Escorting her was part of the mission. Pollard may have revealed his hand foolishly, but Leona was the opposite. What was she relying on? This newfound curiosity started gnawing at him. Leona's demeanor showed not a hint of worry. I will never forget the debt I owe you for saving my life. If the opportunity arises, I will surely repay it. The nanny, who had narrowly escaped death from the retired soldier assassin on the second floor, approached and spoke. Understood. Encrid didn't pay it much mind. In such a vast continent, the chances of meeting again were slim. However, the onlookers thought differently. 2 squads, which had been guarding the entire inn, still lingered. They had even decided to take on additional escort duties, as a matter of accountability for the incident at Border Guard. Charming every woman in passing, casting the venom of allure on every lady that brushes by. Thy name, the seductive squad leader. Were they composing poems instead of doing their jobs? What are they doing? The nanny blushed as she asked. They're practicing to become bards after retirement. Let them be, Encrid said offhandedly. Meanwhile, the captain leaned closer to Leona and whispered. Encrid's keen hearing caught her words. You'd better be careful. That soldier has a knack for seducing every woman in sight. Seducing? Encrid hadn't even been near a woman in ages. He'd been too busy dealing with endless chaos to entertain such thoughts. Are you leaving? It seems like it's about time. Encrid politely saw off the 2 squads. As if truly aspiring to be bards after retirement, they quickly composed a song about the seductive squad leader and sang it aloud. They were madmen. The incident left the Torah's faction, specifically the border guard, with a headache, while the soldiers here remained unfazed. And understandably so. They were simply following orders. Thinking about the border guard reminded Encrid of Leona's exceptional cunning. Does this mean we've indebted the border guard? With a few words, she had turned the situation around. Whether the border guard acknowledged it was another matter. She framed the attack as a city security issue. If the assault stemmed from the succession dispute within the merchant guild, it would be Rockfried's responsibility. If it was a targeted attack for Krona, it became a matter of city security. Truly remarkable. Everyone knew Pollard had orchestrated this, but with the assassination target denying it, the matter was left ambiguous. Perhaps this was the mark of a natural-born merchant. Now that the outcome was clear, it was easy to see. But without hindsight, it could have gone unnoticed. After the Taurus faction left, Cray, who had remained at the inn, filled in some gaps. The border guard will deny it in the end. Still, the situation favors them. You said those were Aspen's spy units, right? When Encrid asked why that was a disadvantage, Craze had explained smoothly. If you start assigning responsibility for problems caused by Aspen's spies, who benefits? Aspen's spies targeting the Merchant Guild versus trying to incite chaos within the city. Where do you think the emphasis lies? Kreis's explanation made sense. The moment Aspen's name entered the picture, the situation tilted in favor of the Merchant Guild. In the end, one could say they owed it all to the spy who had proclaimed national glory and died. Listening to this, Encrid realized Kreis's mind worked nearly as sharply as Leona's. He'd always known Cray was clever, but he could easily rival the heir to a major guild, he thought briefly. Intelligence aside, what was the use? Kreis's dream was to run a salon for swindling noblewomen. Lost in thought, Encrid eventually reached the city gates. The guard on duty turned as Encrid and his companions approached. Encrid, wasn't it? The voice came from the swordsman of Polyd's faction who had approached unnoticed. I didn't catch your name, Encrid replied. My apologies. I'm not in a position to reveal it. The swordsman stared at Encrid before directing his words to someone behind him. I just want to exchange a few words. You can drop the killing intent. Standing close to Encrid's right, Jackson had approached unnoticed. You're perceptive. Killing intent, you say? Jackson responded. The man who had previously dismissed Polyd was now surprisingly talkative. Don't worry. I don't need killing intent to sever someone's head. When had the commander arrived? She stood behind the swordsman, silent and poised. The swordsman glanced at them both before dismissing them and focusing on Encrid. Put down the sword, he said abruptly. There are things passion alone cannot achieve. It had been a long time since Encrid had heard such words. Give up. You lack talent. You're wasting your time. You're walking a path that doesn't exist. Must you feel pain to understand it? Don't you already know that being cut by a blade hurts? The more time you spend training, the more apparent your lack of talent becomes. Why can't you see it? Of course, he could see it. He'd heard it countless times before. Even if words didn't throw him into despair, Encrid knew one thing. He could never become a knight. That much was true at one point. And yet, he wielded his sword. He refused to give up. He had lived, clutching at the shattered fragments of his dream. He hadn't even been able to see the wall blocking his way, surrounded as he was by darkness. Even then, he had swung his sword until his palms bled. Would these words change anything now? Heart of the beast, sense of evasion, isolation technique, and the basics of swordsmanship, the Valen-style mercenary sword techniques, endlessly practiced. Today's repetition, tomorrow's training, the steady improvement. A turtle's slow progress might seem trivial to others, but to Encrid, every small step was significant. And so, without realizing it, he smiled. Are you smiling? The swordsman murmured, noticing his expression. An unnecessary concern, Jackson interjected. The commander silently observed Encrid. The swordsman awaited a response, and Encrid gave the answer he had long held within. The next time we meet, I might win. It is arrogant to presume to know someone's future. That was Encrid's reply. I see, the swordsman said, refraining from forcing his perspective on someone unwilling to listen. It was a small commotion at the city gate. Thank you for your efforts, Leona said, turning to address the group as they approached the city walls. Just as it seemed they might leave, Encrid noticed the guards looking uneasy, glancing between the party and the outside. What was the problem? Beyond the city walls, an armed group had gathered. The moment Encrid saw them, he understood. If the other side relied on force, what could they rely on? This was Leona's ace. Those outside the city walls were her trump card. Mathis of the Rockfried merchant guard is here, said a lone figure who had entered the walls. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache, his steps light, and his coat dusty from travel. No merchant guild could rise on this continent without military strength. Without it, they'd be devoured by bandits, marauders, monsters, and beasts. The man was the commander of the Rockfried merchant guard. His mere presence commanded attention. Encrid felt an odd sensation. His vision seemed to focus entirely on Mathis, leaving no room for anything else. The man's aura was overwhelming, drawing all eyes to him. Interesting companions you have, Mathis remarked, kneeling before Leona. The guard is here, master, he said to her. It was only then that Encrid looked beyond him. The Rockfried merchant guard, a force of over 30 armed soldiers, stood stationed outside the city gates. Chapter 81. Striving for excellence since Mathis's arrival, a certain question hung in the air. Why is she the merchant leader? This naive query from Pollard was quickly answered by Leona. While we were here spending time, everything inside the Merchant Guild was already concluded. Oh, and the inauguration ceremony will be held once we return. Leona's straightforward response silenced further questions. And as the situation unfolded, Pollard's group began showing signs of unease. Observing this, Leona beckoned to them with a simple gesture. Come, I'll accept you. Although those were not her exact words to Encred, they carried no different meaning. It was as though she was saying, let's all live together under the name of the guild from now on. However, two people did not move. The man with an unassuming demeanor and the swordsman who had previously told Encred to lay down his weapon. Pollard remained as well, though his reaction was far less composed. With a loud thud, he dropped to his knees, his strength seemingly drained. Why, I'm his son, aren't I? Everyone in the guild worked for my father. Why indeed? The behavior of those who had sided with Pollard suggested their decision-making abilities might be questionable at best. Encred's gaze shifted to the two remaining figures. It seemed likely that the real scheming had come from their direction. The two, however, did not appear to be in any distress. Even as everyone else turned their backs on them, they remained calm and collected. It's over, said the swordsman. Indeed, replied the unassuming man. Both ignored Pollard entirely. When Pollard cried out in desperation and tried to approach Leona, Mathis intercepted him. Take one more step and I'll cut you down, former merchant leader's son. Curt and blunt, Mathis's words put an end to the matter. The two who had seemed the most suspicious quietly withdrew, while Pollard sank further into despair. His reaction became a live demonstration of how panic and despair could transform a person, as he knelt on the ground, drooling uncontrollably. The bystanders, including merchants, city guards, and even beggars near the gate, all watched the scene unfold. One of the guards seemed unsure of how to proceed, but Leona took charge. Take him away. We can't let the former merchant leader's son die on the street like this. Yes, ma'am. At her command, Mathis gestured for someone outside who came in and dragged Pollard away. The guards even cleared a path to make the process smoother. Hold on a moment. Leona stopped Mathis briefly and then approached Encred. Did you give Carmen's stiletto to your subordinate? The tone of her question gave Encred the odd feeling that she was upset about a gift, meant for him being passed on to someone else. Though he couldn't pinpoint why, it left him slightly uneasy. He really wanted it, so yes, I did. Glancing back, Encred saw Jackson standing silently. When he had first handed the stiletto to Jackson, the reaction had been unexpectedly subdued. Encred hadn't anticipated tears of gratitude, but Jackson had simply taken the weapon without much fuss, muttering only one enigmatic remark. Why train the senses? How do you dodge a dagger flying from behind, without even seeing? To some it might have sounded nonsensical, but to others it could have been the long-sought answer to their questions. This will be in the next lesson. That was all Jackson had said, but it was enough. He was someone who understood the art of negotiation. I see, Leona said with a faint smile, nodding. Despite her pleasant expression, Encred couldn't shake the feeling that he somehow owed her. A truly peculiar woman, he thought. Leona studied Encred's face for a moment before speaking again. I'm a merchant, and negotiations begin with understanding what the other party wants. You gave away a high-value item, and even with two beautiful women around, you've shown no interest. Leona had spent time at the border guard post observing the intriguing soldier. What did this man want? He showed no particular reaction to treasures that others would covet, even looking slightly annoyed when listening to Jackson recount the stiletto's history. Though he didn't seem entirely without ambition, he also wasn't someone consumed by greed. Leona, who was well aware of the advantages her appearance afforded her, had even attempted subtle flirtation. There's a fairy who warned me about his notorious history with women, she mused, recalling the occasional interruption. Still, Even when given opportunities, Incrid had remained unmoved. What does this man desire? Her pride as a merchant was piqued. A merchant's job is to facilitate transactions, no matter the circumstances. Leona belonged to the Rockfried Merchant Guild, an entity known for striking deals, even with reclusive groups like wilderness shepherds, shadowy leather guilds, and glacial rangers. She loved her guild and took pride in it. Though Incrid was just a low-ranking soldier, something about him was undeniably captivating. What is it about him? Her observations finally revealed the truth. It's not an object he wants. He sought something far more profound, his future. Better swordsmanship, greater skills, unmatched strength. This was why she brought Mathis into the equation. The best warrior in the Rockfried Guild, and a former city-renowned mercenary captain. How about training under Mathis? You could cultivate your future here. It was a tempting offer for anyone drawn to the idea of improving through intense training under a skilled mentor. Of course, Leona didn't know about Incrid's squad. Impressive though he seems, he thought. Jackson had commented in a small city, he'd be considered top tier. That's about it. When asked to compare him to Torres, Jackson had replied, "By soldier rankings, he's above elite but not a knight." That assessment was blunt but accurate. Among Incrid's team, however, such above elite but not knight individuals were abundant. Rem, Ragnar, Jackson, and Auden, all of them were on par or beyond. Having already proven themselves in various ways, they had nothing to gain from Mathis's training. "I'll decline." Incrid's refusal came without hesitation, leaving Leona visibly caught off guard for the first time. "This is the first time I've ever failed to close a deal on something so tempting," she admitted. Incrid found himself liking this resourceful and stunning merchant leader. "What I like most is that she doesn't resort to clumsy tricks." When he thought about it, it was rather amusing. Of the people he'd met during this ordeal, one had demanded he lay down his sword, while another had asked him to join her side because she found him intriguing. The contrast couldn't be more stark. "Must I stay by your side?" Incrid opened his mouth to respond. Since the other's interest in him wasn't entirely unpleasant, Incrid treated them with similar goodwill. Leona blinked at his words. "That's true. The task is done. So, how about we become friends? Spending a day with a friend doesn't sound too bad, does it? What do you think?" Though it wasn't quite a proposal for friendship, it was an offer to remain amicable. "Excuse me. If you refuse, this poor girl might be heartbroken." "Poor girl? Who was the poor girl here?" She was now the owner of the Rockfried Trading Company. "Mathis, may I stay in the city for just one more day?" "As you wish." Mathis stepped back. "I suppose you need the unit's permission?" At Leona's follow-up, the company commander answered in Incrid's place. "As compensation for completing the mission, you're granted 1 day of leave." It was an unexpected answer. "Why? You don't want to?" Leona teased with a mischievous smile. Her charm was striking. Even such expressions seemed endearing. A spider who devoured an entire trading company now wore a cute face. While Incrid mused on that thought, he nodded. "I don't mind." He had encountered countless instructors, and they all agreed on one thing: rest when you can. Swinging a sword endlessly and overworking one's body wasn't the answer. Incrid understood this well. Moreover, he felt a peculiar sense of debt to Leona, which he wished to repay. "All right then." Leona turned back to Mathis. Meanwhile, Jackson approached, prompting Incrid to speak first. "Don't spread strange rumors. That's something you'd say to a barbarian. Do I look like someone who would do that?" Incrid silently thanked his decision to bring Jackson along. If it had been Rem, baseless stories would have already circulated. "Good work, soldier." The company commander's lack of objection to leaving Incrid and Leona alone indicated that his earlier words were mere jokes. "If you miss me, Feel free to come back, soldier. Even so, he couldn't resist adding a fairy-like joke. By now, Incrid was so used to such remarks that they hardly fazed him. Sure, I will. As Incrid nonchalantly brushed it off, Jackson slyly added, By the way, if you find more of the Carmen collection, use your charms to bring them back. Was this a joke or a genuine request? It was harder to discern than the company commander's fey humor. It's a joke. At least Jackson claimed it was, though there seemed to be a hint of sincerity. The Carmen collection, he clearly desired it deeply. I'll be off now. With Jackson and the company commander gone, Leona finished wrapping up her matters and returned. Let's go. What followed was an enjoyable day. Wandering through the market, dining at a restaurant Incrid had scouted for its excellent food, they filled their stomachs. This is truly delicious. Leona raised a thumbs up after tasting herbal pie and Vanessa's pumpkin soup, signature dishes of an inn known for its exquisite cuisine. That's tasty too, isn't it? They exchanged jokes, shared laughs, and found joy in a seemingly insignificant day. As night fell, they shared a couple of drinks. I had a great time. Though they spent the night together, there was no physical intimacy between them. All right, from today we're friends. Sounds good. Thus they became friends, chatting until morning before parting ways. Incrid occasionally appeared lost in thought, but it was clear the time had been enjoyable for both. To think such a thing would happen. Mathis found it highly unusual. Leona was not the type to take breaks. She was tenacious, thorough, and extraordinarily capable. Without those traits, she wouldn't be where she was today. In other words, Leona was nothing like Pollard, her predecessor's incompetent son. It was no wonder rumors claimed he was a bastard, given his idiocy. Leona had lived a life entirely different from Pollard since childhood. For her to linger over a mere man for a day? It was rare. That didn't mean Mathis disrespected her. The future of the company is bright. Under Leona's leadership, the Rockfried trading company would surpass its former heights. Mathis trusted her fully. After her day off, Leona returned with a refreshed demeanor. Let's go. The company resumed its journey, fulfilling the former head's will and securing their future. Leona consumed everything in her path, her way of answering the call. Her predecessor had saved and raised her. By sparing Pollard's life, she considered the debt repaid. She knew well that this was the true intention behind the will. As the carriage rolled on, Leona chuckled, recalling the previous night. That was fun. How many times had she engaged in aimless chatter, meaningless conversation? So unlike her. And yet, Incrid, his name lingered in her mind. A man with a plain appearance and a swordsman wielding a rapier exited Pollard's group, heading outside. No one stopped them, though Mathis cast a sharp glare. Let them go. Leona's single command settled the matter. The two ventured beyond the city gates. Despite the season nearing winter's end, it was a harsh road for two travelers. Magical beasts could appear at any moment. Yet they seemed unfazed. Why did you do it? They belonged to the same nation. The swordsman was an exceptional warrior, unfazed by most monsters. The plain man found it curious that someone as indifferent as him had intervened for a stranger, one who could easily be considered an enemy. I just thought it'd be a shame to let it go. Not everything in life ends neatly. Some things are worth stepping into. I see. The plain man nodded. It was time to return. Though their ploy had failed, they had gained valuable insight into the exceptional capabilities of the next head of the Rockfried Trading Company. Information was always invaluable. Incrid returned to his unit by morning. You look like you've had a good time. Rem greeted him enthusiastically. He already knew everything. That much was clear from his opening remark. Was it good? It was easy to misinterpret. Though he had merely spoken with Leona, whatever answer he gave would lead to nonsense. Rem was that kind of person. Instead of replying, Encred grabbed his sword. A duel? You're on, you barbarian. Rem eagerly picked up his axe. He enjoyed being Encred's first sparring partner after a return. This time was no different. As they faced off, Encred reflected on the day he spent with Leona. It was an odd experience. Rest, a break. For once he had forgotten about swords and simply relaxed. They talked all night, engaging in what might be called meaningless chatter. Yet why did it feel like it might work? Spending time with Leona, Encred felt a strange sensation, as though he'd realized something. It wasn't a sharpening of his focus or a newfound clarity. It simply felt achievable. The path of his sword, the steps leading to it, the movement of his shoulders. Everything seemed to coalesce into an answer. What did it mean to be fast? A question he'd pondered since facing a rapier-wielding opponent seemed to reveal itself, albeit imperfectly. Chapter 82. The concept of speed. You seem a bit different. I've seen a lot lately, especially regarding speed. That swordsman was the catalyst, but it started even earlier. Things I'd always observed. Every moment faced during sparring sessions, like axe strikes bending like a whip. The swordsman's blade, Rem's axe, and the experiences and realizations gained on the battlefield. Everything I trained for in solitude and with the isolation technique. All of it coalesced, settling in my mind. An indescribable sensation took root within me, and Encred entered a state of singular focus. A world where only the sword and I existed. Even the feel of the hilt faded. All that remained was the connection of points into a single line. Strength, the essential element to draw that line. The moment I met Rem's eyes, I unleashed it. The tip of my sword traced the shortest path between 2 points. The blade pierced his neck. An illusion unfolded, so vivid it felt real. In the vision, my blade had punctured Rem's neck. He collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. His eyes wide open, frothing blood at the corners of his mouth. No grudge, only pure astonishment in his gaze. Damn, that was really fast. The expletive-laden comment shattered the illusion like glass, pieces scattering to the ground. Beyond the shattered remnants, I saw Rem's astonished expression. It softened quickly, his eyes lighting up like a child, discovering a new toy. What did you just do? A faint mark marred his neck where the blade had grazed. Almost sent me to my grave. Encred responded. Sorry, nearly killed you. I never thought I'd say this, but our little squad leader's got serious skills. Pretty sure I'm older than you, Encred retorted, his height also exceeding Rem's. Interesting guy, aren't you? With a playful grin, Rem suddenly thrust his axe forward. Reflexively dodging, I watched as the axe followed my cheek with an unrelenting whip-like motion. Sparring resumed. For the next stretch, I danced between life and death at the mercy of Rem's axe strikes. Do you understand now what it means to swing fast? Good. Let's keep going. Was this retaliation for the earlier graze, or was there some underlying grudge? Regardless, I didn't back down. Worried you'll kill me again. Don't be. I'll make sure to finish you first. Rem's eyes gleamed fiercely, and his arms moved with precision, not as whips, but as beams of light. Where I had barely evaded before, the axe now found its mark on my neck. Yet it left no wounds, not even a scratch. The axe's edge grazed and pulled back. Its bluntness prevented injury, leaving only a cold imprint. If you cannot completely control the weapon in your hand, you're a fool, Rem declared, signaling the end of the sparring session. Lying on the cold ground, I reflected on the lessons gained. What is speed? My current understanding is trajectory, movement between points. The act of connecting these points in a single motion. Visualizing the line in my mind and executing it seamlessly requires the body to follow. Strength and training were the foundation. The whip-like motion of Ram's axe came from this very basis: muscle, conditioning, and physical prowess. The same attributes Odin had drilled into me. Strength is the foundation for wielding a weapon swiftly and with precision. Embedding the concept of trajectory into motion creates speed. This is speed, fast as lightning. It was part of the quick sword technique. Despite the day's repetition, near-death encounters, and escaping the ferryman's grasp, I smiled. Phew. I felt a surge of pride, not because someone taught me, but because I realized it on my own. A life spent being called talentless, never once imagining I'd reach such heights. The sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. I can go further. Seeing a path forward made my heart race. Rem's parting words became a seed to ponder. Reflection and deliberation were needed. It was time to delve inward. If you don't want to freeze, it'd be best to head inside. A voice broke my thoughts. Jackson, returning from outside, approached me with his usual composed demeanor, the fur-lined mantle on his shoulders billowing in the wind. I nodded from where I lay, rising to my feet. Sheathing my sword, I stretched my stiff neck and followed Jackson into the shelter. Suddenly, a shiver ran down my spine. Goosebumps erupted across my skin, and my body tensed. The sensation was primal, a response born from instinct. I spun around, drawing my blade reflexively. Clang! The metallic ring of steel scraping against the scabbard filled the air. Holding my breath, I exhaled only after confirming my opponent. The source of the killing intent stood 3 steps away. Jackson, as calm as ever, but with his right arm hanging loosely at his side. Not bad. His words left me puzzled, though I understood he'd done something. Could releasing intent alone suffocate a person like this? Carmen's stiletto is an excellent dagger, Jackson remarked, and I realized he was adhering to his promises. Why do you keep honing your senses? How can you avoid a dagger flying from behind without even seeing it? Those were Jackson's words. And now what he demonstrated was likely the pinnacle of stiletto mastery. When one resolves to kill their opponent, an unconscious momentum often accompanies it. We call that killing intent. Momentum, killing intent, malice, and willpower. All similar concepts. Encrid recalled Mathis, the bodyguard swordsman. When Mathis announced his name, his aura alone drew everyone's attention. Jackson had assessed him as someone on the level of a city-level warrior. Perceiving killing intent is key. What you just saw was so blatant even a passing child could feel it and panic. It's only natural. Keep feeling it. Use every sense you have. This is the next stage of blade sense. The door of the 6th sense. Thud. Encrid's heart raced again, as it had when he first conceptualized the essence of speed. I understand. His answer was calm, but his heartbeat betrayed his excitement. He felt as though he might go mad from joy. This newfound passion was perhaps the most significant change in Encrid. Each day had become an unrelenting delight. The thrill of growth he had never experienced before acted as both a whip and a carrot, urging him forward. You can do more. You don't have to stop here, it seemed to say. For what purpose? The goal was clear. Night. That dream remained a shining star within his heart. Let's go inside, Jackson said, heading into the quarters first. When Encrid followed, Odin greeted him with a question. Finished training for the day? Not yet. It was a task yet to be completed, one that would hurl his entire body into a sea of pain. But it was pain he no longer dreaded. The sweetness of the fruits that followed the torment was too alluring. Physical agony transformed into pleasure. Let's begin. He and Odin then began the isolation technique. After their training, Encrid, thoroughly drained, washed up and returned to his bed. But Esther was already sprawled across it, resting her head on her forepaws. Encred reached out to stroke her head. Can. Just as his fingertips neared her crown, Esther swiped at his hand, her claws grazing his knuckles. If she had been serious, she could have severed his wrist instead of merely scratching his hand. Her action was nothing more than a playful protest. What's with you again? He couldn't understand her behavior. Grace chuckled nearby. She's been like that since the enchanting squad leader song. Apparently, the jokesters in the unit had composed a ridiculous ditty about him. You, the conqueror of every woman in town, the hunter who targets every passing lady, the enchanting squad leader. The enchanting squad leader. Cray started the first verse, and Rem chimed in. The lyrics and melody were atrocious, hardly qualifying as a song. Esther despised the song with a passion. At its sound, she let out a shrill cry of protest. Is it because of Cray's? Cray sang terribly, while Rem's deep, manly voice made his parts bearable. What's the story with the squad leader and all these women? Enchanting squad leader, huh? Ragnar joined in, pretending to be curious but only adding fuel to the fire. Shut up. It was better to let the rumors die down naturally than to deny them and risk further escalation. Did you, or didn't you? This needed an answer. It was a matter of Leona's honor. I didn't. You sure about that? I wouldn't lie about something like this. What was the point of lying? Knowing Incred's straightforward nature, Rem nodded, satisfied. Are you impotent? When did you lose it? Is that why? This bastard. It's fine, brother enchanter. God loves everyone, even those who've lost something. Auden chimed in, inexplicably attaching the enchanter title before brother. Cray laughed. Jackson suppressed a grin, and Ragnar, never missing a chance to provoke, added, Then what about the commander? Crazy bastards, Encred muttered, frustrated by the abnormality of his squad. Still, he found solace in the fact that this was preferable to internal discord. Something's changed, Rem remarked, observing Encred as he lay down. I think so too, Ragnar added, with others silently agreeing. Changed? Encred reflected on their words. Had he really changed? You smile more often these days, and there's something else. Had he not smiled much before? Encred thought back to his former self. He couldn't remember much, but one thing was clear. Back then he was clawing through darkness with no end in sight. Now he could faintly see a path ahead, a path that brought immense joy. Always a sword-obsessed madman, but recently it's been more intense. Smiling, improving. Something's definitely changed, Rem concluded. The squad agreed, though Crace quipped. Maybe just a little crazier than before. Encred disagreed. He was nothing extraordinary, just someone who trained a bit more and dreamed a bit bigger. Not that it's a bad thing, Rem added, but Encred ignored him, closing his eyes. Later, Jackson and Cray left for their duties, and Encred quickly fell asleep, as always overwhelmed by fatigue. Esther found him infuriating. Why is it that every time he leaves, there's always some woman involved? Even within the unit, trouble arose. How could he look at other women when she was right there? Once, she had been the epitome of allure. Men lined up to offer their devotion. But now she was a panther. Why do I care? It was a trivial, unnecessary thought. Her goal was clear, to rid her body of the accursed burden. With that resolve, Esther leaped silently into Encred's embrace, pressing against him. Ow! Out! Go to sleep, Esther, Encred muttered, pulling her closer. He's so shameless, she thought, before using her ability to siphon away a fragment of his fatigue, casting it into the void. It wasn't much, but for someone who pushed himself to the brink daily, It made a difference. Chapter 83. He does the ferryman of the Black River mentioned. The sparring sessions with Rem focused on Encrid achieving absolute mastery over his body and sword. The chilling sense of malice that occasionally gripped him came from the piercing gaze of Jackson, lurking somewhere in the shadows, observing him. Jackson had a knack for making one's body freeze up just by staring. Even the slightest lapse in vigilance felt like it could lead to death. Jackson himself did nothing more than stare, yet that alone was maddening enough to drive Encrid crazy. Finding Jackson, who constantly exuded killing intent, became a regular part of Encrid's training. To achieve this, Encrid tried expanding the scope of his hearing and other senses, but failed repeatedly. The concept of the door of the sixth sense remained elusive to him. It doesn't come easily. Jackson persisted with the same unyielding practice. Meanwhile, Encrid began losing weight, a testament to the grueling nature of the training. Difficult as it was to endure, Encrid never told anyone to stop. "Take it easy, you sly stray cat. You're seriously annoying. Did a barbarian sense my killing intent? My finesse must be lacking. You let it slip on purpose and still talk like that. Now where's my axe? I'll split that stray cat head of yours wide open with my—" Watching Encrid wither away, Rem occasionally threw snarky remarks, which inevitably led to more quarrels. Then, as if it were routine, Encrid would hold Rem back, stopping him from rhythmically searching for his axe. "This is my choice," Encrid would say. "Damn it, just don't overdo it, all right?" Coming from someone who said, "Don't overdo it," it was ironic that Encrid rarely had a day without bruises covering his body. This was thanks to Rem's fists and axe. Rem didn't know how to hold back either. Though it seemed hypocritical, Encrid never told him to stop. Had it not been for his training in the isolation technique, he wouldn't have been able to endure any of this. Audin would often check in. "If it's too much, you can take a break, brother." This guy wasn't a saint. He was clearly a demon's priest whispering. "Take a break if it's too hard." And "it's fine to stop" were his constant refrains. But those were the whispers of the devil himself. Maybe I should. When Encrid showed even the slightest sign of giving in, "Well then, we should train your mental fortitude," Audin would say, immediately launching into another bout of relentless exercise. "Mental strength comes from physical power. This is a secret, but I'll share it with you, brother. Mental resilience is actually born from muscles." This offhand remark led to an increase in the day's training weights and a more intense combination of isolation techniques and wrestling. The unhinged priest seemed to take pleasure in tormenting people while imitating a demon. Yet, surprisingly, Encrid didn't resent him for it. Occasionally, just occasionally, when the training became unbearably grueling, Audin's demonic whispers served to reawaken Encrid's resolve. "I feel like taking a break today." Knowing full well how Audin would respond, he sometimes said this deliberately. And Audin, with a wide smile, would reply, "You must be feeling quite capable then." This provocation was inevitably followed by another grueling session, as Audin prepared a regimen that pushed Encrid to his limits. Exhausting. Unbearable. No one could call this anything but arduous. Yet, the results of his training were beginning to accumulate in his body. Even though he still couldn't perfectly defend against Rem's axe when it moved like a beam of light, he could now block 2 out of 3 strikes without losing balance. In sparring with Ragnar, his ability to read moves had improved. Previously, he could barely anticipate the immediate next step. Now, he could string together several feints to manipulate his opponent's actions more precisely. Though Ragnar and Rem were vastly different opponents, both contributed significantly to Encrid's growth. However, detecting Jackson's killing intent remained an insurmountable challenge. The door of the sixth sense, huh? He had experienced countless moments when his entire body broke out in goosebumps. No matter when or where, he felt the need to brace himself for Jackson's gaze and the malice behind it. The thought was chilling. It was as terrifying as the idea of dying from endlessly repeating today. Encrid had encountered assassins twice before. Each time, the situation demanded he repeat today's pattern. Yet, the malice he felt then never matched this intensity. They say well-trained assassins hide their killing intent entirely. Encrid recalled the assassins he'd faced. The first had attacked him at the medical barracks. There was noise rather than malice back then. Was that assassin just clumsy? The second time, he had faced a half-elf who threw whistling knives. Back then, Encrid had focused entirely on tracking every movement, every flick of the fingers. His eyes had been wide open, staring as if to pierce through his opponent. Neither instance aligned with the notion of using the sixth sense. As the brutal winter of the season's end began to give way, the air subtly changed. It wasn't warm yet, but the chill seemed to be lifting slightly. Rain fell when snow was expected, hinting at the arrival of spring and the start of a new year, though the cold would linger for a while longer. This region was known for its prolonged winters. Thinking about assassins naturally led his thoughts to them again. They were said to be relentless, but have they stopped coming? The Greyhounds, Aspen's famed special forces, were notorious for their persistence. Hadn't he experienced their tenacity firsthand? To send assassins after one soldier. Though it remained on his mind, there was no sign of any further attacks. To be honest, Encrid wondered if he could even react, given how consumed he was by training with Rem, Ragnar, Auden, and Jax. Whatever happens, I'll deal with it. For now, worrying about the Greyhounds or whatever else wasn't a priority. It's a gift for tomorrow's me. The time he poured into his body today would be a gift he'd enjoy in the future. Tomorrow's Encrid would embrace today's pain as a source of joy. Mitch Hurrier stood at the center of the training ground, sending the chill of winter into the air. Moving his body and swinging his sword, steam rose from him as the cold was forgotten. He focused solely on the sword, himself, and his opponent. Swing after swing, he continued. Having risen from his sickbed and regained his strength, Mitch Hurrier behaved like a man possessed by his sword. His practice weapon was a thick, weighted blade designed for training. The sword carved several lines through the air before halting, its tip angled sharply toward the sky. Then Mitch's arms bulged with effort as the blade cut downward through the air. Swished from above to below. Anyone with a discerning eye would have shivered at the precision of that strike. The sword drew a perfect vertical line, its tip unwavering. Even after swinging such a heavy weapon for hours, Mitch delivered a flawless strike, astonishing in its precision. Mitch Hurrier had turned his defeat into the foundation for growth. That's why I can't allow myself to die like that. While he lay bedridden, he heard someone had sent an assassin after the man who had defeated him. That knowledge infuriated him. Yet, the assassination had failed. And that made Mitch happy. You should die by my hand. On the battlefield, no less. Since his loss to Encrid, surpassing him had become Mitch's reason for living and his ultimate goal. It looks impressive, but it's also a disgrace. His father harshly criticized him, claiming Mitch had become a madman, swinging a sword mindlessly. Such behavior wasn't what the family patriarch expected from a member of the household. But what did that matter? Better to be an obsessed swordsman than to tarnish the family's honor by sending assassins in the name of the Greyhounds. I'm far more respectable. Mitch smirked. He eagerly anticipated the day he would meet his foe on the battlefield. It wasn't a futile dream. Considering how Aspen was mobilizing its forces after the last defeat, a rematch seemed inevitable. See you on the battlefield. The face of his opponent was etched vividly in his memory. It was one he would never forget. It had been the first time Mitch had lost like that. That defeat had turned him into a training addict who refused to leave the sparring ground. The Greyhounds commander, seeing Mitch's current state, had stopped further assassination attempts. Can you capture him if you meet again? I'll meet him, and I'll kill him. Satisfied with Mitch's response, the commander decided to let the matter rest. There would be no more assassins sent after that soldier. Let's retract the comment about you changing. That seems more accurate. Rem spoke after their sparring session had concluded. It feels like you're in a slump. The foul-mouthed barbarian rarely threw sharp words at Encred, but this time he did. Is it a habit of yours to stop progressing as soon as you improve? Encred chose not to argue back. It wasn't hard to understand why Rem was acting this way. It was the nature of his growth. Just when his instructor began showing enthusiasm, his progress would come to a halt. For an observer, it could be incredibly frustrating. Rem wasn't the only one to feel this way. It's strange how you can't seem to adapt. You absorb the basics so quickly, yet when it comes to applying them, you're stagnant. Normally, a sudden improvement is a sign of talent, but with you it feels like you're just barely keeping up, Ragnar remarked sharply. Even Ragnar, typically indifferent, voiced his opinion, echoing Rem's thoughts. Odin also chimed in with similar sentiments. Brother, making your body move as you envision requires training. Repetition is key. Usually, that's all it takes. But, brother squad leader, you're a bit slow. A roundabout way to say he wasn't making progress. Jackson said little on the matter. After all, the issue of the sixth sense was one that Encred had yet to even grasp at. That morning's training session saw the soldiers, professionals in their craft, dedicate themselves to honing their bodies. As career soldiers, physical conditioning was their livelihood. In the midst of the training hall, Rem abruptly halted. Let's call it a day. Fine. What? Leaving Encred behind, Rem headed to the barracks. It wasn't a matter of giving up. Not at all. He simply realized that simple sparring wouldn't suffice for what they needed now. Real combat, Rem muttered as he entered the barracks. Esther lifted her head slightly to glance at him, and the rest of the squad also cast their eyes toward him. For the first time since joining, Ragnar, Arden, Rem, and Jackson all agreed. When Encred eventually entered, Jackson grabbed his arm. Take a mission, huh? It's time for some real combat. Throw yourself into a battlefield and survive. If only we could, but since that's not possible right now, Rem added, it's necessary. It was clear they were all of the same opinion. Encred was genuinely surprised by their united stance. I knew they wouldn't give up on me, but he hadn't expected them to come together like this. That even the lazy Ragnar was taking the lead amazed him. For the four of them to act as one was a sight Encred never thought he'd witness, not even in his dreams. Not even in his dream. Esther mewed at his feet. Encred picked up the panther and said, I was thinking the same thing. It wasn't about recklessly throwing his life away. Encred had always refined his skills and tested his blade on the battlefield. For someone lacking natural talent, overcoming stagnation required nothing less than relentless effort. If I'm blocked and stuck, he'd keep pushing forward, clawing his way through, just as he always had. Starting tomorrow morning, let's take a mission. A beast hunt would be ideal. Apparently, there's one available, Encred remarked. Encred had already looked into it. You had the idea of combat experience in mind already, huh? Jackson said. Encred scratched Esther's head with his fingers as he responded. Yeah. Jackson had often explained what the sixth sense entailed. To unlock it, one had to step into the realm of instinct. Fighting with all your senses sharpened to a razor edge, repeatedly confronting life and death situations, teaches you how to predict, perceive, and respond on a primal level, Jackson had explained. Even a knight could attain this ability with the right training. Encouraged, Encred resolved to face beasts, whose instincts would undoubtedly challenge his own. Their raw killing intent would be sharper than Jackson's. But, of course, not everything would go as Encred planned. The mission? Handle this for me first. We're short-staffed right now. The squad leader of a neighboring platoon interjected the following morning as Encred searched for a beast-hunting mission. A shoemaker had reported strange noises coming from his workshop at night. The suspicion was an undead-type monster living beneath it. If something like that existed in the city, there'd already be chaos. I know, but still, completing a mission gets you merit points, right? Just take care of it. You'll be doing me a favor, the squad leader added, reminding Encred of a previous encounter involving a stitching job. Reluctantly, Encred agreed, planning to reassure the shoemaker and quickly move on to the beast hunt. As he prepared, Jackson casually asked, "Not going for the beast hunting mission? I'll head there after this," Encred replied. This bout of real combat was sure to help, whether it's my blade senses or how I use my body. He felt that fighting beasts would reveal something crucial. The shoemaker's workshop was an ordinary place, until the owner revealed a hole in the floor leading to a tunnel. "Look here! I found this underneath!" Surprised, Encred peered into the hole to see an artificial cave below. "Let me check it out first," he said. Descending into the dimly lit tunnel, he noted 6 branching paths. What kind of lunatic made this? The tunnels reeked of deliberate design. Encred chose the leftmost passage. The faint hum of vibrations reached him as he walked deeper inside. Soon after, a burst of light and sound erupted. Boom! The heat and force engulfed him, and as his consciousness faded, Encred realized, I died. The last thing he felt was the searing heat. Now he had to figure out how it happened. Chapter 84. A world of life and death deciding to save someone revealed a gap. Ignite. It was an explosion. He relived the moment repeatedly in his mind. It had happened so suddenly, without warning. Even during the previous attempt by the mixed-blood fairy assassin, there had been at least some last words exchanged before death. This time, there was nothing like that. Only the searing pain of burning heat, the agony of a fiery death, remained. Being stabbed by a sword or spear often felt like being impaled by a heated skewer. This time, however, it was truly death by fire. A trap. Judging by the explosion, it must have been a magical one. What's got you so deep in thought? Just thinking about taking on a task. After finishing his morning meal and responding to Rem's question, he headed back to pick up another job. Please, I'm begging you, take care of this for me. The squad leader, known for his stitching duties, didn't hesitate to plead for help. Did he even know about the state of that place? From his sunken eyes and haggard expression, it didn't seem like he was trying to pull a fast one. He merely looked like a soldier worn down by exhaustion. Things seem rough lately? The troublemakers at night have decreased, but we've had an uptick in external threats like monsters and beasts, so more soldiers are being diverted to handle those. The desperation in his voice was genuine. Honestly, even if he was lying, Encred could simply refuse the request. And even if he accepted, as long as he didn't step inside the cobbler's shop, he wouldn't face the same dangers. This seems like a wall I can easily avoid. Thinking so, Encred asked, What if I don't go? Then we shelve it. Some tasks were essential for the soldiers to handle, while others could be delayed or ignored. This one fell into the latter category. Yeah, it's not absolutely necessary. But the cobbler isn't the type to talk nonsense. I'd go myself, but the platoon leader keeps watching me, and I can't get away. He seemed sincere. When Encred didn't respond right away, the stitching squad leader pressed on. You remember, right? That time with the bundle of leather, remember? I remember. He had wondered if the man had gone back to drowning in drink after returning to the city. But here he was, diligently working instead. I'm worried. Just go take a look. He's someone I've known since I was a kid. Fine. He decided to at least check it out. He'd figure out what was going on and decide from there. If it were a standard trap, it would have been poisoned darts or something of the sort. Yet there had been no telltale sound or signs of a trap activating, which meant magic. If it's magic, there wasn't much he could do about it. Thinking about it wouldn't solve anything, though. By the time he reached the cobbler's shop, later than usual, he knocked on the door. No answer. This is the border guard standby force. Open up." After knocking harder and calling out, the door finally opened. Instead of the cobbler, a young woman with long braided brown hair and a face full of freckles stood in the doorway. The standby force. Her wide, deer-like eyes blinked at him. "For a request," he said, glancing inside. The cobbler was nowhere to be seen, only a gaping hole in the floor. "My father said there was something under the shop and went down there." "Damn it!" "Stay here," Encrid muttered, brushing past her and stepping inside. He saw dirt falling from the edges of the hole. Impatient bastard. The cobbler had apparently grown tired of waiting for help and decided to go in himself. "You shouldn't go in there," he said. "It's dangerous," the freckled girl said, her face drawn with worry. She bit her lip and added, "I'll go in and get him. I'll handle it. You stay here." "No, I'm going too." It was clear she wouldn't back down. Rather than waste time arguing, Encrid dove into the hole. Gripping the edge, he slid down the slope feet first. Every movement was fluid and controlled, thanks to the mastery he had gained through the isolation technique. But this wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. As soon as he reached the bottom, his trained ears caught the sound of footsteps. Ahead, he saw the cobbler hesitantly stepping onto a path. Behind him, the cobbler's daughter rushed past Encrid. "Father!" Encrid grabbed her by the waist, pulling her back and shouting, "Stop!" The cobbler turned around, tension and confusion etched on his face. Before anyone could react further, the cobbler took another step forward. With a deafening boom, the air compressed and slammed into Encrid. It all happened in an instant. Fire, heat, and explosions. Whoosh. "Ah!" The cobbler's final cry was cut off as the flames consumed him, along with his daughter. Boom. As Encrid's body burned in the aftermath, he thought about how the explosion would ripple upward. It was a hollow death. As the pain faded and darkness engulfed him, he awoke once more to greet the morning. Had a bad dream or something? Rem's question came from beside him. There was no way he could call it a good dream. In the dream, the ferryman on the Black River had smiled faintly at him. When he had relived days of the past, at least he had started and ended them by his own hand. This time, it felt unjust. It was an unavoidable force, one beyond his control. If left alone, they'll die. The father first, then the daughter. Who knew how far the consequences would reach? Not that it mattered. The moment they died, the task was a failure. I could just ignore it. If Encrid turned away, the two would surely die. And so what? It was a world of death and killing. It was a time of chaos. Encrid, a soldier by trade, had taken countless lives on the battlefield. However, he thought, those people didn't step onto the battlefield to kill or be killed. They were just trying to make a living running their little shop. Encrid understood that the kind of knight he dreamt of being wasn't the chivalrous hero sung about by bards. He had to face reality, especially in a world that had changed so much. Even so, I don't want to lose. He could have turned a blind eye and walked away. After all, what was the big deal? Just a craftsman and his daughter dying, nothing more. But it was happening right in front of him, and only Encrid knew about it. If this were a war, something beyond his power to stop, then maybe he could have let it go. But here, I can stop it. If it was something he could prevent, then he couldn't just stand by. He wouldn't call it chivalry. He'd call it stubbornness. But that didn't diminish his idea of what being a knight meant. Even if no one noticed, if there was something worth protecting, a knight should protect it. Because those who dream cannot betray their dreams, Encrid decided to visit the craftsman and his daughter. "Damn it," Encrid muttered irritably as he started his day. He was annoyed with himself, with the slow steps that had allowed the craftsman and his daughter to die the day before. "You must have had a really bad dream," Rem remarked from behind him. Starting his day anew, Encrid ate and mulled over his plan as he went to take on a new assignment. Should I check each passage one by one? There couldn't be a worse way. He had no idea how many traps the tunnels might contain, but he couldn't think of another solution. It wasn't like he could ask his squad mates for help. What would they think if I told them a shoemaker said there's an undead creature beneath his shop and asked them to come along? At best, they'd mock him. At worst, no one would come. He could force someone to join him, but he didn't want to. Would he lean on his squad mates every time something happened? Or would he face things alone? Is my dream of being a knight one where I stand behind others, running my mouth? Or is it one where I take the lead, wielding my sword? This time, it might not even involve swords. But still, I'll do it alone. I'll protect them. This wasn't something he could rely on his squad mates for. The shoemaker's been on my mind. You know me, he said. I know. How is the snake wine? Delicious. After receiving another task from the sewing squad leader, he practically ran to the shoemaker's shop. Where are you rushing off to? Jackson asked as Encred headed out. To save a damned commoner at a shoemaker's shop? Shoes and boots tormenting the common folk? No, it's the underground passage, Encred thought but didn't say. He headed straight for the shop. Before he reached the door, he heard the sound of a hammer striking the ground. Bang, bang. When he knocked firmly on the door to announce his arrival, the craftsman, sweaty from work, appeared. Come see. There's a hole here. There is. Let me take a look. Encred helped open the hole, hammering and using an iron rod as a lever to lift the planks. Wait here while I go down. If a monster appears, I'll take care of it. Before descending, Encred lit a torch. Flare. Just seeing the flames made him shudder. Once burned alive, twice was more than enough. As soon as he stepped down, an eerie feeling washed over him. A primal, instinctive aversion born of the fear of death. Encred didn't want to enter the tunnel, but he didn't turn back. He pushed through and stepped forward. If he turned away just because he didn't want to, he'd live a life of running. He'd run from death before and regretted it every time. He didn't want to feel that regret again. So, Encred pressed forward. The first passage felt foul the more he looked at it. 6 tunnels branched off, leaving 5 more to check. Where is it? Surely they wouldn't trap all the tunnels while leaving one clear. The second one might be safe. Carefully holding the torch, Encred examined the floor, walls, and ceiling. Nothing obvious stood out. Just identical paths, all dark with no end in sight. Whoever built this crazy space beneath the city, it might even connect to the sewers. Thud. Dust fell from the ceiling above. The passage didn't seem hastily constructed, but would it collapse and bury him alive? For now, he had to focus on the task at hand. He was curious about the person who built this. Let's go. He moved to the second tunnel. The first had erupted in flames. Would this one be different? Standing before the second tunnel, that foul feeling rose again, but he ignored it and stepped forward. His first cautious step yielded no explosion, no fire, nothing. He inspected the surroundings carefully, torchlight revealing nothing unusual. Looking won't help me figure it out. He lacked the expertise to identify traps. He'd only picked up dungeon exploring through mercenary work, but proper trap detection required training. There's no solution to this. He had no choice but to move forward. The ominous feeling weighed on him like a predator waiting to devour him. As he steeled himself to press on, a voice startled him. What are you doing? The craftsman had followed him down. That one question dulled the sharp edge of fear and made the next step feel less daunting. Moments earlier he'd felt so much, but now it was fading. Don't come any closer, he warned. Burning alive with the craftsman once had been enough. As he took another step, that unsettling feeling returned, something indescribable, like he'd made a mistake. I shouldn't have taken that step. And he was right. Whoosh! Like the first tunnel, It exploded in flames, consuming everything. He didn't know what lay at the end of these passages, but the traps were clear. Bang dot way. The noise and fire consumed him. Death was inevitable. I'm a Tolman, or something too. As he died, Encrid let out a brief sigh. Even amidst the pain, his instincts as a beast gave him clarity to assess his situation. After the third today ended, Encrid found himself strangely enlightened as he began his fourth. Chapter 85. The Door of the Sixth Sense, Jackson. As soon as Encrid woke up, he called for Jackson. What is it? The door of the sixth sense. Does it instinctively sense danger? That's where it begins. This was why Jackson had recklessly unleashed his killing intent before. It stemmed from a survival instinct, the primal urge to live, shared by all living beings. If that was the starting point, this must be it. The tingling sensation brushing against his heart, subtle yet distinct. It was fleeting and faint, yet unmistakable. Still, it wasn't something that could be etched into his body in just one attempt. He lacked the talent for that. But Encrid did not waste time lamenting his shortcomings. Reaffirming his lack of talent wouldn't change anything, so he simply moved forward once more. Rising to his feet, he embraced the start of another day. It was time to keep moving. Let's go. Taking on the same request, he grabbed a torch and headed to the cobbler's shop. This was his fourth visit. This time, he arrived before the first hammer strike had even fallen. Let's break through this together. What? Break through what? Ignoring the cobbler's confusion, Encrid joined forces with him to carve a hole into the ground. Thus he found himself once again facing the 6 branching paths. At the first and second passages, the tingling sensation returned, a feeling of foreboding that couldn't be ignored. Encrid couldn't help but smile. So, this is it. This place, where he'd entered out of a simple inability to stand by and let the cobbler die. A place he would have sealed off after a few unsuccessful attempts if not for the spell traps lurking within. But Encrid had no intention of being trapped by this today. This was merely an accident, and accidents could be avoided with determination. He could easily drive the cobbler and his daughter out by force and call for a military unit to investigate the hole. Of course, that was the last resort. Entering blindly would guarantee death because of the spell traps. Even if he wasn't the one dying, Encrid couldn't simply stand by and let others perish. However, calling for a mage, someone worth their weight in gold, wasn't an option either. No mage would respond to a mere squad leader's request, and who would even believe his claim of spell traps? Perhaps my squad or company commander would believe me, he thought. Regardless, this was his conclusion. This place was perfect for honing the door of the sixth sense. Realizing this sent a thrill through him. It had taken only 4 attempts to create a crack in the gate. Now all that remained was to pry it open. So he stepped into the third passage. At that moment, a searing pain shot through him. An invisible blade seemed to slice vertically through his body from above. It was excruciating, unbearable pain. The sound of whistling wind, a chilling sensation spreading through his body, and blood gushing onto the ground as all his energy drained away. Every part of it was agony. And yet, the traces of newfound experience dulled the torment. This is why the repetition of today was not entirely dreadful. He was merely struggling and pushing forward for the sake of tomorrow. On the 5th morning, Encrid resolved not to settle for the present. He set his goal: to open the door of the sixth sense and make it through this tunnel. Anyone who knew would call this madness. But to Encrid, it was simply another moment of training. To move forward. To grow. This was something different from merely struggling for tomorrow. Why are you smiling about a hole beneath my shop? The cobbler asked, confused by Encrid's grin. I enjoy exploring the unknown, Encrid replied casually, brushing off the comment as he prepared to descend again. Be careful. I heard something moving down there. the cobbler warned, grabbing his arm. Sure, I'll be careful. Encred had many things he wanted to test. He descended, facing the passage once more. This time, his sixth sense didn't immediately scream danger. It's as if the gate is partially open, he surmised. From here, he intended to open it completely. Throwing himself blindly into traps had proven ineffective. He had learned that much. This was his fifth attempt. Even if he couldn't finish it here, he would continue to struggle. He refused to waste this moment simply because it could be repeated. Not even for a second. So, what was left to do? Encred spent the entire day walking the passage slowly, deliberately. From the first to the second entrance, from the second to the sixth. Back and forth, over and over again, until all 5 of his torches had burned out. Even as the day stretched on, nearing its end, he persisted. What exactly are you doing? The cobbler, initially bewildered, eventually offered him lunch. At least eat something while you're at it. Even the cobbler's daughter came to express her curiosity. Why is he pacing back and forth like a duck in a stream? By evening, the herbalist from a neighboring shop had joined them to watch. It seemed like a pointless exercise. But Encred focused all his attention on finding even the smallest anomaly. How did the sixth sense detect danger? According to Jackson, it relied on the instinctive processing of sights, sounds, smells, and sensations. The sixth sense identified danger before the conscious mind could. He worked tirelessly to pinpoint that sense of unease. Despite his efforts, nothing happened. Then a thought occurred to him. What happens if I don't die and today ends? It was a curious realization. After countless circuits through the passages, Encred hadn't gained any answers. The tunnel was about 1.5 times his height and extended far underground. He hadn't ventured deep enough to know how far it stretched. The walls and ceiling, though dusty, were sturdy. It felt humid, but there was airflow, and even with a torch, the depths remained shrouded in darkness. What else? The air carried a faint metallic scent, though not overpowering. Was there an undead creature lurking? A priest might have been able to sense it, but Encred, who had devoted his life solely to the sword, lacked such talents. He continued his search, endlessly observing until a sense of discomfort arose. By the time night had fallen, he had found nothing. Aren't you heading back? The cobbler's voice called from the slope of the passageway. Turning around, Encred saw his face peeking down from the incline. Climbing up, he responded. I'm not sure what's inside, but it doesn't look dangerous at the moment. Let's block the entrance and wait until tomorrow. I'll bring reinforcements. Wouldn't it have been better to call for reinforcements instead of lingering around? That would have been the right thing to say, normally. But if reinforcements are called and someone enters the tunnel to cause an explosion, wouldn't that be the end of it? It would be a path to death for all of them. I have something to check. Pretending to be an expert, as if accustomed to this kind of situation, the cobbler nodded, though with suspicion. Once again they blocked the hole and headed back to camp. The moon was visible above. It was a full moon. The weather, which had warmed a bit during the day, turned chilly again as night fell. Encred, tightening his monster leather coat, glanced behind him. It seemed the cobbler had not managed to break through the floor and go down. He appeared to be quite curious. If he had, there would have been an explosion. This raised another question. What happens when the night passes like this? It wasn't even something that could be considered an additional task. Today, repeating as usual, there would eventually come a moment when it would have to end. I should have tested it earlier, but up until now the environment hadn't been right for testing. It had been the battlefield where death was a constant threat. The day was spent avoiding assassins' daggers. When encountering such days, it might feel dull, but Encred remained indifferent. He had trained the same way every time, repeating the same patterns. It wasn't any different from today. You should be off to hunt monsters, right? But instead, did you go to kill Boots? Did you kill them? When he entered the lodging, Rem asked. She seemed to already know where he had gone for some mission. Shaking off the dust from his pants, Encred replied, I killed about 3. It was a fulfilling day. I'm trying sie. Und I still. I don't want to trust you. Let's stop talking. Rem wisely avoided starting an argument he knew he would lose. If he had tried, Encred would have easily won with his sharp tongue. Though he worried that someone might try to kill him to repeat the day, nothing happened, and he slept peacefully. The next morning, when Encred opened his eyes and observed the situation, he muttered to himself, It's repeating. It was the same as the day before. Waking up or dying, perhaps it was all the same. Thus, today began again. Encred wandered again in front of the fork in the road. Though there was no pain of death today, he was still consistent. He still did his best and still fought desperately. Being bound to today was the worst possible scenario for Encred. So how could he break free from this? He knew even without the ferryman telling him. It must be about getting past this place. As the torch went out, the surroundings seemed dark, due to becoming accustomed to the light. Blink, kite. Encred struck a flint to light the torch again and held it. He gazed at the 6 forks in the road. In this case, one of these 6 must be real, right? The easiest way would be to throw himself into each one and check individually. Instead of doing that, Encred sought to sharpen his 6th sense, and it worked to some extent. Ominous. Something was stirring his survival instincts. It was faintly felt on the 6th repeated day. Thus, Encred passed another day that felt much like the others. What have you been doing all day? To calm the confused cobbler, Encred used the excuse he had thought up for today. I'm checking to see what's inside. It looks like there's a trap. It seems like the Thieves' Guild secretly made a hidden passage. So don't go inside. There were other Thieves' Guilds in the city. Not just the Thief Guild of Gilpin, but Encred still used that as a reference. He had named them. It was a plausible excuse. After walking back and forth in front of the tunnel, it wasn't that he had deeply agonized over it, but the result was this. The cobbler nodded. Got it. Back at the lodging, Encred felt Jackson's glare. He had to sense the killing intent emanating from him. It was something that repeated every evening. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he endured, but Encred wasn't planning on sleeping. What would happen if the day repeated while staying up all night? He was curious. So he endured and watched as the dawn came the next day. Naya. Esther approached and lightly tapped his back with her foot. It seemed like she was protesting him not sleeping. Go ahead and sleep first. Encred patted Esther's head as he spoke. Then he waited for the dawn to come. Encred blinked for a moment. Then he saw the Black River. Meaningless. The ferryman was nowhere to be seen, but his words lingered. When he opened his eyes again, "What are you doing?" Though his head felt heavy and his body tired, it was the same repeated day once more. What if I don't blink at all? Then would the day just continue? But how could a person endure without blinking? Even if one became a knight, it would be impossible. Therefore, today's repetition was unavoidable. Is this just living for today? That could work. After all, Encred already knew how to move forward into tomorrow. He once again headed toward the cobbler's shop. Enduring today more tired than before, it wasn't such a hard task. After all, he had fought and ran for days, enduring much worse. Thus, he continued repeating today, over and over again. Since there was no pain of death, was it peaceful? Was he getting drunk on peace, settling into today? No, Encred didn't do that. He didn't change. So, he repeated today, then again and again, and again for 78 repetitions of today. After living a day that passed the same every time. Back at the lodging, Ingrid avoided the killing intent shot by Saxon. 2 steps to the side. It was a trick he could do by sensing the opponent's killing intent carefully. It might have been a coincidence, so Jackson shot the killing intent again. It was a localized threat, expressing his intent to kill if Ingrid crossed a certain line. Ingrid avoided the killing intent as he turned his body. He wouldn't have been able to do it without opening the door to his sixth sense. And he didn't just open it slightly, he had to fully open it to do what he did. What is this? The efficiency of survival instincts is amazing. The answer he gave inwardly was different from the words he spoke out loud. Suddenly, it works. Of course, what he said outwardly wasn't the truth. What he said inwardly was the truth. A trap leading to death. There was no better training tool than that. Ingrid had savored it, chewed it, and enjoyed it. That had unlocked his sixth sense. And now, he could make Jackson's eyes widen like this. Suddenly, could this really happen? No, but it did happen right in front of him. Jackson was stunned, but he didn't show it outwardly. He just nodded. What else could he do? It was done after all. He'd been wondering how to provoke progress, and now it was all useless. I owe you one, Ingrid said, and Jackson felt a little pleased. Of course, he quickly muttered inwardly as usual. What's the point of this? Despite thinking that, Jackson felt somewhat satisfied again. Regardless of the process, Ingrid had opened the door as he wanted. Jackson's lips curled up for a moment before they returned to their usual state. That was his way of showing joy. Chapter 86. What changes when you open the door? The door of the sixth sense. It was opened by sensing what could harm the body, but it turned out to be a sort of antenna that detected movements within a certain radius around the user. Upon opening it instinctively, it became clear what it was. If I use it differently, would it be possible to read the movements of the person behind me? Ingrid visualized Rem's movements in his mind. Picking his nose, flicking it away, squirming inside the warm leather, then raising his head. His gaze stopped on Ingrid's back. Explaining the process in detail would mean he heard sounds, guessed their source, and predicted the person's actions, but the entire sequence happened instantly. This was the door of sixth sense, and what could be achieved by opening it. If this is the case, dodging someone swinging a club from behind wouldn't be too difficult. It was the realm of intuition, instinct, and the subconscious. Finally, Ingrid understood the instinctual hunting method Jackson had mentioned. The door of sixth sense condensed all surrounding information and delivered it directly into the mind. Thus, through focused application, he could even sense Rem picking his nose behind him. Idiots call this a mind's eye, but it's all nonsense. It's just sharper instincts, nothing more. Or so Jackson explained. Naturally, the more it was applied, the wider its range of use became. However, there was something to be cautious about. Trusting your instincts too much can lead to being tricked. Be careful. As he spoke, Jackson placed his left hand on Ingrid's shoulder. Just before Jackson's hand touched, Ingrid had a momentary illusion that he was aiming for his neck instead. A strange deception. In some ways, it was similar to the Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship. But, even after opening the door of intuition, what had changed in reliving today over and over? Nothing. No. Ingrid began living the same day again. The only difference now was a premonition that today's outcome would not be the same as before. In truth, it wasn't just a premonition. He now had the confidence to overcome that fiendish trap. Donning a leather cuirass, a longsword at his left waist, and a thick guard sword strapped to his back, he armed himself. Throwing in a pouch filled with small throwing daggers, 2 knives hidden in his boots, and layering a gambeson over it all, he had the full gear of a light infantryman. The process of arming didn't waste time. He was already accustomed to it. He had quickly devoured his breakfast just for this, and now moved with purpose. If I grab a few more rods on the way? It was a path he had walked dozens of times. Even stopping by a general store on the way was a routine so familiar it had grown tiresome. Are you planning to threaten the cobbler with a sword to coax him? Or fight for your boots and your life? Rem's voice came from the bed, his face poking out as he lazily chattered. I won't return until I've chopped up 10 pairs of boots. It was the same joke they exchanged every day. Even though I keep repeating today, the jokes seem oddly consistent. It hinted at Rem's feelings. The cobbler's shop itself seemed to irritate him more than any looming danger. Just deal with it quickly, and let's go chop off some monster's head, Rem muttered, snorting. Nodding, Encred thought to himself. No one would expect such a den beneath the craftsman's shop. It was only natural. I didn't believe it myself until I saw it. So he couldn't help but wonder what lay beyond it. With a quick gesture, Encred tapped Esther's nose as a farewell, earning a surprised leap backward and a fierce growl that soon dissolved into something adorably ferocious. With a chuckle, he said, I'm off. Stopping by the general store, he purchased 3 rods. 2 were tucked into his waist, and 1 was held like a club as he walked briskly. Finally arriving at the craftsman's shop, he stepped inside. Look here! There's a hole! Exclaimed the startled craftsman. Yes, I see it. I'll check it out, Encred replied calmly. The craftsman, who had been speaking with wide eyes, looked Encred up and down, now struck by his imposing appearance. Are you heading off to war? Even patrol guards didn't arm themselves this thoroughly. With thick layers of armor and weapons, the craftsman couldn't help but blurt out his thoughts. Always give your best, even in small matters. That's what my sword instructor used to say. It wasn't entirely a lie. An instructor he passed by once had said something similar, but in reality, he was simply preparing for whatever might come. There's a deadly trap set up. But don't go inside, even by accident. A glance into the hole, combined with a warning, made the craftsman pale with fear. But how could you know just by glancing at it? Perhaps I rush too much, Encred thought. I specialize in this kind of thing, he replied casually. The craftsman reluctantly nodded, then finally responded with the reaction Encred had anticipated. A trap? What kind of trap? Why is this under my shop? Encred couldn't answer that yet, but he would soon, because now he intended to find out. The trap had been laid, and it had fulfilled its purpose. What was certain was that if there was a trap, there was something to be hidden. Why they went to such lengths to set this up? Pausing for a moment, Encred took a deep breath before continuing. I'll find out now. Curiosity welled within him as he deftly descended the slope. The layout of the tunnels was etched into his memory as if he could see them with his eyes closed. He had wandered through this narrow maze repeatedly while training his intuition. Every contour of the ground was familiar. Once again, he faced the 6 branching paths. The first and second tunnels led to explosions. The third unleashed vertical blades of wind. There was no need to waste more time honing his senses. He'd done enough. Now then, among the 6 paths, where was the safe route? Instead of answering the question he repeated in his mind, Encred found himself wanting to crack open the head of the one who had designed this place. Devious. All 6 paths were traps. If his instincts were not failing him, that was the truth. Having lived through dozens of these same days, Encred had naturally tested his instincts as well. He had to confirm whether his sense of danger was accurate. And indeed it was. Encred learned that even the 6th path was wrong. Entering the 6th passage unleashed a hazy smoke from above. The moment it touched the skin, blisters erupted. Breathing it in delivered a pain far surpassing the sting of swords or the thrust of spears. It was a toxic mist of excruciating agony. Every single path emanated a sense of foreboding. There was no way forward. They were all blocked. Should he stop here? Was he trapped? Was there nothing more he could do? He instinctively knew the answer. To move beyond this cave was the only way to escape today. Stopping here with the paths blocked meant being trapped in this endless cycle. His opponent wasn't a skilled soldier adept at thrusting. It wasn't a silent assassin creeping in the dark. Nor was it a hostile army encountered on an unfavorable battlefield. It was merely a trap. A stationary, mindless spell trap devoid of reason or will. Ancred stepped before the first passage. One wrong move, and I'm roasted. Spell traps. How did they activate? Having opened the door to his intuition, he could perceive them from the realm of instinct. There was no need for a torch. Ancred took a step into the passage. Sweat dripped down his forehead with every step he took. It felt as though he were threading his way through razor-sharp blades that could cut him with the slightest touch. The activation mechanism of the trap was detection. He moved, avoiding the areas that triggered a sense of foreboding. Channeling a point of focus and letting the courage of the beast fill his heart, his steps remained steady. By opening the door of his intuition and focusing, he navigated the gaps in the spell traps. To anyone watching, his steps would seem like a zigzagging walk, but to Ancred, it felt like traversing a tightrope. Yet, even so, he thought it was manageable. Instinct and intuition guided him. How many people could overcome such traps with sheer instinct? The sense of accomplishment filled his chest, though he knew now wasn't the time to indulge in such feelings. First one's done. He lit a torch and peered into the darkness ahead. The foreboding sensation from earlier had vanished, but there was still something ahead. He could feel it in his gut. Walking cautiously forward, he soon saw the creature waiting for him. Grurk. It had a hunched back with sharp, bone-like spikes protruding where its spine should be. Even in the flickering torchlight, its pale blue skin stood out. Its jaw was several times larger than a human's, drooling thick saliva, as if savoring its prey in advance. Its nails were long, its forearms thick, and its eyes pitch black. Between its cracked skin, strands of muscle gleamed faintly. Its stooped posture caused its fists to drag along the ground. A ghoul. In this world, there existed beasts and monsters. According to theologians, they were born from the deaths of gods, who once killed one another in ancient times. That wasn't something Ancred cared about. What mattered was that such creatures existed. If it resembled a beast, it was called a demonic beast. Everything else was labeled a monster. Among them, ghouls were cannibalistic monsters that fed on humans. Why the hell were you popping out here? Could it be considered undead? The craftsman's prediction was half right. There was indeed a monster below, though it wasn't a skeletal soldier but a ghoul. Monsters had no intelligence for conversation. They only lunged at prey. Grah! Ghouls fed on humans. Their flattened noses, appearing more like holes stuck to their faces, were highly sensitive to the scent of humans. Smelling prey, the creature charged. The cave wasn't so narrow as to restrict movement, but there wasn't enough space to dodge freely or swing a sword wildly. However, there was still room to adapt. Shing, clang, doi. As the ghoul lunged, Ancred unsheathed his longsword, angling it diagonally in front of him. Three. Behind the first ghoul were two more. Generally, taking down a single ghoul required 2 or 3 spearmen. An experienced soldier might manage alone, but strategically, it was better not to attempt it. Of course, if it came down to it, punching the ghoul in the face would be the last resort, just as Ancred was doing now. Whack! Angling his blade forward, he drove it into the first ghoul's chest. Gripping the sword with only his left hand, he pressed it diagonally downward, forcing the creature to its knees with a guttural scream no human vocal cords could replicate. Even so, the blade didn't cleave through completely, and his left arm bore the strain of the effort. With one ghoul subdued, the second swiped its claws, but Encrid had anticipated it. Pivoting on his left foot, he twisted his body to evade and delivered a crushing punch with his free right hand. Crack! The punch landed squarely, snapping the creature's head back and momentarily disorienting it. While the third ghoul stretched its unnaturally long arms toward him, Encrid sidestepped the swipe with a mere tilt of his head. Having created an opening, there was only one thing left to do. One at a time. It was a simple matter of killing them. Had this been in the past, truly the past before he began repeating today, he would have been dead already. But now his body, armed with experienced swordsmanship and martial arts, had reached a whole new level. Gripping the sword with both hands, he brought it down with all his strength. Squelch. Grah. The blade tore through one ghoul, splitting it from chest to groin as violet entrails spilled out. The fallen torch illuminated the remaining two creatures, their shadows stretching long behind them. Unfazed by fear, the monsters charged again. Having already dispatched one with ease, Encrid's sword danced once more. He sidestepped the second ghoul, delivering a horizontal slash to decapitate it, and tripped the final one with a sweeping kick before stomping down hard on its head. Thud! The skull didn't quite burst like a pumpkin, but JKK arc. Black fluid oozed from the cracked head. Now I'm really curious. Muttering to himself, Encrid drove his sword vertically into the last ghoul's head. Crunch! The blade pierced through the skull and lodged into the ground. Encrid twisted it to ensure the creature was thoroughly dispatched before withdrawing it. 3 ghouls. A battle that would normally require at least 6 lower-ranked soldiers was easily won by Encrid alone. Even though a ghoul's claws were laced with poison, not a scratch touched him. It was a testament to his training and progress. Though it was a shame no one was there to witness it, he figured the hidden foe within this cave would soon see the cruelty of his blade. After steadying his breath, he wiped the ghoul's black fluid from his sword using a scrap of linen. Then, with no hesitation, he stepped further into the cave. Beyond this place lay tomorrow. Chapter 87. The law of killing the ones who must die. It's about reading your opponent and responding accordingly. While taking hits from Riembine. While learning about instincts from Jackson. While straining his body through Auden's isolation technique. And even while earnestly learning swordsmanship from Ragnar. Though progress was another matter entirely, his diligence remained unwavering. Don't you feel frustrated? Ragnar often asked Encrid that question. Frustrated? He had no reason to be. Ragnar's teachings were not just about mastering the basics, but also about showing the way forward. A guidepost. How long had he wandered, clueless and lost? Now, with every step he took, new paths became visible, and it brought him nothing but joy. How should one respond to a descending sword? What should one do if the opponent is a beast? What about an ambush from behind with a spear? How should one extend their sword in different situations? Once the basics are mastered, the next step is learning how to apply them. No one can prepare for every situation. It's all about grasping the essence, the technique. Of course, it was far from easy. I thought this would be over quickly, Ragnar had said. But there was no chance of that. Encrid knew his talent was subpar. If his abilities had been average, would he have struggled so much? Probably not. Still, he bore no resentment. Instead of wasting time complaining, he would swing his sword one more time. The application of swordsmanship only holds meaning when you can read your opponent's moves and respond. Whether the opponent was a beast, a monster, or an enemy soldier, one simply had to observe their movements, discern truth from deception, and then slash or stab them with the sword. Ragnar never tired of teaching, and though Encrid was equally tireless, his progress was excruciatingly slow. He knew he was slow and lacking. He also knew he had to work several times harder than others. Thus he turned everything around him, every situation, every environment, and even fleeting moments into tools for growth. And so, Encred pressed on. Digging deeper into the cave, they pressed forward. 4 wolf-like beasts leapt out. Growl. They barked like dogs and charged without giving a moment's respite. The dynamic movement of the wolves, kicking up dirt as they dashed forward, would send shivers down anyone's spine. Their savage eyes radiated ferocity, and their tongues hung out between jaws, dripping with saliva. Their yellow teeth glinted red in the torchlight. Heart of the beast. This bravery, born from his training, allowed him to face down even imminent danger without flinching. Even now, Encred remained calm. In the span of a few breaths, the wolves had already closed the distance. He combined the instinct of his swordsmanship with his innate reflexes. His reactions derived from his courage were almost reflexive. He believed even this would serve as a foundation for growth, using it as part of his training. There's no better practice than real combat. The only downside was that it always came at the risk of death. But wasting today was unacceptable. If he had desired a mundane life of tilling fields and praying for blessings, he would never have dared to dream. He cherished each day, even as he risked his life to move forward. This was the only path Encred had to sing his dreams. He wasn't throwing himself into death, but rather staking his life to survive, trusting his instincts, following his reflexes. Snap! The sound of the wolf's jaws snapping shut echoed inches away. Encred dodged the beast's bite by stepping back with his left foot, then swung his elbow to bring his sword crashing down from above. Whack! Thud! Instead of the blade, the flat of the sword struck the wolf's skull, sending it sprawling to the ground. Taking a step to the left, Encred positioned himself so the torchlight illuminated the area. One of the wolves lunged with its forelegs, narrowly missing his abdomen. The force of the blow would have shredded his gambeson into tatters. The beasts resembled monstrous predators with animalistic traits. 2 of the wolves cunningly circled around to attack his rear. Thinking they had found an opening, they bared their knife-like teeth, sharper and denser than ordinary wolves, aiming for Encred's thighs. Whoosh! A sharp whistle filled the dimly lit cave as Encred spun and threw his hand forward. A throwing dagger pierced the forehead of one of the wolves with a dull thud, its speed blindingly fast. The other lunged simultaneously, but Encred avoided its teeth by pulling back his thigh and struck its head with a rising knee, combining evasion with attack. Thud! The wolf, though stunned, didn't retreat. Instead, it pressed its muscular forelegs toward Encred's foot. Encred stepped back, avoiding the claws aimed at his foot, and positioned himself between the 2 remaining wolves. He was surrounded. Despite the dire situation, Encred's gaze wasn't fixed solely on the wolves. Focus, and more focus. He no longer experienced the slowed perception of time, nor did the surroundings dissolve into lines and points. However, the wolves' movements were vividly clear to his eyes. Encred could predict their next actions, as if they were already drawn in his mind. With their movements visible, his response became straightforward. No need for feints or elaborate strategies. He let his sword hang loosely and swung it in a wide arc. The cave was too narrow for horizontal strikes, but tall enough for a vertical sweep in a semicircular motion. The longsword, designed to crush in a single strike, did its job. Slash! Crack! The wolf on the receiving end of the blade was cleaved from chest to jaw, while the second one had its head shattered by the descending blow. If his timing had been off, he would have been mauled by at least one of them. This strike was sheer force turned into a spectacle. Phew! Encred exhaled the breath he had been holding, calming his pounding heart. One wolf remained. The lone survivor hesitated, giving Encred the chance to dart forward. Curiously, he ran not straight at the wolf but to its left. The wolf, seemingly oblivious, turned toward the same direction. Pivot on the left foot. In a state of heightened focus, guided by instinct and accumulated experience, he followed through. Pivoting on his left foot, Encred thrust his sword forward. The blade plunged into the wolf's gaping maw, piercing through its head and emerging from the back of its skull. Squish! The wolf's weight bore down on his arms as he withdrew the blade, letting the lifeless body drop to the ground. He stepped on the wolf's head to free his sword, blood dripping onto the cave floor as the beast's corpse quivered in its final moments. The last wolf's life ebbed away with a whimper. Lowering his arms, Encred reflected on what he had just done. I can see. The wolf beast's movements were simple, instinctual, driven by primal urges. This simplicity resonated with Encred's sixth sense, combining pinpoint focus with an innate intuition. It resulted in a series of strikes that leaned entirely on these instincts and sensations. I can do this. Right now, he felt he could demonstrate the adaptive swordsmanship Ragnar had spoken of. Reading the opponent's intent and movements was the key. What remained was merely to bring down his sword, trained through countless fundamentals. Deception followed a similar principle. It's something you already know. You're just in the process of formalizing it and ingraining it into your body. Ragnar's words echoed in his mind. Yes, he had done this before. But there was a stark difference between doing something unknowingly and doing it with conscious understanding, like the difference between a house cat and a tiger. Clenching and unclenching his fist, Encred revisited those words repeatedly. Even as he held the torch and moved forward, his mind was constantly painting an image of his sword. Mastering it in one attempt was a privilege of the gifted. For him, contemplation and repetition were the paths forward. To Encred, every moment became an opportunity for training. No more monsters or beasts appeared in his path. Instead, he found a passage connected to the sewers at the corridor's end. It was here that something beyond swordsmanship came into view. Whoever did this, they're insane. Digging such a tunnel, it was incomprehensible. Spell traps were expensive, far from being mere cheap rodent snares. Yet someone had set them across all 6 branching paths, blocking every route. Even the wealthiest merchants in Krona wouldn't engage in such extravagance. And with ghouls, beasts, and man-eating monstrosities stationed here, the question loomed. What were they guarding so desperate? The answer began to surface. You're out of your mind, Encred muttered as he reached a sewage pathway reeking of foul odors. By the torchlight he saw what looked like laundry strung across the space. But it wasn't clothes. These were body parts, human entrails, flesh and bones, arranged in grotesque displays. Even Encred, who had seen his share of horrors, felt bile rise in his throat at this abomination. This bastard. He must die. This wasn't just an act of madness. It was something no knight could overlook. Dreams didn't make someone a knight, but neither could a knight ignore such atrocities. Amid the carnage, there were intact human bodies, though lifeless. One of them seemed alive, blinking and attempting to speak. Kirk! It couldn't form words. Unsurprising, since it was nothing but a head. The sight of it blinking and moving its lips was grotesque in itself. Kirk. What was it trying to say? Encred couldn't even guess. If it were him in such a state, he'd likely beg for death. He couldn't fathom how it was functioning, nor did he want to. The threads piercing through the skull weren't something he wanted to understand. Even with all he had endured, this horror was revolting. What the hell are you? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Encred turned toward its source, a man at the end of the passage amidst the morbid decorations of human corpses. It was a pale young man with long hair draped in a dull green robe. This place, it's your handiwork, isn't it? Encred asked. The man seemed to ponder for a moment before speaking, his words mingling with muttered musings. How did you get here? Is it divine providence? A god must love me, delivering a test subject straight to my door. Let's see. You're from the standing army, aren't you? A well-trained body. Excellent. Oh, yes. Perfect. The young man's voice was light and cheerful. He sounded like a blacksmith admiring fine steel or a merchant celebrating a lucrative deal. At the same time, he resembled a pure-hearted youth confessing his feelings. The juxtaposition was unsettling. What should I turn you into? Raising his torch high, Encred glimpsed a shadow behind the man. A grotesque figure stitched together from various body parts leaned against the wall, motionless with its eyes closed. Beautiful, isn't it? That's my masterpiece in progress. Its name is Vamilo. Encred reached a conclusion. No more words were necessary. This lunatic. He hurled the torch at the man. The torch spun through the air, its fiery trail arcing toward the madman's head. Thud, die, pee. With a simple gesture, the man deflected the torch. He's a mage, but that didn't change anything. A man who deserved to die must die. Even after seeing the torch flung away with a wave of the hand, Encred didn't stop. He charged forward, lowering his body to the grimy sewer floor and propelling himself closer. Splashing through filth, he reached the mage in a flash. Using his momentum, he swung his sword upward in a diagonal slash, cutting through the darkness left by the extinguished torch. Esther usually stayed close at night, but on days when Encred was in the city, she often lingered nearby. Of course, there were days she didn't. It's enough to stick close at night. She didn't need to be with him all the time. On what would have been an uneventful day in the barracks, something changed. Stay safe, she said, watching Encred leave. But then, in a moment of carelessness, he flicked her nose with his finger. This bastard, see you later. And with that, he was gone. Curious about what he was up to, Esther decided to follow him. Her silent pursuit was born of simple curiosity, sparked by Encred's unpredictable nature. Blending into the shadows of the alleys, the Black Panther moved nimbly, unseen by others. She followed him underground, drawn by the strange magical scent emanating from his destination. The deeper she went, the more she realized something was amiss. If she didn't intervene, the man she had chosen might die. That would be troublesome. For now, she decided to observe. When she saw Encred fighting ghouls, she thought to herself, has he improved? Though she wasn't versed in swordsmanship, she had watched him every day and could tell he has grown. But when he fought the wolf beast, something unusual caught her attention. What's this? Encred's movements were almost otherworldly. Even in the heat of battle, he emerged unscathed, his armor bearing only superficial scratches. Is the beast just incompetent? No, that didn't seem to be the case. And yet Encred pressed on, eventually reaching the site of the grotesque carnage. Esther wasn't shocked. She'd seen her share of insane mages before. Still, the sight of Encred confronting a mage made her pause. Should I help? Expending even the meager power she had regained would delay her return to her true form. For now she chose to wait and watch as Encred engaged the madman. But as the fight unfolded, she found herself captivated by him, her sharp eyes hidden in the shadows of the darkened sewers. Encred, the man who never ceased to surprise her. Chapter 88. Bonehead. He planned to finish it in a single strike, having already closed the distance. Encred raised his sword, but something struck his face before he could swing. It was a heavy blow, akin to being punched by Emma Arbando. Encred fell backward, landing on his rear, and immediately felt another weighty impact on his head. Reflexively, he tucked his chin and rolled to the side. Thud. Once again an invisible force, an intangible shockwave, struck where he had been a moment before. The area was free of filthy sewage, but the damp earth splattered onto his face. Encred squinted with one eye, his gaze darting around. It's invisible, he thought. It had to be magic, A reasonable conclusion given what he saw. A disembodied head with a moving mouth. Who else could pull off something like that? You dodged. Great. Now you'll just make things harder for yourself. Stay still, and it won't hurt as much, the male mage said, waving his hand. Without being able to see it, Encrid had no way to block the attack. He rolled to the side again. A sharp blade of wind sliced through where he had just been standing. Of course, Encrid didn't know what it was. He only knew it was some kind of spell. What do I do now? Encrid recalled the countless swordsmanship instructors he had encountered, who all had the same advice about dealing with mages. Mages? There's only one way to handle them. Run. Don't look back, just run. Don't fight them, unless you want to spend your life barely alive, suffering endlessly. If you're lucky, you'll die. If you're unlucky, don't even imagine it. Even renowned names among his teachers warned him of the dangers of mages and their spells. However, his chaotic squadmates had a different perspective. Shoot them with an arrow, said Rem. Kill them when they're not looking, said Jackson. If you must fight, get in close, was Odin's advice. And Ragnar, killing them is the same, just cut them down. In the end, the consensus was clear. Avoid mages whenever possible. But if you had to kill one, Ragnar's advice was the most straightforward. They'd die when you cut them. So that's what he would do. Running away wasn't an option. If he left the mage alive, the same thing would happen repeatedly. People would be torn apart like old rags and left strewn about like broken cloth. He thought of the cobbler and his daughter. If the mage was left unchecked, they would be the first to die. The cobbler and his daughter. For days, Encrid had observed them from afar. Even without direct interaction, they prepared meals for him and left behind their worries, despite having no idea about his struggles. No, they wouldn't understand. But that didn't matter. Even if no one else understood, there were things worth protecting. That was Encrid's dream, the path he chose, and the destination marked by his internal compass. Now, don't run. Be good. It'll be fine, the mage said, snapping his fingers. A bright light flared above the sewer, far brighter than a torch. The illumination cast shadows across the damp floor. The mage showed neither a smile nor anger. To him, this was just work. Watching the mage, Encrid honed his focus, throwing open the gates of his sixth sense. The mage paid no attention to Encrid's movements. To him, Encrid was merely an experiment, a bug, a hunk of meat. That's all the mage saw. As the mage moved his hand again, an invisible shock wave blasted toward Encrid. Boom. Luck seems to be on your side, the mage thought, seeing Encrid dodge the spell with a quick sidestep. In reality, Encrid was relying on a strange sense to guide his movements. It's invisible. Just because it couldn't be seen didn't mean it wasn't there. A small realization struck him. If it couldn't be seen, could it still be felt? Combining his focus with his sixth sense, he sought to predict the mage's next move, just as he had once done with wolf beasts. This time, he watched the necrophile mage's gestures, predicting his next action, trying to feel something, anything. The mage shaped wind into blades, sending them flying in 3 curved trajectories. The blades were sharper than a reaper's scythe, capable of slicing through even his reinforced cloth armor, like paper. But Encrid rolled to the side, avoiding them. Dodged again? The mage muttered, continuing to wave his hands. Invisible shockwaves and blades of wind rained down on Encrid, but he avoided them all. It wasn't luck. It was a sense beyond his 5 senses, a sixth sense. His half-lidded eyes, twitching ears, and goosebump-covered skin combined to detect the mage's tricks. All the while, he searched for a way to kill his opponent. A simpler option might have been to throw a dagger and end it. But his instincts warned against it. No, that won't work. His sixth sense told him the dagger wouldn't kill the mage. What then? was the best option. While he wasn't sure if this was natural, his instincts guided him through the mage's spells. The mage's antics, though magical, weren't fundamentally different from arrows or blades. If they were like the blunt weapons or swords, are they truly dangerous? Not really. He could avoid them. Even Mitch Hurrier's sword was sharper. So he evaded them. If a dagger wouldn't work, it was time to recall Auden's advice. Get in close. Dodging, he pushed off the ground in a single explosive move. He saw the mage's eyes widen in shock. "You little—" The mage was startled as Encrid closed the distance in a few swift steps, avoiding invisible spells while raising his sword. The soldier's blade was now within a threatening range. This was Encrid's range, a swordsman's range. Whoosh! As the longsword descended toward the mage's head, the mage shouted in panic. Devour! Powerful mana and the mage's chant combined, manifesting into the world. The spell should have carved out a portion of Encrid's innards. It wasn't something instinct alone could dodge. Yet nothing happened. Well, not quite nothing. Ah! The mage staggered, confused. The spell, instead of hitting Encrid, rebounded, striking the caster. Through the torn cloth of his armor, the mage glimpsed black leather underneath. A faint magical aura radiated from it. What? What are you wearing? Something good, Encrid replied, noticing the mage's eyes fixed on his armor, which had seemingly nullified the spell. Encrid was quick to pick up on things, and even quicker to act. Swish! The sword cleaved through the air. The forged weapon, tempered by fire and hammer, descended mercilessly. Crunch! Crack! The blade severed and crushed the mage's head. Despite resistance mid-swing, Encrid overpowered it with brute strength. As death overtook him, the mage lamented his fate in silence. There's still so much I've prepared. Vermillo! Vermillo! The magician even tried to wake the creation he named Vermillo. Of course all attempts failed. The dead can do nothing, not even magicians. A dead person's delusions cannot influence reality. You seem disappointed, Encrid remarked, kicking the dead magician's body. Afterward, Encrid stripped off his torn gambeson. It was so shredded that even using it as a rag would be pointless. He felt no satisfaction. There was barely any relief at having survived. A threat to his life? It had existed, but he had overcome it. The only feeling left was that he had done his duty. He had killed the one who needed to be killed. That was all. Before cleaning up. This magician wasn't one to go down without laying traps, Encrid thought. He carefully searched the area, wary of triggering any hidden traps. Eventually, he found a thick brown book, a pouch containing 5 gold coins, a black wooden staff, a few blue and white stones, and a pair of brown gloves. Encrid took everything worth taking. The rest? Yuna identified herbs and suspicious items that gave him no inclination to touch them. As Encrid cleaned and sheathed his sword, there was a loud clang as the blade broke in the middle. Damn it! A sigh escaped his lips. It wasn't due to careless use of the sword, but he had felt a peculiar resistance while cutting the magician. Could that have been the cause? He couldn't be sure. Regardless, it seemed he'd need to buy another sword using the magician's gold coins. Maybe I should try reforging it, he mused. The sword was made of Valorese and steel, so repairing it might restore its usability. With that thought, Encrid turned and left. His abdomen throbbed from the impacts he'd taken, and his head pounded. But it wasn't unbearable. Not long after leaving, Encrid returned. The light still on? The magical glow above remained unchanged. Squinting upward, he noticed a glowing stone floating mid-air. A floating magical artifact? It reeked of value. Well then, the stone was only about the size of a fist. With a quick jump, he caught it, and even in his hand it continued to emit light. At least it would make a convenient torch. Encrid resumed his trek back, his footsteps echoing softly. Much later, a lake panther, resembling a sleek black cat, descended to the ground.
Did he evade the magic?
Esther was astonished. She had never imagined encountering someone capable of such a feat. Of course, the opposing magician's skill had been lackluster, but still, she reminded herself, it's only natural I don't know everything. She had lived a secluded life, not one of worldly exploration. It made sense that somewhere there would be someone with such unusual abilities. Regardless, a stroke of luck. Esther reveled in magical knowledge and exploration. Once, her curiosity about another magician's grimoire had even led her to steal some. Using her claws, she sifted through the magician's belongings but scoffed. Amateurish. To her, the items were unimpressive. The true treasure wasn't any of those things but rather the creation the magician had called Vermillo, a creature stitched together from beasts, monsters, and human remains, designed to bolster a magician's physical weaknesses. Such constructs were commonly referred to as flesh golems. Repulsive to most, but highly practical for a magician. Esther, summoning her remaining strength, etched a magical circle onto the golem's forehead with her claw. It was a ritual that connected her inner magical realm to another dimension, transporting the construct there. The magician had been a fool. Had he activated the golem earlier, Encrid would have stood little chance. Of course, Esther wouldn't have allowed that to happen either. As the ritual completed, the golem began to crumble and vanish, its remains dissipating like dust. All that remained was the impression where it had sat. Panting heavily, Esther was utterly drained. She had used up the last of her mana. The only thought on her mind was to return to her lodging and rest. Still, she couldn't resist one final remark. She named it after the magician who created the golem, ensuring she would never forget his ineptitude. Bonehead. Of all the magic practitioners she had observed, he was the most idiotic. There was a magician in the city sewers? Yes. And you killed him? Yes, I did. Encrid spoke matter-of-factly, and his platoon leader responded with equal indifference. After stepping away to confirm the report, the platoon leader left Encrid to clean up and check his equipment. He had considered assisting with a beast extermination task, but with his sword broken, finding a replacement became his priority. Rem asked when Encrid returned to their lodging. I fought a war with a pair of boots. A war? Were they ego boots? Did they put up a good fight? The term ego boots was a playful jab at the legendary ego swords, which were said to think and act independently. Not just Rem but others in the room stared at Encrid, curious about what had happened. I'll file my report and return, he said, avoiding further questions. Whereas Esther? He asked before leaving. Auden lounging in a corner, replied. She often goes out, but... Don't worry. It was a reassurance. Esther was clever. Too clever to fall victim to trouble. Upon returning to the captain's office, Encrid saluted when his superior entered. Everything was there. Spell traps and the dead magician. I see. Magician. He was a potential threat beneath the city. Understood. Good work. As the platoon leader joked, Encrid gave a formal salute, pressing down on his sword hilt and bowing. Back at the lodging, he explained the situation to his squad mates, who were shocked. A magician? In the sewers? And you just cut him down? Impressive work, brother. Why the magician had been there remained a mystery even to Encrid. After resting for 2 days to recover, Encrid attempted to have his sword repaired, only to receive complaints from the blacksmith. This is beyond repair. What did you do? Kill a magician? When Encrid nodded, the blacksmith gave him a skeptical look. Even if that's true, do I look like someone who can forge weapons to counter magic? Encrid shook his head, and the blacksmith continued, You shouldn't keep doing things like that. This sword is useless now. I can make you a new one, but it'll have to be standard steel. No Valerie-san metal available. It was disappointing news, as Valerie-san's steel was rare and valuable. Too bad, but it's fine. Wait a few days. Someone I know might bring some Noir Mountain iron. It's pricey, though. Better come prepared. The mention of Noir Mountain iron made Incrid's mouth water. Stronger than regular iron, it was highly sought after for weapons, second only to Valerie-san's steel. Leaving the blacksmith's shop, Incrid was stopped by a familiar voice in the marketplace. Hey, soldier! Chapter 89. No time to regret the past formation, now. The commanding officer's shout echoed. The approaching threat was 8 wolf monsters. Monsters or beasts are always intimidating, especially in a city like Border Guard, which sees frequent traffic from merchants and nobles. Therefore, the surrounding monsters need to be dealt with swiftly. Why are they so active in winter? One of the soldiers muttered as he set his spear in position. To Incrid, it sounded like an intentional remark meant to ease his nerves. Following orders, 20 soldiers formed a solid defense against the wolf monsters. Typically, monsters are faced in battles of one against many. The squad leader was the type to stick to basics, and Incrid found that uncomfortable. This is the first time for something like this. It wasn't about the practice. It was the desire for real combat, the kind that made him want to charge out and draw his sword. The thrill of battle, the time spent organizing what was gained from bloodshed, the very moment of taking a step forward. Those were the things Incrid yearned for. It wasn't about jabbing at the monster's hide with a spear. This didn't help. He was even starting to feel bored. Normally, seeing such monsters would have made his legs weak, but unlike usual, who followed orders quietly, was giggling beside him. "Your face looks like you're frustrated," Rem said. Under normal circumstances, Incrid would have been told to stab the monsters in the eyes, but his frustration made words slip out. "Can you see that? Looks like the squad leader's turned into a rough stone now." Rem giggled, adding something else. "Did you not know that between being exceptional and being crazy is just a fine line?" He didn't know. What would happen if he jumped right into the middle of the 8 wolves? With the assumption that Ram would back him up, he would probably be much quicker than poking at them with 20 spears, one at a time. If this was the approach, how long would it take to clear the surrounding monsters and beasts? It would take a while, wouldn't it? It felt like wasting time. Having been trained on defense formation so thoroughly, Incrid naturally carried out his soldier's duty in the formation, but the frustration remained. Rem kept giggling beside him, and it felt as though he was pushing him. Why was he following along like this? Incrid thrust his spear forward. The spear's tip, energized, grazed the wolf monster's front paw. Roar! Reacting to the pain, the wolf monster bared its fangs, and the squad leader, seeing this, aimed for its head, thrusting the spear deeply. But the cunning wolf monster dodged by retreating. That was enough. Incrid allowed his thoughts to wander. Otherwise, he felt he couldn't suppress the urge to rush forward and draw his sword to cut it down. The image of the panther he had raised accidentally crossed his mind. Esther. After splitting the crazy mage's head in the sewer and returning, the lake panther had come back exhausted. It smelled foul, like it had eaten rats from the sewers. It had been so caught up in hunting the city rats that it collapsed, lying on the ground, barely breathing. Seeing that, Incrid had soaked dried meat in water and fed it to Esther. Esther gratefully accepted it. What kind of things was I doing? Clang! His wandering thoughts were interrupted. The wolf monsters had approached within range of his spear. Incrid pushed aside the image of Esther and thrust the spear into the approaching wolf's head. Thud! The hide on its head tore, and blood splattered. "Don't take my position." The commanding officer's voice rang out. The unit, maintaining distance while poking their spears at the approaching monsters, wasn't engaged in an easy battle. The wolves, having been stabbed a few times, withdrew. This was the right way to do it. It was the proper method. But Encrid still felt frustrated. He saw the commanding officer leading the soldiers. The man looked physically fit, his appearance quite dignified. Was he from the 2nd or 3rd squad? With frustration building up inside, Encrid played with his spear. He couldn't consider it refined skill. It was just stabbing and pulling, nothing more. It felt like wearing clothes that didn't quite fit. The spear didn't feel comfortable in his hand. If he had used spears more often, he thought, he might have been worse with them than with a sword. Ragnar had once said, "Whether it's a sword or a spear, the weapon you use can make a difference in how it feels in your hand." Usually, knights are encouraged to wield a variety of weapons. So, he had learned the basics, but only the sword felt like it truly belonged in his hand. A sword, purely a sword. It felt like meeting an old friend he had known for a long time the moment he gripped it. The joy, the excitement, the expectation, the warmth of the sharpened steel against his palm. Ah, I want to use a sword. He wanted to recall the experiences he gained in the wizard's lair. Not a spear, but a sword. "I'll grant your wish," Rem muttered beside him. Encrid looked toward him, but Rem was already charging forward. "Looks like we're in for a long night," Rem shouted gleefully as he rushed forward. His voice was full of enthusiasm. With each step he took, the dirt beneath him flew up. His movements were dynamic, rougher than even the wolf monsters. "Get back in formation, you crazy bastard," the commanding officer shouted in anger. The basic strategy was to defend the formation against the monsters. If the formation broke, it would endanger the lives of other soldiers. Rushing forward was wrong, and Encrid knew it well. But why not just kill all the monsters? He couldn't hold it in. The desire to rush out and wield a sword, reliving the thrill of combat, was overpowering. Encrid briefly closed his eyes. For a moment, he abandoned rational judgment and relied on his instincts. Following those instincts, Encrid threw aside his spear and kicked off the ground, charging forward. "No, what are you?" The commanding officer's voice faded behind him. Rem's sudden action was something the commanding officer had anticipated. But Encrid joining him was not. So the commanding officer couldn't help but be startled. "Having fun?" Rem, noticing Encrid following him, grinned and started swinging his 2 axes. The arcs of the 2 axes cut through the air, clearly aimed at slaughter. The first axe split the approaching wolf's skull in half, and the second swung horizontally, severing the jaws of another wolf, trying to bite at the arm of a soldier. The 2 axes were like the blades of a guillotine. A little. Encrid had to admit it. He drew his sword, swinging it in a large horizontal arc. A wolf that had been charging at him halted, its front leg severed. "Krr. Duh." The wolf let out a groan, sounding like a dog. Encrid pulled the sword back in, swinging it vertically. The wolf's head was split open. Thud! He pulled the sword back, slamming it with his fist into the head of another wolf coming from the side. Thud! The wolf's head was knocked to the ground, rolling away. Only 8 monsters. Not sure when I started calling 8 monsters only 8, though. Encrid didn't feel any real threat from their current enemies. Axes split heads, and swords cleaved through wolves. The arming sword in his hand, while not as satisfying to wield as a longsword, still served its purpose well enough. He regretted that Ragnar couldn't join him for this battle. Of the 8 beasts, 1 had fallen to the spears of the soldiers. 4 were felled by Rem's axe. The remaining 3 were split apart by Encrid's sword. Their skill was truly remarkable, proof that their rank as elite soldiers was well earned. Damn, they're ridiculously good at this, one of the soldiers in the formation muttered in awe. The commanding officer should have reprimanded him for that. But instead, he thought to himself, I can't really blame him. They really were exceptionally skilled. In a fight against magical beasts, formations were essential for survival. But when extraordinary strength was at play, utilizing it became a mark of a good commander. Rather than scold them, he assessed the efficiency of the situation. This was a good outcome for both Encrid and Rem. If he were to nitpick, their actions could technically be seen as insubordination. Above all, the squad leader held a high opinion of Encrid. He had seen him a few times before in passing, but back then Encrid hadn't seemed noteworthy. When had he developed such incredible skill? Was it true, as the rumors claimed, that his abilities had skyrocketed overnight? There was no way to be sure of anything. What mattered were the results. He's at least at high level, the squad leader thought. One could believe he was one of those frontier defenders, known as the Butchers of the Frontier. Those guys often dealt with magical beasts not by maintaining formations, but through sheer individual skill. You two, rather than reprimand them, he reassigned their efforts. If you want to fight, there's a place where troublesome beasts have appeared. Go there. Understood. Standing amidst the corpses of the magical beasts, Encrid, the spellbreaker, nodded. His calm demeanor earned a few cheers from the nearby soldiers. After all, they had just wiped out a pack of beasts. With this, their unit's task was complete, and they could move on to assist other areas, perhaps even rest for a bit. No one truly enjoyed risking their life against magical beasts. It took someone either extraordinary or crazy. Perhaps both. We'll retreat to the city for resupply and rest, the commanding officer declared, leading his men away. Encrid glanced at Rem, who was wiping beast blood off his axe with a smirk. You owe me for this? Rem teased. Not at all. Though he said that, Encrid couldn't deny feeling some relief. Yet a deeper hunger still burned within him. This isn't enough, he thought. A few wolf beasts couldn't sate his craving. He yearned for more than training. He needed the heat of real combat. The fire within him burned brighter. Let's go. They've given us another mission, Encrid said. As the soldiers headed back to base, a few approached Encrid, patting him on the chest. Thanks to you, we're off first. One of them, a familiar face, smiled as he handed Encrid a bundle wrapped in clean cloth. Try this. It's amazing, the soldier said before walking off. Others offered similar looks of approval. Skilled soldiers were always valued allies. Encrid, with his straightforward demeanor, was well liked. Rem, however, was a different story. Most kept their distance from him. It wasn't just his barbarian origins. His rough demeanor and penchant for picking fights made him less approachable. We fought together, but the treatment's different. Feels like discrimination, Rem grumbled. Call it karma, Encrid replied, tearing the jerky in half to share with him. Taking a bite, he was surprised. This is different, he thought. Jerky was delicious, soft, with a perfect balance of seasoning and a slightly sweet aftertaste. What's in this? Why is it so good? Rem asked. No idea, but we'll have to ask for more later, Encrid replied. Curiosity aside, they prepared themselves. Encrid adjusted his gloves, thick leather pieces scavenged from a dead mage's belongings. The gloves, sturdy and layered, had proven their worth. They absorbed impact well, especially when striking wolves. No matter how unpleasant the mage's origins, the gear itself was reliable. Even his leather armor, reinforced with magic, had saved his life more than once. When Craze had mentioned the equipment was exceptional, Encrid hadn't fully appreciated it. Now he did. With solid gear and newfound confidence, Encrid's resolve burned. Let's go. Following the commanding officer's orders, Encrid and Rem headed south, taking half a day's journey to reach their next destination. Is this the place? Looks like it. Using a rough map, they found the location, which had been fortified with makeshift defenses. Such preparations signaled a serious engagement with magical creatures. Noise filled the air, and they soon spotted something flying overhead. Encrid murmured under his breath as they joined the battlefield, with Rem hopping lightly to keep up. A shrill scream tore through the air, announcing the presence of a monstrous foe. Below, wounded soldiers writhed in agony, some missing eyes, others clawed and bleeding. My eyes, kill it, kill it! Crossbowmen loosed bolts into the sky, but none hit their mark. The screeching creature was a harpy, its form grotesque. Its torso resembled a woman's, but its wings replaced arms, and its lower half was that of an eagle. Red feathers fluttered as it dove, its chest heaving in a way that felt more unsettling than alluring. The sight froze Encrid momentarily, dredging up old memories. There was a time when he'd been forced to retreat, leaving comrades behind to die. The harpy's appearance had signaled death and despair for his group. The memories stung, but Encrid didn't dwell on them. He had no time for regret. Instead, he tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward, focusing his strength into each step. The sound of his blade being drawn rang out. In that moment, time seemed to slow, and his instincts traced the harpy's path through the air. The daring heart of the beast within him surged, empowering his every move. As the harpy descended, Encrid moved in sync, his blade arching through the air toward his target. Chapter 90. It is correct the 4th Platoon leader of the Heavy Infantry Company had recently been transferred to this unit from Central Command. This is a disaster. Having been newly assigned to the unit, he saw the monster-slaying mission as a good chance to adapt and undergo some real combat training. The scale of the mission was indeed substantial, eliminating a large pack of human-faced hounds. Still, it wasn't outside expectations. Heavy infantry wasn't called the backbone of border guard forces for nothing. But then, things took an unexpected turn. Harpies appeared. It was a frustrating development. Why harpies? All of a sudden, support was called. The heavy infantry formed a defensive square. In the meantime, several soldiers supporting the unit died. The crossbows aimed at the sky only managed to hit empty air. Then, reinforcements arrived. 2 light infantry soldiers. That was it. You've got to be kidding me. What's worse, these 2 had the audacity to stride straight into the harpy's attack range. It was nothing short of suicidal. The platoon leader didn't know Encrid or M. As a recent transfer, he was still acclimating to the unit's dynamics. Sure, he'd heard about the Spellbreaker and the Troublemakers squad, but he hadn't had time to process. So when he saw these 2 walking into danger during an already chaotic monster extermination, his immediate reaction was anger. Damn it. The curse slipped out naturally. While there was always some tension between heavy and light infantry, watching comrades die was never enjoyable, especially when it involved harpies ripping heads off bodies. The 2 light infantry soldiers were, of course, Encrid and Rem. Their arrival alone was due to them not waiting for the rest of their unit to catch up. Thus, the archers requested as backup were still en route. Hey, fall back! The platoon leader's urgency cut his words short. He wanted to yell for them to retreat or duck. The heavy infantry could endure harpy claws and strikes thanks to their layered armor, thick gambeson, chainmail, and a thin iron breastplate, topped off with steel gauntlets and greaves. Add a rectangular shield to that, and their defensive formation resembled an impenetrable fortress, aptly nicknamed the Turtle Heavy Infantry. It was a posture designed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. In contrast, the light infantry looked like easy prey to the harpies. And indeed, one harpy immediately spotted the newcomers and charged at terrifying speed. The platoon leader saw its crimson crest dive downward in an arc. Even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was brace himself to witness their deaths and vow revenge. The harpy's talons were about to shred one of the soldiers when, sheen, slash, the sound of steel scraping and tearing flesh reached the commander's ears. He could only see the harpy's back. Harpies were about the size of an adult male, so the figure of the light infantryman who had done something to the creature was obscured. What the platoon leader did see was the harpy's wing being torn apart, its body crashing to the ground like a botched skipping stone, bouncing once in the air before rolling lifelessly across the dirt. The harpy, with its crimson crest and swaying breasts, was now soaked in blood, its body covered in a film of dust. Scream! The wounded creature let out an anguished cry, but the platoon leader couldn't even blink. What just happened? Huh? In the incomprehensible situation, only a dumbfounded exclamation escaped his lips. As his eyes pieced the scene together, realization struck. A harpy dove in and... they cut it down with a sword? Was that even possible? It was a feat that defied reason. If the harpy's talons had veered slightly, if the timing had been off, if the strength behind the blade had faltered, everything could have gone wrong. Attempting such a maneuver was outright madness. Who could face a charging harpy head-on and emerge unscathed? Even among the frontier garrison's so-called slaughterers, only a handful could pull off such a stunt. The sound of harpies screeching broke his thoughts. Luck, pure luck. That's what he told himself. It wasn't just him either. Two harpies gliding above also dove toward the pair, their talons tearing through the air with deadly speed. The platoon leader's eyes were locked on the two light infantrymen. The angle of the harpies' attacks differed this time, making their reactions clearly visible. However, their movements were beyond comprehension. The axe-wielding soldier dodged the oncoming talons by twisting his body and swung his weapon. The platoon leader could only register the motion, but in the blink of an eye, the harpy's head split vertically. The harpy, its head cleaved in two, crashed into the ground, its body bursting like a ripe tomato. Blood smeared the dirt, leaving a trail of gore and mangled feathers. Another harpy down. The other soldier, the one with the sword, repeated a similar feat. Having already torn through the first harpy's wing, he swung his blade once more. It was as if the harpy's trajectory had been predicted perfectly, the creature flying straight into the sword's path. Thud! This time, the blade struck the harpy's chest. While it didn't cleave the harpy in half, the sword buried itself between its grotesque breasts. The harpy tumbled to the ground, its internal organs ruptured and spilling out. It was as good as dead. The platoon leader involuntarily looked upward. 8 harpies remained. His unit hadn't managed to kill a single one, but these 2 had already taken out 3. Frontier defense? The platoon leader's misunderstanding deepened. Their skills were far too overwhelming to be ordinary soldiers. Was this what elite soldiers were capable of? He had heard rumors of the slaughterers of the frontier before transferring here, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. Before he could process further, a group approached from behind the duo, armed with throwing weapons like javelins, longbows, and crossbows. Their cloaks bore the emblem of an eagle on their epaulets. The Frontier Defense Force was the real deal. The soldier leading them had already assessed the situation and seen everything with his own eyes. His skill, it had improved again, to the point where it was no longer certain he could be defeated easily. The one leading the defense force was Torres, a platoon leader in the Frontier Defense Unit, with various ties to Encrid. Judging someone's skill by how they kill a monster was foolish. However, Torres knew he wouldn't be able to perform such feats against an oncoming harpy, let alone do it twice in a row. Is it just luck? Torres shared the same thought as the heavy infantry platoon leader. At that moment, a third harpy dove in. Torres' gaze dropped from the harpy to the figure below. There stood Encrid, pulling his sword out of the chest of the harpy he had just killed. "Hey!" Torres shouted, a warning to look up. How should one describe this? Encrid connected the dots. He split time into fragments, wielding his sword as his instincts directed. The result? The first harpy lost its wing. Ryu. Rem whistled beside him, his grip still tingling from the sharp resistance of the harpy, whose heavy weight emphasized the impact. It wasn't difficult. Ancred picked up his sword again. As the next harpy swooped down, he slashed its chest dead center and released his grip on the sword. Holding on would have likely torn his hand apart. It was a precise judgment, a strike that connected the dots and delivered forceful impact. The result was another monster slain. As Ancred crouched and swung his sword downward, a harpy's talons barely missed his head. The sharp sound of air being split sent a chill down his spine, but it didn't feel dangerous. If you dodge, that's all there is to it. It was a simple attack pattern. Dodge, slash, and thrust. A practical application of swordsmanship. Standing atop the chest of the dead harpy, where the collarbone of a human would be, Ancred planted his foot and pulled his sword free. Cree! The creature's resilience was astounding. Despite its chest being half split and its innards spilling out, it blinked its eyes. Though Ancred was looking at the harpy he had just struck down, his senses were attuned to his surroundings, particularly the harpy descending from above. He didn't need to look. The air's ripples were enough. His perception was sharper than ever. "Hey!" The shout reached him, but he was already moving. Using the wing of the dying harpy, he stabbed it with his sword and heaved upward. Crunch! The strain pushed his arm muscles to their limits, with force running through his waist and thighs. The dying harpy was hurled upward, smashing into the oncoming one. Thud! Thud! The collision sent the attacking harpy tumbling. After using the harpy to block its kin, Ancred rolled to the side, dispersing the impact by redirecting the force. It was an intentional, calculated movement to minimize the residual shock on his body. He rose immediately after rolling, rushing toward the harpy on the ground. With a sharp downward strike, he split its head in two, as if splitting firewood. That made 4. Rem had taken down 1, and Ancred 3. The first one to fall had already been finished off by a soldier who lodged a quarrel into its skull. The harpy flock fluttered their wings above and began to scatter. Harpies never fought losing battles. They fled. Ancred let his arms hang loosely, suppressing the lingering regret. Just a few more. He wanted to fight. He needed more experience, more time to refine what he had learned and absorb. He needed to adapt and train further in real combat. Perhaps then he could fully integrate what he had gained in the sewers. Enjoying yourself? Rem chuckled beside him, clearly having already grasped Ancred's state of mind with his sharp instincts. Some might call it madness, but your skill has reached an extraordinary level. Still, it's curious, don't you think? I knew real combat would help, but to achieve this much in just one day. Though he didn't probe too deeply, his skepticism was evident. It was only natural. Leaping to this level of growth overnight was far from normal. Ancred offered his usual excuse. Just lucky, I guess. Rem knew skill couldn't be built on luck alone, but he wasn't about to argue. What did it matter? Seeing this man so excited as he wielded his sword made it enjoyable for him too. Once, I barely survived being chased by harpies. Ancred muttered. Really? Yeah. There wasn't much emotion or significance behind his words, just a statement of fact. Ancred briefly recalled a fallen comrade from that time before brushing the memory aside. This isn't revenge, but at least killing this harpy flock brought him a measure of satisfaction, even if the lingering regret outweighed it. Both of you, your units, wait, hold on. The heavy infantry platoon leader, who had been holding their defensive formation, approached, looking incredulous. 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad Leader Ancred. Ancred answered with a salute. Squad Leader? Not part of the Frontier Defense Force? No, the Frontier Defense Force is over there. A familiar face, Taurus, approached, raising a hand. Even so, his eyes remained fixed on Ancred, scanning him from head to toe. He seemed to want to ask what on earth Ancred had done to grow so much in skill. We were sent as reinforcements, Torres said, but we didn't even get to fire a single arrow. What was going on? Soon the heavy infantry company's 4th platoon leader and Torres exchanged quick greetings and summarized the situation. While listening to their conversation, Encrid suddenly asked a question. It was an important issue for him. Is it over? What are you asking? The monster cleanup. I'm wondering if it's finished. What's with this guy? Why is he asking that? 2 light infantry soldiers had just killed 4 harpies and saved a heavy infantry platoon. It wasn't an extraordinary achievement, but it was commendable. Yet one of them was seriously asking if it was over, while the other, clearly a foreigner, was grinning beside him. What was with these lunatics? The platoon leader thought for a moment before replying. Our original target is the extermination of the man-faced hound packs, so no, it's not over. He hadn't forgotten the mission's purpose. A pack of man-faced hounds had been disrupting trade routes around the border guard, immobilizing merchant caravans. That's why they had been deployed. The pack hadn't yet appeared on the trade routes outside the city walls, but their presence in small numbers nearby made it clear that trouble was brewing. Their task was to clear out the monsters and beasts around the area to ensure the city's safety. I'd like to join. At Encrid's words, the platoon leader thought to himself, does he just want to fight more? He looks like he's itching for a battle. Is there something wrong with my eyes? No, his eyes weren't wrong. His observation was absolutely correct. Chapter 91. Independent platoon, human-faced dogs. Creatures that exist somewhere between beasts and monsters. They were quadrupedal monsters with faces resembling old men or canine beasts with disturbingly human-like faces. But what did it matter? Monsters and beasts alike regarded humans as prey. They were simply targets to be killed. No one knows where monsters or beasts originated, from the moment Encrid was born, or perhaps from the very existence of this world. The threats of monsters and beasts had persisted. Ghouls, harpies, skeletons. There were countless types. The difference between monsters and beasts was simple. While beasts resembled animals, monsters bore individual, distinguishing traits. Among them, the human-faced dogs were a peculiar breed, sitting in the middle ground between beasts and monsters. When grouped together, they lost all sense of fear. Advance. It was a horde of over 50, scattered in disarray as they growled and snarled. As soon as they were spotted, the platoon leader of the heavy infantry issued the order. Heavy infantry, by far the most resource-intensive unit in terms of both equipment and training. Encumbered by their armor, they lacked mobility and couldn't serve as skirmishers or archers. Their armor's weight restricted their movements, ruling out nimble charges. However, with their full-body armor, rectangular shields and long pikes protruding between the gaps, heavy infantry excelled with overwhelming efficiency in open-field battles. It was no different this time. Marching steadily across the wasteland, the heavy infantry stirred only faint dust clouds as they advanced. Step by deliberate step, they pressed forward, unrelenting. Yet, the human-faced dogs could do nothing. Their primary weapon, their claws, was utterly ineffective. Total domination. Even harpies attacking from the sky couldn't harm the heavy infantry, let alone a horde of human-faced dogs. Thud! Claws raked against shields, but to no avail. Even when one managed to wedge its claws into a gap between the shields, the result was the same. Clang dotty whirl. But at most it left a scratch on the armored plates. And such attempts were rare, less than 1 in 10. Most of the human-faced dogs were blocked by the shield wall, unable to advance further. Ka! A grating, guttural scream erupted as one of the creatures lashed out at a shield, only to be impaled by a pike that emerged from between the shields. Its side pierced, the creature's body dangled on the spear, until the soldier holding the shield shoved it off, withdrawing the blade cleanly. The wounded monster collapsed to the ground, thrashing as its screams turned to death rattles. The heavy infantry marched over it, their boots crushing the dying creature with fatal finality. Thud, thud. Considering the sheer weight of their armor, even stepping on the fallen served as an effective coup de grace. Shield defense, pike thrust on. A simple yet highly efficient tactic. After all, they weren't fighting humans, but monsters, creatures beyond reason. While the heavy infantry dealt with the horde, the Special Operations Unit stationed on a nearby hill provided support. The Frontier Defense Team, composed of longbowmen and crossbowmen, launched a relentless barrage. 5 archers and 15 crossbowmen blocked one side, raining down arrows and bolts. Forced into a corner, the human-faced dogs veered to one side, only to be met by the heavy infantry. Meanwhile, Ancred and Rem were not idle observers. Beyond the horde of 50, more of the creatures emerged from somewhere, joining the fray. "It looks like it's up to us to handle those." Rem's voice was unusually animated. Ancred didn't bother responding, and instead sprang into action, moving even faster than Rem. The excitement within him hadn't yet subsided. This was a moment to prove everything ingrained in his body through practice, swinging his sword again and again. A moment to cherish, to fight for his life without feeling like he would die. When had he ever experienced such a sensation before? It filled Ancred with a strange exhilaration. Against a mere dozen or so human-faced dogs, there was no sense of impending death, no looming threat. Why was he so certain? Was it because Rem was with him? No, that didn't seem to be it. There was no time for further thought. He sprinted forward, moving with a speed and dynamism that the heavy infantry could never achieve. With daring and focus he charged ahead. Mid-run he crouched low and swung his sword horizontally, parallel to the ground. Slice! Thwack! The first creature lunged to meet him, only to have its snout severed. The same swing carried through, splitting open the skull of another creature. 2 dispatched in a single motion. Planting his left foot firmly into the ground, Ancred pivoted, swinging his right foot back to turn his body instantly. As he spun, he raised his sword vertically and brought it down in a textbook vertical slash. Slash! The blade cleaved through the head of another creature, splitting it in 2. His heart pounded wildly as he swung and slashed, each strike building a tangible rhythm. Facing another charging creature, Ancred punched it in the head and, in the same motion, drove his sword downward into the skull of another that had lunged at his shin. The feeling of the blade crushing bone resonated through his hand. As he tried to withdraw his sword, a sudden flash of an axe swung past him. It was Riem. With bold, sweeping strikes, he cleaved through the bodies and heads of their foes. Ancred glanced at the horde rushing toward them. Once, the sight might have filled him with terror, but not anymore. His heart now beat with courage, allowing him to fight with composure. His mind was ice-cold, tirelessly calculating the optimal movements and positions to gain the upper hand, even as he kept slicing through the advancing monsters. His body burned with exhilaration, each surge of adrenaline sharpening his senses. This is working. The lessons he had learned from battling the sewer mage, the drills he had endured with his squadmates, they all coalesced, steadily accumulating through real combat experience. Watching from the side, Rem couldn't help but be reminded of a wall's construction. Once, he had been disguised as a laborer, hauling heavy stones to build a fortress wall. Piece by painstaking piece, the wall had risen, a slow, arduous, and patience-testing process. It's incredible. Observing Ancred's growth up close, Rem felt nothing short of amazement. Time and again, Ancred defied understanding, steadily building himself into something greater, one battle at a time. The one who couldn't even stack a single stone daily suddenly builds a tower of dozens overnight. How could such a thing be possible? No one knew, nor did anyone care to find out. It simply made things more intriguing. This is fun. Really fun. Squawk! The last remaining dog-headed beast collapsed, a bolt embedded in its skull. Torres approached, having herded and eliminated the monsters with precision. Smacking his lips, he remarked, "A shame. You should have joined my unit. Why are you still playing squad leader?" That was a question even the first company's platoon leader pondered. With such skills, why? Noticing the glares from some of the soldiers tied to Rem, Incred subtly positioned himself to block their view. Rem, infamous for brawling with superior officers in the first company, was always at odds with them, especially since he often instigated. After diffusing the brewing tension, Incred finally spoke. "There's no one yet capable of taking responsibility for my squad." He pointed out the practical issue. If he were to leave for another company, who would take charge of Squad 444? Anyway, good work. The rush of adrenaline that had reached its peak was now gradually subsiding. Incred had answered but didn't dwell on it. His mind was occupied with one thought. I need to reorganize. After fighting, he realized the necessity of sorting through his capabilities, tidying up his skills and techniques. He had combined several techniques to create synergy and applied them to his swordsmanship. But because he had been improvising in the heat of battle, he now saw the need to systematize them. This realization was exhilarating for Incred. Finding what he needed on his own, such a rare experience, was thrilling in itself. Until now, the path before him had always been shrouded in darkness, with no way forward. But now, signposts were appearing on what once seemed an invisible road. The sheer joy of it was overwhelming, bringing an unbidden smile to Incred's face. Not even Rem could guess his thoughts, let alone Torres or the heavily armored platoon leader. The battle was over, and this wasn't the kind of fight to celebrate victories. Winning and killing were mere routine in such extermination missions. But here was a soldier, drenched in blood, grinning as though he couldn't be happier. The armored platoon leader observed his smile and thought it resembled the kind of contentment one might feel soaking in hot water on a bitterly cold winter's day. Is he mentally ill? The platoon leader leaned toward Torres, tapping his head slightly to imply his question. Torres responded hesitantly. Not exactly the most normal person, but his words referred not to the smile but to Incred's unusual conduct in the unit. After all, no matter how crazy, no squad leader obsessed with swordsmanship to that extent could truly be ordinary. What are you looking at, you son of a... In Incred's moment of distraction, a quarrel erupted between Rem and the first company. Incred quickly moved to stop Rem, while Torres and the others worked to restore order. 2 missions, one buried by the company commander and the other widely known. The first involved killing a mage, a feat unknown to anyone else. But the monster extermination? Everyone knew. From slaying beasts with Rem to facing harpies with a sword, tales of their exploits spread. Few were surprised by Rem's accomplishments. His skills were the reason he was tolerated in the unit, despite his temperament. Rem? That crazy bastard always fights well. If only he had a better personality, he could have been a battalion commander. But what shocked the soldiers was Incred. An upper-ranked soldier, sure, but even among them, how many could fight like that? Taking down harpies with sheer swordsmanship. One might call it reckless, but to kill 3 of them wasn't luck. The rumor spread rapidly. How did he even manage that? I always knew this would happen someday. Incred? That crazy squad leader? Didn't he also destroy some sort of curse magic recently? Questions arose, especially since many had witnessed him decimate the dog-headed beasts. So why is he still a squad leader? The rumors and questions inevitably reached the battalion commander, who couldn't ignore them. As a result, the ferry company commander was summoned for questioning. Should someone like him remain a mere squad leader? His squad is rather unique. We don't have the budget for monetary rewards, so promoting him seems fitting. The Kingdom of Norelia had a straightforward policy: reward excellence appropriately. That's why systems like the soldier, ranking, and mercenary programs existed. The battalion commander, wanting to save on reward funds, suggested promoting Encred instead. The company commander, understanding the peculiarities of Encred's squad, devised an alternative solution. Understood. After saluting, the commander departed, her mind already formulating a plan that satisfied both the battalion commander and current arrangements. Thus, Encred found himself summoned. My squad consists of less than 10 soldiers. That doesn't matter. From today, you hold a rank equivalent to platoon leader. Any objections? None. Orders were orders, and Encred had no reason to argue, especially with the ferry company commander. Dismissed. And so, Encred became a platoon leader in rank. Do we call you platoon leader now? Hey, sir, does this mean a pay raise? What about us? Congratulations, brother. By the way, my sword blades chipped. Whether these were true congratulations or not was debatable, especially Ragnar's remark. In reality, nothing much changed with his promotion. The only notable adjustment was that he now oversaw an independent platoon, no longer referred to as Squad 444. With 10 members being the standard for a squad, they had previously operated with only 6, including Encred. Though offered the chance to recruit more soldiers, Encred thought, why bother? Despite being labeled an independent platoon, they rarely had standalone missions. The only privilege granted was exemption from standard duties, which Ram found mildly unfair, but chose to let slide since the squad remained intact. With his new rank established, Encred's daily life remained unchanged. So, you want to learn more? It began with Auden. While reorganizing his techniques, Encred didn't want to waste time. Learning and improving were crucial to making the most of his routine. Seeking out Auden, he pursued the next step for his well-honed skills. Have you heard of bed combat? At first, Encred thought it sounded absurd. It's a training method created by the Holy Knight Valaf, Auden explained. Valaf's grappling martial arts, a showcase of techniques focused on holds and joint locks. For Encred, it was an addition to his ever-growing repertoire of everyday drills. Winter's harsh cold was waning, signaling the approach of spring, yet Encred remained relentless. And as whispers of an impending full-scale war replaced small skirmishes, preparations intensified. For Encred, spring would arrive with a surge of battles, but before that, he would tirelessly hone himself, organizing his skills to perfection. Chapter 92. The Fine Line Between Greatness and Madness. Encred carefully polished his boots and gloves before wiping down his sword with an oiled cloth. The recent task of clearing out a horde of beasts had drawn merchants to the area. This in turn meant a new sword for Encred. The broken blade, once forged with Valerian steel, had been reforged with the addition of Noir mountain iron. Mixing two high-quality metals recognized across the continent was no small feat. This is something only I can do, boasted the blacksmith. It wasn't mere arrogance. While he couldn't forge magical swords, his skill in working with metal rivaled that of a mage's finesse. He was a renowned artisan within the border guard, though his fame might not extend beyond the city. Still, that was something. When the artisan finished crafting Encred's sword, even the notoriously picky Ragnar offered a begrudging nod of approval. It's decent enough, though it's still far from ideal for my use, Ragnar added with characteristic bluntness. Encred inspected the blade, carefully running the oiled cloth over it before flicking a finger against its edge. Pinged. The resonant tone indicated the sword's exceptional quality. This was the first time Encred wielded a blade worthy of being called a masterpiece. He couldn't help but feel satisfied. Ragnar, on the other hand, wasn't so particular about his weapons. He used whatever was at hand, even if it was a battered piece of metal. In the past, Encred had sharpened Ragnar's notched arming sword himself because Ragnar couldn't be bothered. Without Encred's help, he might have kept carrying a chipped sword into battle. "Esther, that's not a toy," Encred said gently, addressing the lake panther. He had several items recovered after taking down the sewer necrophile mage, but one stood out: a grimoire bound in human skin. When Encred handed over the items to Cray for sale, the man had remarked with suspicion, "It was really a mage in the sewer?" Cray asked, "Did you doubt me? I believed you. But now I believe you a bit more," Cray replied, though it sounded as though he hadn't entirely trusted the story before. In the end, most of the items sold easily, except for the grimoire, which was tricky to handle. The staff and other materials, such as alchemical stones, fetched a decent price. The proceeds, along with funds from guild contributions and the mage's bounty, were all poured into the creation of Encred's new sword. Even with the expense, Encred had no regrets. This will do just fine, he thought, knowing that in battles where lives hung in the balance, a superior weapon could make all the difference. Meanwhile, the grimoire, still wrapped in its unsettling cover, was rewrapped in thin cloth for storage. Esther had claimed it as her new resting spot. Should I just leave it there? Encred wondered. At least Esther wouldn't urinate on it. She was fastidious about her habits, always finding a secluded spot for her needs. When Encred reached out toward the grimoire, Esther hissed. "Leave it be. She seems comfortable," Rem commented, prompting Encred to let the matter rest. With his new sword in hand and the mage's legacy dealt with, Encred turned his focus back to training. Rising earlier than the dawn, he added hours to his routine, thanks to the flexibility of his new role as platoon lead. The cold pre-dawn air was biting, but Encred began his day by practicing the isolation technique, a method of warming his body through controlled movements and lifting weights. Soon Auden joined him, beginning his own training. "Good morning, platoon leader," Auden greeted, adding a formal tone to his usual address. Encred recalled the company commander's promise to assign more members to his platoon. However, Auden's voice pulled him back to focus. "Concentrate," Auden said sharply. Yes, Encred replied, shifting his attention back to his breathing and movements. His training was not limited to physical exercise. He honed his skills in swordsmanship, refining techniques like Heart of the Beast, Sense of Evasion, and Isolation technique. He also practiced observing opponents' physical conditions and predicting attacks through instinct and intuition. Among the various styles he had learned was the Valan mercenary swordsmanship, which he considered keeping in his arsenal. "Should I abandon it, or can it still be useful?" he pondered. Ultimately, Encred decided to retain the style. "If I lack the skill to use it effectively, I'll simply work to improve," he concluded, dedicating himself to continuous growth. Courage is always essential. It proves its worth simply by keeping one's eyes open at critical moments. To Encred, the heart of the beast was the foundation of everything. Calmly, one day, he trained his intuition. On another, he combined his senses with focus. "Let's blend it into my body." Every swing of a sword carries the weight of countless experiences. It is a process of internalizing through instinct, recognizing with the mind, and embedding it into the body. Of course, it was far from easy. Through this process, Encred gradually owned a pattern and method unique to himself. Training alone isn't enough. What was necessary was real combat, training intertwined with actual battle. Preferably combat where you risk your life. That's what I told you before, Remed joked. Fighting for your life earns you a lot if you survive. But since you only have one life, building skills like that doesn't make much sense. It was a jest, but it held a kernel of truth. Now, Encred understood the importance of life or death combat, not because dying was significant, but because overcoming death repeatedly mattered. Aware of the necessity of real battles, Encred began accepting missions, ranging from trivial to extreme. He turned none away. "What are we Supposed to find this time, my cat requested a note. Such was the nature of some tasks his unit undertook. Still, Incrid did not discriminate between assignments. Any situation, any moment, all were opportunities to train. With this mindset, Incrid found the cat, perched atop a tree. Let's settle this calmly. The cat appeared ready to bolt. Its instincts, visible even through the realm of intuition, were vivid. Oddly enough, even this became a learning experience. By channeling his intent and aura, Incrid drove the cat to leap down, catching it mid-air and subduing it with his gaze. This, too, was now within his grasp. You've opened the door to intuition, Jackson remarked, observing. Jackson no longer tormented Incrid with constant pressure, recognizing it as futile. From finding cats to pursuing thieves, the missions varied. Someone committed a robbery and is hiding in the city? Such was another task. A drifter had caused trouble, entering the city only to botch their crime. Find him. Back when the Gilpin Guild was overtaken, Incrid hadn't anticipated its value in moments like this. Perhaps Craze had foreseen it, as he executed tasks skillfully and without hesitation. This time, it was in a back-alley gambling den. The target was a retired soldier with a scarred forearm. Damn, coming to the outskirts brings all sorts of nonsense. They say border guard reserves are tough. Let's see what you've got. Confident words. But did he have the skills to match? Incrid assessed him carefully, feigning struggle to gauge the man's capabilities. At best, mid to upper level, he concluded, using Norilia's soldier ranking system as a reference. There was nothing unexpected in his skill. Huff, who are you? Border guard reserves. The captive would now rot in the unit's prison unless someone paid his fine. Just you wait, the man threatened, though Incrid doubted they would cross paths again. On other occasions, Incrid was dispatched to inns to break up disputes among caravan escorts. Among them was a particularly skilled fighter. Sparring with him, Incrid trained by merging his heightened focus with blade intuition. Maintaining a state of intuitive awareness while concentrating revealed new insights. The difference in focus altered everything. It slows down. Though not as stark as before, his opponent's blade appeared slower, moving predictably as if his mind and perception outpaced reality. Everything was a continuation of training, a cycle of endless refinement. As the missions piled up, "Are you insane with these requests?" murmured fellow soldiers. Their words weren't criticism, but astonishment and admiration. Why doesn't he rest? He's not human. He's a monster. Guess there's a reason he's the platoon leader of those madmen. Damn it, maybe I should wake up earlier and stab a few spears for practice. Thanks to Incrid, an unexpected wave of training enthusiasm spread through the unit. His results spoke for themselves, inspiring soldiers and elevating his reputation. Some soldiers owed their lives to Incrid, further fueling the fervor for self-improvement within the unit. Incrid paid no attention to the ripple effect he caused, focusing solely on his path. During training, he felt a faint, steady flame burning in his chest. How had he felt on the battlefield before? While not afraid, he couldn't say he enjoyed it. The battlefield never brought joy. This doesn't seem normal, he mused. But now, he eagerly anticipated the battlefield. He wanted to fight, prove himself, and showcase his skills. He yearned to risk his life and cross the line of death once again. Perhaps he was mad. And yet, don't you know greatness and madness are only a hair's breadth apart? Rem's words resurfaced. If the path to greatness was reserved for the mad, then madness was the only way forward. One day, immersed in training and missions? This might be fun, the company commander said, summoning Incrid to his private training grounds. A duel? Naturally, Encred did not refuse. Of course, the situation mirrored their last encounter. Would the result be the same? That remained uncertain. Encred couldn't yet gauge the full extent of the commander's skills, but he was confident he wouldn't suffer the same defeat. Ultimately, only by clashing fists or blades could he discover the truth. The commander raised her hand, forming a knife-like edge with his palm. "We'll use this today." It felt like a test. Their previous duel had exposed Encred's deficiencies, particularly in close-quarters combat, what some called wrestling. Encred nodded. Soon, their hands struck, the crisp sound marking the start of their spar. Chapter 93, a result of coincidence or a moment of overlapping inevitabilities. Wolof-style martial arts. It's inconvenient to maintain your footing on a bed. So what would make it more comfortable? Auden asked, and Encred pondered deeply before answering. The two men, perched on the narrow bed, were nothing short of serious. Add more force? At first, Encred thought it was a method to learn the knack of striking in deliberately tight and uncomfortable conditions. No, that's not it. You can't. Beds are for lying down. We'll focus on techniques suited for lying down. Beds are for lying down, so he said. It was after their first martial arts training that Encred discovered Auden bathed more often than expected. After all, when Encred's head was caught under his arm while his limbs were subdued, there wasn't even the faintest hint of sourness. On the cramped bed, they practiced hand and foot maneuvers, joint locks, and submission holds. Or rather, Encred was the one being subdued. Beds are narrow. Quick movements work better than complex ones. It was learning. It was teaching. A sip of water for a parched soul wandering the desert. For Encred, it was exactly that. And so he focused with more than just the posture of a listener. Although the techniques were tricky to use in real combat, they came in handy as he traveled to fulfill various requests. For example, when twisting the wrist of a petty pickpocket. It seems there are more pickpockets since Gilpin has taken on the role of the Night Guardian. Pickpockets who got caught had their wrists cut off. This one seemed young, no older than 12. So he handed the boy over to the Gilpin Guild. Word later reached him that the boy had been thoroughly thrashed, though it was undoubtedly better than losing a hand. He tried to make use of the techniques whenever the opportunity arose. But no chance seemed as good as the present. As soon as Encred matched hand edges with the company commander, he stepped back with his right foot. Placing his left foot forward, he pulled his right foot to the position of his left, bent his knees, and kicked off the ground, propelling himself forward with explosive force. Using the momentum of his whole body, he extended his right hand in a straight thrust. It was a stab, delivered with the edge of his hand, though the principle remained unchanged. It was like the time he saved Carmen. Back when the company commander burst into the medic tent, tearing through its canvas, Encred had a dagger in hand. Now, it was just his hand edge, but her reaction was the same. She swung her right hand outward, striking Encred's wrist and diverting the thrust's trajectory. Then her foot hooked at his heel. Back then, he had been utterly outmatched. But not this time. Before her foot could connect, Encred lifted his own, evading the attack. Using the awkward position from the deflected thrust, he pivoted on his left foot, tilting his body to counter her. What was the greatest difference between himself and the ferry company commander? Wait. Identify the opponent's weakness and exploit it with your strengths, brother. Encred followed Auden's advice. Instead of exchanging blows awkwardly, he overwhelmed her. The company commander let out a short grunt. Though she managed to kick Encred's thigh with her soul, he absorbed the impact, using his body weight to pin her down. As he did so, he gripped her wrist and forced it outward, entangling his legs with hers. In this way, the commander, lying on her side, had her left hand extended forward while her limbs were bound. "I think I've won," Encred said, catching his breath. The commander turned her head, so close their breaths mingled. Soon she spoke. Humans propose in ways quite different from fairies. Her breath smelled of flowers, a fairy's joke once more. Remaining in place, Encred's gaze fell on her lips. They looked undeniably soft. It's not like that. Attempting to shake off the thought, Encred started to rise, only for the commander to wrap her legs around his waist in turn. Though he wobbled slightly, Encred's solid core and the commander's light weight allowed him to stay upright. You have a strong core. Was it the listener's fault that her words sounded suggestive? Or was it the speaker's? Not something worth debating. Please get down, he said. The commander dismounted, brushing herself off. She slapped the dirt from her fitted pants, drawing Encred's attention despite himself. You've improved, she remarked. Yes, I have, he replied readily. It was why they started this match, wasn't it? Spotting an opening, exploiting the opponent's weakness, and seizing the upper hand, all enhanced by the Valaf-style techniques Odin had taught him. Hell, please keep in mind that Vala mercenary swordsmanship and Valaf-style techniques are not the same. The names are very similar, which is confusing, but what can you do? This is the way the author wanted it. Her acknowledgement of his growth was something he could accept without hesitation. The commander fell silent for a moment before speaking again. For now, accept my apology for failing to stop it. Puzzled, Encred tilted his head. Reinforcements for your platoon will arrive by today. That's all you need to know. He thought to ask for clarification, but stopped himself. The commander had already turned and walked off. Would she reveal anything more if he pressed her? Unlikely. Her words suggested he'd find out soon enough. She did apologize for failing to stop it. It was clear the directive had come from higher up. Encred's sense of discernment, honed by years of survival, told him it was better not to dwell on it. Instead, he decided to spend his time swinging his sword. Battalion commander had been replaced. It was expected, given the shift from skirmishes to all-out war. The battlefield had expanded, escalating the scale of the conflict. Naturally, the battalion needed a combat-specialized leader. My name is Marcus. Battalion Commander Marcus. Once a knight aspirant who failed to overcome the wall of talent, he had served in frontier defense units and numerous other postings, becoming a key officer under Cyprus. He had no interest in the foolish actions of his predecessor. The main forces here are the frontier defense troops and the Tortoise First Company. The rest are cannon fodder for headcount. Plan your strategies accordingly. Understood? His mind was solely occupied with warfare, and he had heard the rumors within the unit. The troublemaking squad leader, now a platoon leader? Unusual. Lucky, was he? After reviewing reports of past events, he found it hard to believe luck alone could explain them. Marcus decided to push further. How about we test that luck once more? If the soldier perished, so be it. But if fortune truly favored him, there was no reason not to exploit it. If it wasn't luck, he'd die, just a soldier lost. It was no loss either way. The company commander's cryptic apology made sense now. Deploy him. It was a mission combining espionage and covert operations, an order from the battalion commander himself. No one could prevent it. I hope he survives, she muttered. Not because she saw him as her partner, but because he's that talented. His record was clean, and he had ties with Krang. She had been asked to do it, and she agreed because it was too valuable to waste. Skill, courage, and nerve. Everything about him was appealing. Thus, come back alive. That was all she could hope for. This isn't just a support mission. Encred knew that Rem was as quick-witted as he was. This mission had come through amidst various requests. The directive was to head north of the border guard, cross the Penhanel River, and scout the surrounding terrain. Encred sketched a map in his mind. To the east of the border guard lay Green Pearl, above which flowed the Penhanel River. Crossing the river and heading northeast, one would reach a city, a military stronghold of Aspen known as Cross Guard. The mission's objective was located at Cross Guard. On the surface, it appeared to be a simple reconnaissance mission, but in reality, it's espionage. The orders hinted that further details would be disclosed after crossing the river. Why, only the commander. Jackson frowned as he went over the orders, sensing trouble. He wasn't wrong. Encrid understood as well. It wasn't the kind of mission he was typically assigned. So, this is it. This must have been what the ferry company commander had hinted at. Why reconnaissance now? Everyone's saying a full-scale war is imminent. What's the point? A newly assigned squad member spoke up, someone Encrid recognized. It was Henry, a hunter from the plains, who once mentioned wanting to return home after the last battlefield. Yet here he was, still stationed in the city. Even if I wanted to go back, a war would make life on the plains impossible. That explained his presence. 2 others had also joined. Andrew, once an immature squad leader, had officially become the squad leader. Of course, Mac was still at his side. With 3 new additions, Andrew officially assumed leadership of the squad. Not that the squad structure mattered much to Rem and the others. The squad only consisted of 9 people, and assigning a leader seemed unnecessary. Who would follow orders anyway? This seems more like my kind of task. Henry commented. It's not just terrain reconnaissance, brother, Audin replied with a gentle smile. The sight of Audin's massive frame, coupled with his calm demeanor, was intimidating for anyone seeing him for the first time. Henry flinched involuntarily, needing time to adjust. A direct order from the battalion commander? Can't we just ignore it? Ragnar nonchalantly threw out the idea. Ignoring orders would be insubordination, you crazy bastard. Normally, such a dangerous mission would have been irritating to receive. After all, the objective was near an enemy fortress city, a place soon to be engulfed in war. Approaching it was an adventure in itself. The real purpose must be to gather information from an informant in the city. Encrid guessed the mission's objective. It seemed plausible. It was necessary, no doubt. Someone had to do it. Usually, this type of task would be assigned to specialists. The fact that the company commander couldn't stop it means the battalion commander had intervened directly, which explained the official stamp on the orders. What do we do? The platoon leader delivering the mission hesitated, looking around nervously. What else can we do? Encrid didn't need to think it over. It was a task that had to be done. If it's a real battle, he always welcomed such opportunities. After all, every challenge offered a chance to learn, grow, and discover something new. He even felt a sense of anticipation. What kind of events would unfold? Was this a wall placed by fate, or merely a passing occurrence? Was it a coincidence, or a moment brought about by layered inevitabilities? It didn't matter. If something blocked his path, he would simply break through. That was how Encrid lived. I accept the mission. The squad members' expressions darkened at his decision. Looks like we'll have to follow him, Ragnar remarked, though that wasn't going to be easy. While the battalion commander's intentions were unclear, the orders explicitly instructed the rest of the squad to remain under Andrew's command. Based on the orders, it was clear. Those who are bound to excel on the battlefield were left behind. I was singled out. Why such a directive was issued was anyone's guess. Who could know? Maybe someone wanted to test the luck of the soldier famously known for it. The battalion commander, Marcus, wasn't exactly normal either. It was fitting, really. Marcus was a war-obsessed officer with a reputation for doing anything to secure victory. This mission was just the beginning. Don't worry. I'll handle it and come back. There was no way he would die. As long as today repeated itself, he accepted going beyond it as a matter of course. When Encrid spoke casually, Rem's eyebrows shot up. Handle it? Properly? You think that's possible? You're not ready. Let's do some training today. Training? Ragnar, Jackson, and Auden shared Rem's sentiment. Have you found your rhythm? Let's practice stabbing someone from behind. It's time to delve deeper into Valov-style bed grappling techniques. Meanwhile, Andrew tried to assert his authority, looking around nervously. As the squad leader, I think everyone should listen to me. But before he could finish, let me show you my respect, squad leader. Rem erupted. His usual reaction, nothing out of the ordinary. He lunged forward and punched Andrew squarely on the head, so fast it was nearly invisible. Andrew collapsed before he could even respond, with Mac catching his falling form. What? Seeing Andrew unconscious, Max snapped his head up in anger, but one glare from Rem made him back down. He realized Andrew was merely knocked out and muttered, I didn't even say anything. What could anyone do? The power difference was overwhelming. Any weak attempt at rebellion would only end in violence. That was the harsh reality they had already accepted. Reluctantly, Max sighed. Life sure was a mess. Meanwhile, Henry nervously observed and realized one thing. If you speak out of turn, you'll die. He finally understood why this was called a squad of mad bastards. He had only been focused on Encrid, but now he was starting to regret his decision. Chapter 94. Punishment or Opportunity. Under the soft moonlight of a rising night, Encrid had just returned from his usual grueling training. He had washed and entered the quarters, his body steaming faintly in the cold. Though the weather was warming, the nights remained chilly, and Encrid's breath formed mist as he moved. In 2 days, they would cross the river and begin a terrain reconnaissance operation. Yet the training intensity showed no signs of easing. Such things were immutable. No matter what awaited, the principle remained the same, build today to face tomorrow. Encrid's daily routine was unchanging, as predictable as the ferryman's grumble. Returning to his quarters, he noticed Henri, who had been speaking with Craze, approach before halting abruptly. His gaze had fallen upon Encrid's bed, already occupied by Esther. The lake panther had made it her habit to rest there. Even if she had been playing with her grimoire earlier, when bedtime came, that spot was hers. She now lay sprawled, her head resting on her front paws. Her gaze briefly shifted to Henri, before returning to her own feet, conveying complete disinterest. Henri, cautious as always, maintained his distance, avoiding walking too close to the legendary creature. Lake panthers were revered as guardian spirits in the Green Pearl Plains, and Henri showed no intention of testing that reputation. Instead, he raised his voice slightly from across the bed. Have you ever had Pathfinder training? I noticed you seem to have some knowledge in that area. Encrid scratched his forehead. Not at all. He could guess why Henri might be under that impression. After all, what Encrid knew, he had learned from Henri himself during their previous ventures in the tall grasses of the Green Pearl. Encrid's understanding came from observing and absorbing bits of knowledge over time. Then, do you know the route along the upper river? Henri asked. The area above the Penhandle River leaned toward the Northern Territories. Even as a mercenary, Encrid had never ventured there. The ground might be thawing with spring, but it'll still be firm, Henri continued. I've been through there a few times. Should I share what I know? Henri had a pragmatic nature. Whether his hunting background shaped his demeanor or vice versa, he was the type to assess situations and focus on what mattered most. This trait made him an easy fit within the unit, blending naturally. Even now, he had risen from a conversation with Craze to offer assistance. Remarkably, Rem never seemed to hassle Henri. If anything, the others either ignored or tolerated him with no overt hostility. Seems like the hunter's done some wandering, Rem remarked while sitting on his bed, sharpening an axe with a whetstone. His gaze shifted toward a corner of the room, where Andrew and Max sat. Andrew flinched under that look, his shoulders tensing briefly. Cut it out, Encrid warned Rem. What? Favoring the newcomers now? That's how you end up stabbed in the back, you know, pampering a new wife while neglecting the old one. The analogy made no sense. Who was the new wife and the old wife? You're insane, Encred muttered dismissively before turning to Unrai, who hesitated to approach the bed because of Esther. As Encred passed, Esther nudged his thigh with her paw, emitting a low growl. Her gesture seemed to say, "Hurry up and get to bed." Jealous too, huh? Encred thought wryly. The unit's quarters carried a strange tension. It had begun after Unri, Andrew, and Mac joined. True to their reputation, this was a squad full of mad bastards. There was no welcoming atmosphere for newcomers. Encred saw no need to force camaraderie. Each soldier would fend for themselves in battle. Trying to align with others' pace only led to needless risks. Their lone guideline was simple: take care of your own life. Feels like walking on eggshells, Enrai had remarked upon joining. He probably didn't realize that this was a milder atmosphere compared to past experiences. When new recruits had joined before, the hostility was palpable. Some outright ignored Encred's authority as squad leader, only to end up severely injured and sent back within days. Whether by Rem's doing or someone else's hand, it always seemed to happen. Most likely a collective effort by the squad, Encred mused. This time, at least, the situation was manageable. The newcomers were familiar faces and appeared to like Encred, reducing the chances of anyone being maimed or driven out. "I can share a few things about the upper Penhandle River," Enri offered. "You probably already know most of it, but it doesn't hurt to learn more. For instance, do you know about flat stones? The ones near the river?" From Enri, Encred learned practical tidbits. Flat stones, unless tinged with ochre, would explode when heated. Ochre stones often concealed venomous snakes beneath them, and certain stretches of the river had deceptive depths and swift currents. It wasn't possible to memorize everything in a single day, but knowing even a little was a significant advantage. As the night deepened, Max settled beside Encred, leaning in to whisper, "I've got a favor to ask." Encred felt the eyes of the entire squad, except for Ragnar, who was on duty, turned toward him. His instincts flared a warning. Should I intervene or let it play out? If this keeps up, I wonder what will happen. Returning from the mission, Mac envisioned Andrew and himself withered and dead. "Could you process my transfer request?" Despite the tension in the air, Mac spoke up, his eyes fierce. "Brother, it's easy to come in, but not so simple to leave." Auden's response, half a joke, carried the teasing spirit typical of their squad. But jokes like this often blurred the line between jest and reality. Mac muttered, was he listening the whole time? Before Andrew suddenly leaped to his feet. "If you have a problem with me, bring it on. No matter what anyone says, I'll learn under our squad leader. No, our platoon leader. I'm not leaving." The outburst revealed the fiery spirit of a soldier, youthful and full of defiance. Rem stood up next, his sharpened axe in hand, a smile playing on his lips. "Where should I start cutting?" he mused, mockingly licking the blade. Even Encred felt a chill. With his foreign features, steely grey eyes, and unmistakable seriousness, Rem seemed like he might actually take an arm if provoked. "If he goes first, does that leave me fighting scraps?" "I'll go first," Jackson interjected, shaking his head. It was his first direct remark about Andrew since the latter joined. "Brothers, you know I never kill," Jackson added, voice flat. "I'll just make it hurt a little. That's why I should go first." The three of them seemed more than eager. Mac, watching this unfold, tugged on Encred's sleeve. "Stop them! What are these lunatics doing? And why did Andrew say that?" To avoid seeing a grown man cry, Encred had to step in. "Enough!" Fortunately, Encred knew this was less serious than it appeared. Rem's threats often masked his intent to spar rather than cause real harm. A strange show, of goodwill. Jackson, usually indifferent, even engaging, hinted at camaraderie. Odin's earlier joke would have been replaced with stern words had there been genuine disdain. Still, Encrid struggled to find the words to explain it all. "Listen, kid, I'm busy right now," Rem finally said with his usual unsettling grin. "But when our platoon leader heads out on a mission, we'll have plenty of time. Cry all you want then, but you're not leaving." Andrew paled, but stood his ground, his voice steady despite the fear. "Bring it on. I'm Andrew of the Gardeners. I won't back down." It wasn't just Encrid's imagination. Andrew's resolve was palpable. As the tension simmered, Cray shook his head, while Henri observed silently. Rem's unsettling grin grew wider, his presence casting a foreboding shadow. Odin murmured, "Relax, brother. These things are inevitable." Jackson, meanwhile, coldly examined Andrew and Mac, muttering, "Maybe a few fingers wouldn't be missed." Encrid had to intervene. "Don't hurt him. We're squad mates, and we've got a mission coming up." It was both a warning and an acknowledgement of their bonds. Encrid knew he couldn't stop them entirely, nor did he have the authority to. "Just keep it quiet." "Don't worry," Odin quipped. "I'll start by cutting tongues." "Bring it on," Andrew shouted, his desperation unmistakable. By the time Encrid calmed Andrew down, his night's rest was long gone. Later, as he lay in bed, Esther crawled onto his chest, pawing at him as if scolding him for being late. "Sorry," Encrid murmured, stroking her forehead. The panther purred, snuggling closer, warmth radiating from her. Despite the comfort, Encrid's thoughts drifted uneasily. Sometimes nightmares of a boatman haunted his sleep. Tonight was no different. The dark, swirling river stretched endlessly, and the boatman's voice echoed. "Cry out in your confinement. Your screams are my nourishment and joy." The laughter that followed was ghastly, unnatural. Waking from the nightmare, Encrid pushed the fear aside. What will happen, he thought. There was no stopping it. With that, he rose before dawn. "Good morning," he muttered, starting his day like any other. He began with the isolation technique, followed by Valif's unarmed combat forms, sparring with Rem, sword practice with Ragnar, and sensory training with Jackson. "Instinct can be dangerous," Jackson warned. "A skilled opponent can exploit them. The solution? Constant practice, honing his skills through battle." Meanwhile, Andrew, Mac, and Henri adapted to the squad's dynamics, their struggles akin to Encrid's own in his early days. 2 days later, as dawn broke, Encrid passed by the sleeping squad mates and stepped outside. The mission was to cross the Penhanil River and survey the terrain. A direct order from the battalion commander. It was a high-risk, high-reward task. Craze had excitedly described the new commander, Marcus, as a ruthless but fair leader. "A war fanatic," Craze had said. "He rewards achievements but never spares the guilty. A product of Norilia's military policies. The mission could be punishment or opportunity. For Encrid, it was the latter, a chance to prove himself." As he approached the city gate, he met the team tasked with crossing the river. Among them was Torres, a frontier defense platoon leader. Chapter 95. The secret to looking young is endless training at this rate. Were we a couple in our past life or something? Wait, it was just a remark reflecting how often they met for work. After all, they'd last seen each other during a monster hunt. "We could have been mortal enemies instead, don't you think?" Torres made a light-hearted comment, drawing from old tales, and Encrid played along. There are two kinds of bonds that carry over from a past life. One's meant to meet, and one's better off avoided. "We're not enemies, are we?" Torres chuckled. "That's true." The two men bumped fists lightly. No matter what awaited them ahead, it was better to face it with a familiar face than a stranger. And so, they set off. The north gate greeted them with a gravel path as they trudged along. Only the two of them were departing from border guard. Is it just us? We'll meet up with a friendly scout unit across the river. So it wasn't a particularly dangerous mission. Perhaps that's why only 2 were sent. Various thoughts crossed Encrid's mind, but he kept them to himself. After all, Torres was in charge. All Encrid needed to know was what Torres said. Thus, they began their journey at dawn. By the time the morning sun rose, Encrid's inner garments were damp with sweat. Despite the lingering chill, carrying full gear while walking was bound to drench anyone in sweat. His attire consisted of a sleeveless, thin inner garment, layered with a slightly thicker one that covered the arms. Over that he wore leather armor imbued with magic resistance, and a whistled dagger sheath. The ensemble was completed with a gambeson, boots, and leather gauntlets. His pants, however, were thin for mobility's sake. No choice there. On his waist, he carried a thick-bladed dagger called a guard sword, a newly acquired longsword on his left, and a short sword on his right. And that wasn't all. In emergencies, more weapons were better. 2 knives were hidden at his ankles, and 2 throwing knives were secured on his left forearm. Though labeled as light infantry, his gear was hefty. This time an additional piece of equipment was added. Your left hand is idle. That needs to be addressed, Ragnar had instructed. This led to him carrying a buckler strapped to his back. Couldn't this double as a cooking pot? In a pinch, it could. Removing the leather handle would leave a thin metal disc. Still, it felt like unnecessary baggage. Oh well. He resigned himself to the task. If the shield didn't suit him, he'd consider alternatives. Whether it's sword and shield or just a sword, it's time to move forward. But first we'll focus on balance. Ragnar, usually a laid-back slacker, turned into a disciplined instructor when teaching Encrid. If asked whether that annoyed him, not at all. If anything, he was grateful. While opening his senses and scanning the surroundings, Encrid mulled over Ragnar's words as he walked. From the side, it was a peculiar sight. Torres, carrying only 2 short swords strapped to his left side, had relatively light gear. Glancing at Encrid, Torres thought, he's keeping up well. Despite the heavy load, Encrid didn't lag or pant. His eyes lacked focus as though lost in thought, but his sharp reactions to the surroundings were undeniable. What's going on in that head of his? Torres grew curious. Not just about that. He had participated in countless operations, but never encountered someone who asked so little. Not asking anything feels weirdly disappointing. On missions where secrecy abounded, it was common to ask about the objectives or plans after crossing the river. If asked, Torres already had his answer. We're soldiers. Our job is to follow orders. Ever thought of that? It would have been the perfect chance for a sharp retort. Yet Encrid didn't ask a thing. Straight ahead. Encrid broke his silence. Torres turned his gaze forward. They had been walking northwest along the riverbank when they spotted 2 soaked ghouls. Their sparse matted hair hung like seaweed from their pale heads. Hidden behind a large rock, their skin blended with the stone, making them easy to miss. He spotted them before me. Was it sharp instincts or simply good fortune? Torres couldn't tell. Regardless, monsters, enemies, had appeared. 1 each? Let's do that. At Torres' suggestion, Encrid stepped forward to draw their attention. He pulled the buckler from his back and unsheathed his longsword. Shrung. Nice sound. Any soldier who lived by the blade was attuned to such detail. Torres was no exception. Instead of drawing his weapon, Torres calculated the distance between himself and the ghouls. Ghoul claws were venomous. There was no need to get too close. As the 2 ghouls lunged at Encrid, Torres swiftly pulled a knife from his waist and hurled it. With a precise flick, the knife flew through the air, slicing into a ghoul's head. Thud. The ghoul's half-rotten skull cracked as the blade ricocheted out. Ghouls near water often had decayed bodies, the source of their stench. The knife had pierced through rotten flesh and shattered bone before being deflected. Torres watched as Encrid clumsily deflected the ghoul's claws with his shield and decapitated it with a clean sword swing. The ghoul's black blood oozed as its headless body collapsed to its knees and then to the ground. I thought there weren't many monsters around here. Even among platoon leaders, there was a distinction between those in the kingdom's direct forces, like the border guard, and regular units. Encrid, though a platoon leader himself, was clearly treated better. There's never none. The kingdom probably couldn't spare troops here because of the packs of human-faced hounds. But don't worry, there won't be too many. Encrid nodded silently, which made Torres wonder. Aren't you curious where we're going? Across the river, right? Stop talking formally. Whether it's the kingdom's direct forces or regular troops, a platoon leader's still a platoon leader. We're about the same age anyway, right? I'm 30, then I'm younger. Fair. It wasn't a suggestion worth refusing. What's your secret to looking so young? We've both been through countless battles, but man, it's unfair. On appearance alone, Torres looked older, with his plain features adding to the effect. He could easily be mistaken for an inn-worker. As Torres spoke, he dipped the fallen knife into the rippling green and blue waters of the river, wiping it clean on his sleeve before slipping it into his coat. The knife disappeared seamlessly, leaving Encrid marveling at the hidden sheath inside his coat. Hearing Encrid's answer, Torres let out a dry chuckle. A man with a talent for words, indeed. He thought to himself, I should have brought him into my unit, as he moved to the main topic. You know crossing the river won't be the end of it, right? A nod. And yet you're not asking anything? Would you tell me if I did? Of course not. Torres didn't know the details either. It was all conjecture. It's not going to be a pleasant affair, that much is clear. As Encrid spoke, his eyes blinked, and for a moment they seemed to glimmer. At least, that's how Torres saw it. It overlapped with the image of Encrid declaring he'd fight more beasts in the past. Is this guy looking forward to it? Because the land across the river was filled with monsters and beasts? Fascinating. Torres enjoyed risk himself, but this man seemed to share the same dangerous thrill. Let's go. The two resumed their brisk pace. By the time they reached the ferry crossing, Torres spoke again. We got here quicker than expected. There's still time to spare. Crossing the river required a ferryman. Nearby, they saw crude piles of stones and a barely visible pathway. The sun was now high in the sky. Torres found a suitable patch of shade and sat down, while Encrid began swinging his sword, not resting. No wonder people called him a training maniac. Torres watched as Encrid swung his sword into the air. Step by step, he moved, slashing from below to above and back again. An opening, Torres thought. But as soon as the idea struck, Encrid pulled his sword back, using the muscles of his arm as leverage to swing the pommel upwards like a weapon. A basic move, masterfully applied. Flawless. If that pommel struck a jaw, the victim would be eating porridge for days. If they were lucky. Worst case, they'd never chew solid food again. The thought made Torres feel a phantom ache in his own jaw. Encrid kept moving. Despite the forced march they'd endured to get here, his stamina was remarkable. Watching him, Torres unconsciously grasped the hilt of his short sword and pulled it slightly. Shing. The blade made a faint sound as it slid halfway out of the scabbard. He'd gotten too engrossed. The noise made Encrid pause mid-swing and turn his head. Their eyes met. 1 round. Encrid proposed. This wasn't the time for sparring. But something about Encrid made Torres want to test himself. Not out of hostility, but from a pure desire to measure his skills. There was also the lingering desire to finish what they couldn't during the last promotion duel. Time to get serious. Torres had seen Encrid handle harpies, and the dog-faced monsters before. He had also watched his dedicated training just now. It was hard to underestimate him anymore. Still growing, even at 30. Fine, let's do it. Torres sprang to his feet. Encred sheathed his sword, then held it, scabbard and all, in one hand. Even if hit by the sheathed blade, something would surely break. Encred's swordsmanship relied on powerful strikes. Good, bring it on. His tone was serious, making Torres loosen his shoulders in response. Should I throw a dagger? No, cheap tricks wouldn't work. Then how? Calculations raced through Torres's mind, his experiences from countless battles guiding his thoughts. One strike. The moment his feet left the ground, Torres moved low and fast, skimming the surface like a shadow. His speed reminded Encred of Auden's tackles. Reflexively, Encred bent his knees and lowered his stance, swinging his sword downward. Anything approaching would be struck. But Torres suddenly veered sideways, narrowly avoiding the blade. Encred's sword followed, tracking Torres's movement with eyes, hands, and feet. His entire body was attuned to not losing sight of him. He had learned from their last duel, losing sight meant losing the fight. At the same time, Encred closed the distance. Torres didn't panic. He executed a prepared move. Closing the gap to just arm's reach, he twisted his wrist near Encred's neck. That was all. No weapons in hand, no gripping or striking. Encred instinctively leaned his head back. Swish-dutting. The match was decided. In Torres's hand now was a knife with a blade barely a hand's length long. If this had been a fight to the death, a slight twist of Torres's wrist would have inflicted a fatal wound. I was planning to leave a nice scar on your cheek. What was that? Encred was genuinely shocked. He had been sure Torres was unarmed. It's my specialty. Think I'd tell you if you asked. You won't, will you? To his surprise, Torres explained. It takes skill. Doesn't happen overnight. As he spoke, he flipped his wrist, making the knife disappear. Another flick of his hand, and the knife popped out of his sleeve. On closer inspection, both the handle and blade were thin, clearly designed for concealment. Hidden knife. My secret technique. Torres sighed and added, not something I show just anyone. Yeah, I figured. Encred stood up and looked into the distance. They still had time before the ferryman arrived? One more round? Torres groaned but stood up. Fine. Let's do it. It had been a long time since Torres felt this kind of passion. It was like the excitement of holding a sword for the first time. He let himself get swept up in it. For the first time in years, he felt like a simple sparring match had made him stronger. It was a mix of adrenaline, the tension of the upcoming mission, and something else. The biggest reason stood right before him. Strange. It was all because of Encred. Torres realized this instinctively, and the thought filled him with awe and curiosity. By the time the ferryman arrived, the two soldiers were drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. I heard this was a standing army mission, but should you really be training now? The elderly ferryman remarked. It was a hard question to answer. Chapter 96. Those who have and those who don't. Torres would exploit weaknesses with uncanny precision, the moment his opponent let their guard down. He could read the breathing and condition of his adversary as naturally as drawing breath himself. When asked how he could do such a thing, he replied, just fight as many different types of opponents as possible. That's the quickest way to become an elite soldier in a short time, and the philosophy of the Frontier Defense Force. The last part sounded half-joking, as there wasn't much of a philosophy to it. Torres smirked after saying that. Watching the rippling water, Encred pondered as he gazed at the river. It's different. Just as the teachings of Rem and Ragnar were different, so too were the sparring sessions and words from Torres. Even the ferry company commander had a distinct approach. There's variety. Each had something to teach, and none of it was to be overlooked. Torres's hide knife technique might seem like a mere sleight of hand, but Incrid had learned that it could become a lethal move depending on its use. He even picked up some methods to deceive the opponent's perception for its execution. It was Torres's style of combat, honed through real battles. My father was a gambler, and he wanted to make me the second-generation gambler, Torres explained, perhaps offering an origin story for his hide knife technique. To Incrid, it sounded more like a combination of exceptional talent and relentless effort. Want me to teach you? It was just before the boatman arrived. Didn't you call it your secret move? If you want, I'll teach you. Why was he offering this? Incrid didn't know. However, he was more accustomed to seizing opportunities than questioning someone's change of heart. He nodded. All right. Watch closely. You hide it like this inside your sleeve. Torres began explaining how to conceal the knife, how to retrieve it with just a flick of the wrist, and so on. Your coordination is terrible. Torres grumbled as Incrid struggled with the motions. Despite the criticism, Incrid had improved slightly by focusing intensely, a skill he had honed for learning new things. He was undeniably better than before. Had this been the old Incrid before he had learned to concentrate on a single point of focus? Would I have given up already? Perhaps he would have walked away, shaking his head. After all, it would be foolish to invest time in something that seemed hopeless. For a custom knife, you'll need to commission a smith later. Until then, practice with thin stones or something similar, Torres advised, even picking up a thin stone for him to practice with. You really are clumsy. He scolded again, though Incrid didn't let it faze him. Such remarks weren't worth paying attention to. He didn't have the luxury of letting such words bother him in the first place. But you're persistent. Even as Torres criticized, Incrid kept trying, though it didn't come easily. The key was to slip the thin stone into his palm discreetly, letting it rest inside his sleeve. Then, with a twist of the hand, flip it out smoothly. Of course, it wasn't easy. A practice sheath would be nice, Torres muttered, explaining that training usually involved a sheath sewn into the inner sleeve to hold a knife in place. It was helpful until one got used to the technique. This move is an adaptation of a skilled gambler's called palming, Torres explained, watching Incrid practice. It was a technique with several prerequisites. The blade had to be shorter than an open palm, and the timing of the concealment had to be precise. Even grasping the knife required practice. This is tough. It was several times harder than swinging a sword. Still, it was easier than getting accustomed to handling a shield. Time passed as Incrid trained and sparred until he was drenched in sweat. Then, just as they were resting, the boatman arrived. The boatman had come along a patrol route frequently cleared of monsters, which allowed him to travel alone. They're planning to build a cabin here after the year's end, the boatman said. Fishermen might settle, maybe even form a small village if we're lucky. The boatman was talkative. Incrid humored him with brief replies, gazing at the Penhandle River as the oar creaked. The Penhandle River wasn't just the lifeline of nearby villages, but extended its influence to include Norelia and neighboring nations. He spotted low grass and scattered trees along the distant banks, waterfalls plunging between rocky cliffs, and a few huts built along the riverside. The gravel road on this side gave way to green fields that would turn vibrant in the spring. Watch out. This area's current is slow, but things like that can be dangerous, the boatman muttered, adjusting the direction of the boat to avoid a jagged gray rock jutting from the water. If the boat hit it, it would surely break apart. The boat drifted calmly down the river and eventually reached the opposite bank. I'll be off then. The boatman left. Should we wash up? We've got some time before the meeting, Torres suggested, glancing at the sun overhead. Good idea. Sweat had dried on their bodies, leaving an unpleasant odor. No one knew how long the operation would last, but it was better not to start off in discomfort. Eating, sleeping, and staying clean whenever possible were the basics of a soldier's life. All right then. Torres quickly stripped and waded into the river. The water rippled with a bluish-green clarity that seemed clean and refreshing. Encred followed, unstrapping his gear piece by piece, until he stood bare and stepped into the water. The icy chill made goosebumps rise across his body. Torres widened his eyes in surprise. "Well, what are you? Was there anything to be surprised about?" Torres's gaze dropped to between Encred's legs. He shut his mouth and didn't finish his sentence. Encred followed his gaze to his own body. "Ah, there was something to be surprised about. You bastard. You've got it all." Torres's voice sounded almost teary. "You could have just had the face. Now you're making me want to thank the parents I never met. You're an orphan?" "Yeah." Not knowing one's parents wasn't unusual here. Most soldiers had similar stories. "Maybe it's better than having parents who beat you while teaching you things. Maybe." Encred never craved a parent's affection. He only wanted to wield a sword. In the days when he had nothing, absolutely nothing, the only things that kept him going were the dream of knighthood and the sword. Would the world be kind to an orphan child? Unlikely. The fact that he had survived was remarkable enough. It helped that the villagers where Encred had grown up were honest and kind. A knight. That was all he lived for. He dreamed of knighthood to forget hunger. He swung a stick like a sword to forget his suffering. That's why Encred didn't crave affection. Instead, he yearned for the sword. It was the dream that carried him forward, the start of his pursuit of knighthood. Faces of a few villagers who had shown him kindness flashed through his mind. They hadn't been like parents who doted on him, but at least they hadn't let him die. Even so, those good people weren't immune to the devastation of war. War devours everything. If it were possible to end such wars, that would be ideal. And to contribute to that, what must one do? Swing the sword. Encred knew only one way, swinging his sword repeatedly until it was over. That was his life, his parents, his siblings, his dreams, his goals, his everything. Bubbles rose to the surface of the water. As Encred, submerged beneath the river, became lost in thought, Torres tapped him on the shoulder. Exhaling deeply, Encred emerged from the water. "They're here," Torres said, his gaze fixed on something. Turning to follow his eyes, Encred saw a soldier leaning lazily on one leg, accompanied by two others armed with short club-like weapons. At first glance, they looked more like bandits than soldiers. Their weapons consisted of crude clubs, and they wore tattered leather armor. Their gear was light. Forgoing thicker gambeson armor likely meant they prioritized mobility. Instinctively, Encred assessed their combat capabilities, a habit honed through Auden's training and the isolation technique. Good balance in both arms, he noted. Despite standing casually, the lead soldier's arms hung at their sides, ready to act. They could throw something if needed. A hand axe for throwing dangled from the soldier's belt, confirming their skill in handling projectiles. The two soldiers behind them were less remarkable, armed with daggers at their waists and holding clubs. Orange hair. Encred's gaze finally settled on the face of the lead soldier. Freckles, orange hair, and a small frame. It was a female soldier. Well, enjoying your bath? Feeling refreshed?" she said in a cocky tone, addressing the two men. Encred realized, with some irritation, that his instincts still needed sharpening. I didn't sense them approaching. It wasn't entirely surprising. He hadn't expected anyone to come this far. Moreover, he had been submerged, lost in thought. Had he been too careless? No, he'd taken precautions. His weapons were within reach on the riverbank, and their approach had been unusually stealthy. Standing on higher ground, the orange-haired soldier spoke again. "Not coming out." Torres stepped forward first. "Want to keep staring? Well, there's got to be something worth staring at," she shot back bluntly. Encred emerged from the water streaming off his muscular frame. Torres had been startled earlier, but it wasn't just about seeing a man's symbol. The isolation technique had transformed Encred's body into something extraordinary. Auden's teachings, repeated and etched into his flesh, had left visible results. Sculpted shoulders gave way to muscular arms that flexed with every move. His chiseled chest led down to angular abs, and his powerful thigh muscles were a testament to his discipline. The lead soldier's eyes briefly lingered before muttering, "Looks like there is." Torres, observing from the side, grumbled, "Well, at least someone's got it going on." "Get dressed," the orange-haired soldier said with a cough, her composure slipping slightly. Tora and Encred fetched fresh clothes from their packs, leaving their sweat-soaked garments crusted with salt to dry. Once fully armored again, Encred stood tall. "Scouts! Squad!" Finn's fist then extended toward Encred. "Independent platoon leader, Encred," he said. The designation of independent platoon was an improvised title, as Encred couldn't officially command a platoon within the company. "Independent platoon? Never heard of that, but nice to meet you," Finn said, bypassing his fist to pat his abs. "Nice abs? I had nice abs too," Torres muttered, clearly loud enough to be heard. "Let's talk while walking," Finn suggested. "If we move now, we can reach the campsite before sundown." With her two subordinates saluting briefly, the five-person group set off. During the journey, Finn revealed the details of their mission. "You didn't come here without knowing where you are, right?" "We've heard it's a land of beasts and monsters," Encred answered, recalling what Henri had mentioned. The area north of the Penhandle River was infamous for being a haven for magical beasts and creatures. Only skilled pathfinders or hunters dared venture here. "And it's right under the nose of Crossguard," Finn added grimly. "Our original mission was to gather intelligence through a contact. Up until now, that's all we've done. But all we've done." Their contact, a spy referred to as a cat, had failed to make contact for 4 days. Finn's tone grew heavier. "The new orders are to go in and retrieve them. The last message we received indicated they had crucial information." A chill ran down Encred's spine. His instincts screamed danger, a warning born from countless brushes with death. "This is bad." No, it wasn't just bad. It was deadly. He felt it in his bones. Death awaited perhaps multiple times over. Following Finn's plan would mean infiltrating Crossguard's territory. "Damn it," Finn muttered with a bitter laugh. "I know it's a shitty mission, but there's a way. There's always a way." Her laugh was laced with self-deprecation. Encred had already learned one thing during his previous encounters. Like the mage's trap, escape was futile. Whether he fled all night, stayed awake, or ran to another location, the outcome remained the same. The only solution was to face the challenge head-on and find a way to overcome it. A grin spread across Encred's face, one filled with anticipation and exhilaration. Finn raised an eyebrow. "They sent a crazy one." Even Torres nodded slightly, half serious. He too was nervous, but Encred's reaction was beyond comprehension. Of course, Encred felt nervous as well, but his mindset was different. He saw this as another opportunity to push beyond his limits. Surpass it. To climb over the wall of his current self, to grow stronger. This was what brought a smile to his face. It didn't mean he wouldn't fight with all his might to survive. The thought of dying still sent chills down his spine. But he was focused on what lay ahead beyond the fear. As they walked, Encred's shoulders tensed with a mix of anticipation and determination. Is he mine? Is he mad? By the time they reached the campsite, it was already night. Thanks to the moonlight, the darkness wasn't oppressive. The gravel path gradually transitioned into a grassy field, the signs of winter's end revealing themselves in faint patches of green. Of course, at night the grass shimmered like a faint purple under the light. "The moon is bright." Encred glanced at the moon overhead, then stuffed the pebble he had been holding into his pants pocket. His right arm twitched slightly. They had walked for over half a day to get here, during which Encrid had continuously practiced Tora's knife technique. The muscles in his forearm ached and felt sore. Clenching and unclenching his fist a few times, Encrid reassured himself that the pain would subside by tomorrow. Having pushed his body to its limits while mastering the isolation technique, he was now attuned to how quickly his muscles could recover. Actually, he thought, maybe a brief rest would suffice. All day playing with rocks, what a weirdo, Finn muttered as they arrived. Encrid had felt her occasional sidelong glances during the journey. My hands get restless. It's a habit, he replied dismissively, surveying the campsite. It wasn't a typical site with campfires and pitched tents. To be precise, it looked more like a network of burrows rather than a campsite, with numerous holes dotting the area. Find a burrow you like, cover the entrance with a camouflage tarp, and you're set. If you want it cozy, heated leather would be nice. But we don't have enough to go around, one of the soldiers said, holding up a large tarp. The material's muddy brown hue blended seamlessly with the ground, making the burrows nearly invisible. Heated leather, huh? Encrid did have one in his backpack. I wonder if Esther's doing okay. She had hissed incessantly when he left, clearly displeased. But taking her along wasn't an option, so he had no choice but to leave her behind. It's cold, so share a burrow with someone. You, newbie, can bunk with me, Finn said, pointing at Encrid. Encrid's pack contained the heated leather, and the burrows didn't seem particularly spacious. 2 small-bodied people might manage, but Encrid was hardly petite, even if he wasn't as broad as Auden. It would definitely be uncomfortable, not to mention the added awkwardness of sharing a space with a woman. If anyone finds out, it'll cause a commotion. Judging by how fast rumors spread in the unit, it often felt like someone was spying on him, ready to spill everything. And sure enough, Torres was already staring at him. I'll be fine. I've got my own arrangements, Encrid said. Finn looked disappointed. What about me? Am I supposed to sleep alone? Torres raised his hand to chime in. What? The platoon leader of the Frontier Defense Unit came here without gear? At that, Torres glanced at Encrid, then down at himself, clearly noting that he was smaller in stature. What is this nonsense? Either way, he ended up grumbling at Finn's remark. As Finn began unpacking her things in the burrow she had claimed, Torres approached Encrid. Why do I feel annoyed? Why ask me? Maybe because you're tired? Is that what it is? Really? Infamous platoon leader who even charms company commanders. Is that what you think? Yep, you bastard. Torres chuckled and walked off. The burrow wasn't as cramped as it seemed. Slanted into the ground, its interior was lined with cloth to prevent dampness. Once he draped the camouflage tarp over the entrance, it felt surprisingly snug. After fetching the heated leather from his pack and wrapping himself in it, the space became comfortably warm. You're well prepared. Would you like some? A scout approached, offering jerky. No, I've got my own, Encrid replied. The jerky he had tasted previously had been so flavorful that he'd gone out of his way to acquire more. Family recipe, the soldier said modestly, smiling. The soldier's mother ran a small eatery, tucked behind an inn. Known for its spiced grilled meats, the place had earned a stellar reputation. I should stock up on more when I get back. Encrid made a mental note to ask Craze to procure a steady supply. He chewed on a sweet and spicy jerky, marveling at the tender texture. For someone utterly hopeless at cooking, such delicacies were always fascinating. Encrid's meager talents lay entirely in wielding a sword. Even as a mercenary, he dabbled in various trades but mastered none. His dream of knighthood had always been his sole focus. After finishing the jerky, sleep overtook him. This was the land of beasts and monsters, after all. Henry's warning echoed in his mind as he dozed off. Still, the first night passed uneventfully. The scouts had exempted him from night watch duty for the day. Before dawn, Encrid awoke instinctively, stepping outside and stripping off his upper garments. The cold air jolted him awake, invigorating his senses. Fully alert, he began performing the isolation technique, starting with exercises that involved raising his knees to his chest in rapid bursts. He transitioned into a series of other movements. "What are you doing?" The last night watch, leaning against a tree between burrows, stared at him, bewildered. "Morning training. Do you even know where you are?" "The crossguard's front yard." "And you're still doing this?" No one in the scout unit recognized Encrid, so their confusion was understandable. As he moved on to sword practice, the rest of the unit awoke one by one, including Finn, who stared at him along with the others. Everyone except Torres. "What's wrong with—" Finn muttered to herself. Torres, now wearing a thick cloak instead of a blanket, approached and replied, "That's just what he does on a regular day." "Does he do that every day?" Finn's mind wandered to Encrid's physique, recalling what she'd seen just yesterday. The memory was still vivid, his sculpted muscles, powerful legs, and the imposing presence in between. "Well, that's not something training can improve," she mused, brushing that thought aside as she focused on the rest of his form. It was clear why his body looked like that. Life in this land was brutal enough to strain anyone's body to its limits, naturally cultivating extraordinary physicality in its inhabitants. And to stand out even among such hardened people, the only answer was to work twice as hard as everyone else, just like Encrid did. But knowing and doing were entirely different things. Will he even have the strength to fight a monster if one shows up this afternoon? The way he moved looked like it would cause muscle cramps any moment, so she asked with concern. "He sparred with me over 10 times after doing that, and even marched yesterday," Torres responded casually, hinting that his own stamina wasn't far behind Encrid's. But Finn's eyes remained glued to Encrid. Why? There was something about the way he swung his sword. It felt as if he was pouring his soul into each motion. "He's like a madman." Her words carried no malice, only a mix of admiration and growing fondness. Torres couldn't help but notice. What did he even do? Torres felt as though he was witnessing the magnetic charm of the platoon leader. All Encrid had done so far was bathe, march, sleep, wake up, and train in the morning, yet he seemed to have already captivated Finn, a seasoned scout leader in this treacherous land. Is this how he won over the company commander too? But was it truly about his physical prowess? Or maybe it was the impression he left by the river. Torres's thoughts were cut short. Everyone's brief fascination with Encrid faded as the call for breakfast came. At dawn, Finn's scout unit avoided lighting fires. Sustaining themselves solely on dried meat and fruit wasn't sustainable either. Fortunately, their camp's location offered options. A half-day east lay crossguard, and just a short walk northwest brought them to a small forest, their makeshift dining hall. "You coming to eat? If we're lucky, we might catch a rabbit." Finn's unit consisted of 8 members, not a large number. Their meals were simple, often supplemented by local hunting. Adding Encrid and Torres hadn't changed that routine much. "There's a stream nearby. You can wash up there," Finn mentioned to Encrid. "Can I wash my clothes too?" he asked nonchalantly. "Cleaning yourself, eating, and maintaining gear is a soldier's duty," Finn replied matter-of-factly. The situation was unusual, with only 2 reinforcements joining, both at platoon leader rank. But Finn, being a ranger accustomed to the front lines, didn't dwell on it. Soon they reached the forest. Establishing a temporary base near the stream, they began gathering dry branches. In the process, they encountered 2 beasts. Encrid merely observed. The beasts, twisted versions of animals, were creatures called maws. These deer-like maws had peeling, bluish skin and lifeless black eyes that stared at Encrid. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Arrows flew from 3 scouts, striking the deer maw's forehead and neck. It collapsed with a groan, its head hitting the ground. The scouts approached, prodding it with their feet to confirm its death, then retrieved their arrows. Cheech, it snapped, one muttered as he examined a broken arrow shaft. They're skilled, Encrid noted. Their precision was no accident. These scouts had survived in a land teeming with monsters and maws. Yet, Encrid wondered how he'd fare against them in close combat. It wouldn't be easy, certainly not against multiple opponents. Do you even have hunting experience, being a high-ranked soldier and all? One scout asked. A little, Encrid replied. He had picked up some skills from Henry and his mercenary days. While he wasn't an expert hunter, his abilities lay elsewhere. The thought was interrupted when one scout returned, a grim expression on his face. Damn it, ghouls. Should we relocate? How many? I counted 10, but there might be more. I didn't stick around to check. Ghouls weren't a common sight, but they weren't unheard of either. Moving their camp was ideal, yet they had just set it up. Facing 10 ghouls was a daunting prospect for scouts, especially given their speed and the poisonous claws that could cripple their strength. Which direction? Encrid asked, breaking the tense silence. His sudden question caught the scout off guard. The ghouls, he clarified. Understanding dawned on Torres. He's asking where they are. Encrid's skill with a greatsword made him particularly suited for fighting monsters, something Torres had witnessed firsthand. These ghouls aren't your average kind, Finn warned. You don't need to worry, Torres reassured her. I'll just keep them from running, he added, positioning himself beside Encrid. Don't let a single one escape, Encrid replied, determination in his voice. Finn exchanged glances with the other scouts. While combat was routine for them, 10 ghouls posed a serious threat. Encrid sniffed the air, catching the faint scent of decay. He pinpointed their direction using his heightened senses. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward. Hey, wait! Finn shouted, but he was already moving. The scouts followed instinctively, compelled to witness what the man who had flaunted his physique earlier could truly do. When Encrid faced the ghouls, Finn's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 98. Escape route. This ghoul, despite its hunched back, was incredibly fast. Its claws were longer than the ones he had encountered before. Still, it wasn't faster than a harpy. Nor were its claws sharper than Rem's axe. Dots and lines. Encrid connected the dots, mapping out every movement around him into the realm of instinct. Facing the approaching ghoul, there was only one thing to do. Draw his sword and swing. Shing! The blade emerged from its sheath, performing its duty flawlessly. Ka! The foul-smelling ghoul charged forward, but Encrid's blade fell in a calculated arc, guided by the movements he had already discerned. Crack! Dot-ion. Slice! Perfect vertical slash from the crown. With his left foot forward, the downward strike split the ghoul's skull precisely. Retrieving the embedded sword in a single motion, he repeated this 2 more times. Each strike, a diagonal slash aimed downward, dispatched another ghoul. In mere moments, 3 ghouls lay motionless, their skulls split wide open. Meanwhile, Taurus threw a dagger from the side. Whoosh! The spinning blade lodged itself in the head of a ghoul, attempting to flank them on the left. Encrid moved swiftly, stepping forward to slash the neck of another ghoul. When one got too close, he delivered a powerful punch to its head. Another ghoul fell as Encrid thrust his blade into its skull with one hand. There was no struggle, no desperation. 13 ghouls were slain in mere moments. And amidst their extermination, Encrid felt something peculiar. A pattern. The ghouls attacked in an oddly organized manner, as though they had been trained to fight. While this made them easier to deal with, it also meant that anyone lacking overwhelming skill could quickly find themselves overwhelmed and kill. What could it be? These ghouls were unlike the ones he had encountered in the sewers or along the riverside earlier. Ghouls were the most common man-eating monsters, simple beasts incapable of thought. Could creatures like this employ tactics? No, it was impossible, unless they had formed a colony. In such cases, a leader would emerge to command the group, transforming them into what was called a colony. But there were no signs of that here, so there was no reason to dwell on it further. It was likely just a quirk his instincts had picked up on. As he considered whether to wash his blade of the ghoul's blood in the nearby stream, Finn approached him. "What's with you?" Finn stared at him intently. Her question seemed loaded, but it was likely about his ability to handle the ghouls so effortlessly. Encrid responded, "I mentioned I lead an independent platoon. It's a highly specialized combat unit." It wasn't a lie. After all, the company commander's intent had always been for their role to be extreme. Who would believe the unit consisted of only 9 members? And yet, it was sustainable because every member's skill exceeded the norm. Though overshadowed by the fame of the Frontier Defense Force, Encrid personally knew it wasn't comparable. They can't even compare. Rim, Ragnar, Auden, and Jackson. Those 4 were still leagues ahead of him. Even with his ability to dispatch ghouls so efficiently, they remained beyond reach. "I still have a long way to go." Despite knowing the direction the milestone pointed, those 4 felt like they were still on the other side of an unbridgeable gap. In contrast, Torres from the Frontier Defense Force was within reach. If it came down to a life-and-death battle, he might lose, but it wasn't hard to imagine winning either. "You're an excellent fighter," Finn said. "You're amazing," echoed a soldier who had been on night watch earlier. Several others gathered around, their eyes on Encrid. He felt oddly out of place with the attention, not used to such recognition. It prompted his offhand comment. "We don't need to relocate the base." "Agreed," Finn replied. They decided to return to the temporary camp, guided by a soldier with drooping eyes who pointed out the direction to the stream. The camp, which also served as a dining area, wasn't far. "Hey, I killed 3 too," Torres muttered on the way back, but no one paid him any mind. No one except Encrid, who lightly tapped Torres on the shoulder. "You made things easier," he said. Deep down, Torres knew his contributions were minor at best, serving only to reduce inconvenience. He could have handled everything alone. It dawned on him again. He's been holding back. Or perhaps, Torres reconsidered, it wasn't that Encrid had been hiding his skill. It was just that sparring and real combat were worlds apart. If they fought for real, risking their lives, I'd lose. Even among the elite ranks of soldiers, Torres ranked in the middle tier. But Encrid seemed beyond that. Realizing this made Torres regret, teaching him the hide knife technique. "Hey, don't practice that anymore," Torres said, noticing Encrid fiddling with a thin stone out of habit after the battle. "Why did you teach it then?" Encrid replied with mild amusement. "Just forget it," Torres muttered. Encrid had no idea what Torres was feeling. The sting of seeing someone surpass you, someone you thought far below, was not a pleasant one. Of course, Encrid couldn't understand such feelings. This had been his life. Throughout his journey, others had outpaced and overtaken him, never looking back. But even so, he never gave up on his dream, swinging his sword until his palms bled. That was the kind of person Encrid was. "Let's go wash our blades," he said. Ghoul blood reeked and carried oiliness that could damage a blade if left uncleaned. "All right," Torres replied, albeit listlessly. Having been excluded from the hunt, both headed to the stream, where they also washed their sweat-soaked clothes. Drying them was another issue, but they had until nightfall to let the campfire handle it. The stream's water was clearer than expected, flowing swiftly enough to carry away waste. Finn even declared it safe to drink. After filling a leather canteen and taking a sip, Encrid's stomach growled. "You too?" "Me too," Torres remarked with a chuckle. After gathering their belongings and tightly wringing out their clothes, they returned to camp. "Here you go," a now noticeably kinder soldier said, handing them a long branch to hang their clothes near the fire. Nearby, another soldier was skinning a snake. "Lucky find, huh?" the man said, prompting nods from Encrid and Torres. Despite its unappetizing appearance, snake meat was rich in protein, a highly sought-after food. Even Odin had said so. If it was available, you ate it. "Yeah," Encrid replied, sitting nearby. Torres joined him, and Finn took a seat across the fire. The campfire crackled softly, producing almost no smoke. This is a skill too, he thought. Encrid had seen hunters and scouting parties manage such tasks with ease before. They would start a small fire with tree bark and leaves, then carefully add finely chopped, dry wood to keep it burning. Of course, this wasn't a simple job. It required some finesse. Whenever Encrid tried, he failed more often than not. For these people, however, it seemed second nature. Smoke briefly rose and then disappeared without a trace. One of the team members slid charred coals under the neatly stacked logs. "Logs tend to give off a lot of smoke when burned," they explained. This meant they had to be cautious not just when lighting the fire, but also when adding logs afterward. While it wasn't likely that the smoke would be visible from cross guard, such caution was second nature to scouts. Soon, 2 team members grilled snake meat while others prepared dried jerky over the fire. One of them fetched a large pot, boiled water, and added a mix of fruits and berries before straining them out. "That one's nicknamed the Cook," Finn remarked, sharpening her hand axe with a whetstone as she sat with her back to the ground. Seeing her focus reminded Encrid of Rem. "I hope he's not causing any trouble," he thought. After a brief nod, the group began their meal. The snake meat was surprisingly tender and well seasoned with salt, making it unexpectedly delicious, especially the tail. "When I return and I'm opening a restaurant," announced the soldier responsible for the meal. The firelight illuminated his youthful face, and he admitted to being only 22. "You should aim to become a great ranger instead," Finn teased. "I prefer being a chef, Captain," he countered, eliciting laughter from Finn, who waved him off with a good-natured nod. The atmosphere was warm and tight-knit. Encrid chewed on the snake meat and warmed up some jerky. When he offered the cook some seasoned jerky, the young soldier's eyes lit up. "This is amazing. Where'd you get it?" "In the city. I'll tell you when we get back." The young man nodded eagerly, savoring the treat. "Promise." After a hearty meal, they divided into shifts and rested. "Proper rest is part of ranger's duties," Finn said. "Scouting here isn't that meaningful anyway. The priority is survival, and stamina is key to that." The resting spots were carefully chosen. Some used hollowed-out trees as shelters, others climbed up branches, and a few remained by the fire. Once their rest was over, Finn addressed Encrid and Torres directly as the sun dipped toward the horizon. "There are 3 ways into the fortress. Let's discuss them. First, there's the rat hole." She elaborated. "It's a route used by smugglers. Those who know about it use it freely, and it's not heavily guarded. But the danger lies in who else knows about it." "Next?" Torres asked. Finn continued, listing the options: scaling the walls at night or disguising themselves as merchants at dawn to sneak in. "The quickest way is the first, the safest is the second, and the easy is the third." Even without explanation, the risks were clear. The third option was the least risky, followed by the first, and then the second. From Finn's tone, it was evident she didn't consider any of these options particularly dangerous. "Getting inside the fortress isn't the hard part," she said. "The real challenge is finding the cat." Encrid agreed. It would be troublesome if the target was imprisoned or already caught. Without any clues, they might even need to investigate the fortress dungeons. "If there's no trace in the city, we'll retreat. The scouting party will return to the main group," Finn added. "Sounds about right," Torres replied, as though expecting it. After discussing further instructions received from the main unit, Torres remarked, "Only the 3 of us will infiltrate." Which route do we take? That's for you to decide, Finn replied, folding her arms. You know the situation here best. After some thought, Finn chose the rat hole. Unless we're incredibly unlucky, we won't get caught. We'll leave at dawn, not at night? Torres questioned. Finn explained. Morning is better. The guards are more alert at night, and it's easier to scale the walls the following evening. Encrid observed the flow of decisions quietly. After eating, training, and practicing his sleight of hand with stones, the day ended, and they returned to their shelter. The situation seemed surprisingly calm, almost too peaceful. Is the Aspen scouting party not active here? He wondered. The next morning they set out with Finn leading. Contrary to Encrid's expectations, they didn't take a wide detour. People assume the western side of Crossguard is a natural barrier with its monsters and beasts, Finn explained. Scouts do patrol occasionally, but it's rare, and they wouldn't deploy their best here. Without a clear purpose, even Aspen's scouts avoid this area. Finn's pace was quick, her ranger skills apparent. Her ability to spot and avoid traces of monsters and beasts was remarkable. Her steps were particularly noteworthy. She pressed her heels into the ground first, a subtle movement that caught Encrid's attention. We'll need to take a slight detour here, Finn said, hacking through the undergrowth with the axe at her belt. Encrid drew his sword and sliced through the bushes, cursing himself for not inspecting his blade earlier. He'd been too focused on training. As they cleared the brush, they stumbled upon clusters of red berries. Don't eat those, they're poisonous, Finn warned playfully. Noted, Encrid replied. You could talk to me casually, you know, Finn suggested. Sure, Encrid agreed. He rarely turned down such proposals, unless it involved sharing a shelter. Finn glanced at him mischievously. How about sharing my shelter after this mission? No, teach. Hey, I'm walking right next to you, Torres interrupted. I know, Finn replied shamelessly, her bold personality shining through. They reached a small ridge overlooking the fortress walls. Beyond the ridge, the gates lay to the west. There were no moats, but Finn explained, why bother with moats? Getting here past the beasts is nearly impossible for most. Her skill as a ranger was evident. Few could reach this point, let alone lead others here. The group approached the rat hole. Finn entered first, invoking a ranger's motto as she went. The ranger always leads, she declared. Encrid followed, observing her smile, her leather helm, and the orange hair peeking through it. Behind them, Torres brought up the rear. What awaited them inside, however, was utterly unexpected. Idiots, a voice sneered. Before they realized it, they were surrounded. A unit armed with long spears and shields awaited in the spacious passage, wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Behind them, the sound of bowstrings being drawn filled the air. Turning, they saw soldiers armed with shortbows blocking the exit. They hadn't even walked half an hour into the passage. It was a trap. Spears and shields ahead, arrows ready behind. A perfect ambush, inescapable for anyone but knights of exceptional skill. Damn it all, Torres muttered, despair thick in his voice. We've been waiting for you, you wildcat, the enemy commander sneered. Finn's expression darkened at the insult. You bastard. Chapter 99. When luck does not follow, 1, at the break of dawn, Encrid woke to face yet another identical day. His routine remained unchanged, honing his body through the isolation technique. Another day began anew. Most of it was just like the days before. Training his body, observing the scouts and Finn. After finishing his swordsmanship training early in the morning, Encrid inspected his gear. Since the battle with the ghouls, he had neglected to check his equipment in the mornings. Starting again from here. It marked the beginning of a new day. It was also time to decide on a direction. Would he take the same escape route again, or choose a different path? He lifted his sword to eye level, tilting it slightly, keeping it parallel to the ground. As he inspected the blade, he found no nicks or damage. Looking at the blade, Encrid pondered what mattered most amidst these repetitive days. First, assess the situation. If there were 3 paths ahead, he wanted to know what lay at the end of each one. It felt as though the 3 paths had been waiting for him all along, laid out before his eyes. How he would move toward tomorrow was a matter for later consideration. After polishing the blade with prepared leather and double-checking his other gear, he unwound and rewrapped the leather strap on the hilt. This act marked the start of a different kind of day. Since it was impossible to count each passing day, he had developed this method as a way of commemorating the first day over and over. Rewrapping the leather strap on the sword grip symbolized the beginning of his second day. Encred remembered, "If we're heading out this morning, shouldn't we get a move on?" Taurus, eating jerky for breakfast, commented casually. Having tasted the seasoned jerky, Taurus often clung to Encred every morning. Encred was about to respond when he noticed Finn approaching. On her left hip, she carried a hand axe. Her sturdy boots bore thick soles, and on her right hip, she wore a short sword. Over her body was a thin, well-tanned leather armor. He had previously noticed how the armor flexed easily with her movements. It must be lightweight, he thought. Her equipment reflected the light armament of a scout unit, who carried only the essentials to move swiftly. Rangers go first. This was their motto. Being the ones who walked ahead, they carried the lightest loads. Compared to heavily armored infantry, Encred himself was classified as a light infantryman, but his gear was relatively heavier when compared to scouts. Even just one longsword could be cumbersome. But what about their skills in an actual fight? This had been a lingering question over the past few days. Considering the physical conditioning he'd achieved through the isolation technique, he doubted he would lag behind Taurus. With time to spare today, it seemed like a good opportunity. To make today different from yesterday, he dismissed the option of sticking his head into the same hole first thing in the morning. What about scaling the wall under the cover of night? Encred proposed, as soon as Finn drew closer. Beating around the bush only prolonged conversations unnecessarily. Sometimes, exposing one's intentions and goals openly was advantageous for steering a discussion. Encred excelled in this regard. Out of nowhere, I have a bad feeling about it. When Finn tilted her head in confusion, Encred replied without hesitation. She was well aware of the nickname his unit had given him. Aside from titles like Demonic Squad Leader or Spellbreaker, the most commonly used phrase to describe him was, "The one loved by the goddess of luck." This was it. If another soldier or commander claimed to have a bad feeling, it might be easy to dismiss. But when it came from him, it carried a different weight. A bad feeling. Of course Finn, unaware of his reputation, found the statement puzzling. Torres, however, responded differently. After briefly studying Encred's face, Torres stroked his chin and said, "If all 3 options are equally viable, crossing the wall doesn't sound too bad." He agreed instantly, without even questioning the reason. Simply trusting the gut feeling. Finn tilted her head again, puzzled by this odd trust before speaking. "Are you aware that climbing a wall isn't exactly easy?" "Nothing in this world comes easy," Encred replied. When 2 out of 3 people agreed on a path, the decision was easy. Finn didn't particularly care which path they took. That's why she had laid out all 3 options to begin with. With a nod, she conceded. "All right, fine." There was no need for a battle of wills. Finn even felt a subtle fondness for Encred. "How about a bout first?" Encred suggested as he secured the sheathed sword to his waist, freshly wrapped in leather straps. "Oh ho!" Torres chimed in enthusiastically. The invitation was clearly directed at Finn. "Me? You want to spar with me? I'm not exactly a combat specialist." That couldn't be true. No one with such a well-trained physique could avoid being skilled in combat. "I'm not a swordsmanship specialist either," Encred retorted, shrugging as Finn showed her palms. "Even bare-handed would be fine. We don't want injuries before an important mission, after all. Would it be a valuable experience? Who knew?" Regardless, the sight of her conditioned body piqued his competitive spirit. And Finn, despite her amiable feelings toward Encred, suddenly felt a similar desire to test her skills. It's been a while. Though she had once been passionate about training, she had stopped after hitting her limits. Still, she wasn't someone to be easily bested, not even by the likes of Encred, whose swordsmanship had impressed her during his battle with the ghouls. Without swords involved, she doubted she'd lose easily. Everyone had their strengths, and hers was hand-to-hand combat. "It's been a while since I've seen this," remarked one of the scouts. A man with a bandit-like appearance but a surprisingly soft demeanor. He had once helped dry Encred's clothes over a branch, and his comment suggested familiarity with Finn's skills. "Stop talking nonsense," Finn muttered, her eyes now gleaming with determination. She was already in combat mode. "We've got time until nightfall," she said, granting permission. Encred unsheathed his sword and set it aside, removing his gambeson and leather armor. Wearing only a thin shirt secured with leather straps at his chest, he stood opposite her. The scouts and Torres quickly formed a large circle, creating space for the duel. At the center, Torres chuckled and said, "This feels like déjà vu." He was likely referring to the sparring match during Encred's promotion. Torres recalled how much Encred had changed since then. "Let's begin." Soon, the duel commenced. Finn's specialty was close-quarters combat, and she made no attempt to hide it. She shifted her stance, sidestepping before swiftly closing the distance. Encred had also learned striking techniques from Auden. He spread his legs front and back, stepping lightly while extending his left hand straight out. Unlike wide, sweeping punches, a direct, straight punch had a shorter trajectory, faster, resembling a sword's thrust. Finn displayed an almost acrobatic movement upon seeing it. With her eyes wide open, she ducked low, evading the punch with the minimal necessary movement. Encred's thrusting punch only grazed her hair. "This reminds me." The movement brought back memories of his time escorting Leona Rockfried. Back then, when Encred had climbed to the second floor to save her, he had dodged a dagger thrown by the enemy with just a slight tilt of his head. Finn's evasion of his punch mirrored that motion, flowing into a close-quarters engagement. Is she going for a tackle? The thought was brief, and his judgment was swift. With a sharp motion, he drove his right elbow downward, instead of following through with his extended left fist. It was a brutal attack, one that could have punctured her lower back had it landed. But Finn avoided even that. Her movements were serpentine, flexibly twisting her waist and stepping to Encred's right side. Not only had she repositioned herself, but she had also grabbed hold of Encred's wrist and forearm with both hands. Encred instinctively flexed his muscles to break free from her grip. At the same time, Finn coiled her leg around the inside of his calf. From there, it became a battle to see who could seize the other's joints first. Dodging, blocking, and grappling, they tumbled to the ground repeatedly. There was a loud thud as their heads struck the ground at one point. Without either noticing, Finn's foot or hand sometimes landed in Encred's groin. The El Karaz style. Encred recognized the technique Finn was using. It was one of the many things Odin had thoroughly taught him about. El Karaz was the name of one of the most infamous prisons across the continent. Long ago, a prison warden there had devised a technique to inflict excruciating pain on prisoners without leaving visible injuries. This grappling art, known as the El Karaz combat style, relied heavily on joint locks, earning it the nickname King of the Dirt. The name came from those who rolled on the dirt training grounds of El Karaz, claiming the title of king through this notorious skill. Encred countered with grappling techniques from the Vala style, which Auden had taught him in what he calls bedroom battles. However, Finn's proficiency was several times higher. And so, do you admit defeat? The moment he thought he had defended himself well, Finn had already trapped his neck between her legs. If she wanted, she could break his neck. Being caught in this position, Encrid could feel how incredibly firm her thigh muscles were. "I surrender," Encrid conceded, his neck still in her hold. "If we fought with swords, who knows? But this is my specialty," Finn said, releasing him. Both of them were covered in dirt after tumbling around so much. Dust clung to their hair, scattering whenever they moved. "I need a wash. Want to join?" Finn asked. "I'll pass," Encrid replied without hesitation. The casual suggestion essentially meant bathing together, and he had no intention of agreeing. Finn clicked her tongue playfully, standing up and brushing off her pants. "See you at dinner," she said before leaving. After she was gone, Torres approached, grinning. "If you two are going to roll around like that, why not just find a cave, huh?" When Encrid looked at him questioningly, Torres laughed even harder. "You lasted the longest of anyone who's ever grappled with our captain." A nearby squad member chimed in. "Yeah, she was really all over you." Now that he thought about it, their bodies had been pressed together during the fight. "I didn't have time to think about that." Still, one thing became clear. She's an excellent sparring partner. Not as good as Auden. Auden could keep him utterly helpless while offering endless commentary. But Finn was perfect for refining his valid grappling skills in this current situation. Of course, this didn't mean he would squander today. As always, his focus remained on escaping this predicament. Later, Encrid practiced Torres's hidden knife techniques under a tree. "You're still at it?" "I've taught plenty of people, and some just can't get it," Torres said, watching him with a serious expression. "Is that so?" Encrid replied calmly. "Fine, suit yourself," Torres muttered, giving up quickly. After a few days with Encrid, he had realized something. This man was stubborn to the core. "When you suggested heading for the wall, why?" Torres asked. "It seems like the better option. And your gut's been right so far, mostly." In truth, it was through relentless repetition that he had achieved what seemed like instinctive decisions. Explaining it wouldn't make anyone understand. "All right, I'll trust you," Torres said with a nod. The rest of the day was spent training, resting, and preparing. They cleaned themselves, took brief naps, and readied their gear. By nightfall, Finn led them toward the wall. The path was treacherous, involving climbing rocky terrain under the dim light of 2 moons. "Good thing we've got 2 moons tonight," Finn remarked. "Is it though? This route's brutal," Torres complained, drenched in sweat. Finn chuckled. "Told you it'd be twice as hard as the other paths." Eventually, they reached a vantage point where the cross-guard's wall loomed before them. "Luck's on our side," Finn said, smiling. Torres glanced at her skeptically. "How is this lucky? We didn't encounter any monsters or beasts along the way." Finn's words, though reassuring, did little to ease the difficulty of the task ahead. Climbing over the wall promised to be even harder than crossing the rocky terrain. "Let's go," Encrid said, following Finn silently, fully aware that there was no turning back. Chapter 100. When Luck Does Not Follow. 2. Do you really need to take that longsword? It was just before their departure from the campsite and makeshift garrison. Finn was pointing out the equipment Encrid and Torres carried. "Can't I? You've never climbed over a wall, have you?" Of course they hadn't. Climbing a wall wasn't exactly a common experience. Let me say this again. Travel as lightly as possible. If you wear that thick gambeson, you'll collapse before even reaching the wall. Finn was right. Even crossing the rocky mountain ahead was a significant task. When they finally crossed the mountain and arrived at the wall, Encrid was grateful he had followed Finn's advice. Travel as lightly as possible. That was the key. Finn crouched low and approached the wall, sticking close. Encrid and Torres followed her lead, keeping their profiles low. The flames of torches flared vividly in the defensive towers built between the sections of the wall. "Can we really sneak in unnoticed?" A chill ran down Encrid's spine. The grass underfoot barely reached their shins, offering no real cover. And it wasn't even a particularly dark night. If rain obscured the view, it might have been different. But the surroundings were clear. Even without the torches, spotting someone moving across the open plain would have been all too easy. His heart raced. The idea of scaling the wall seemed distant. They might be shot down by arrows before they even got close. If not for the heart of the beast, his legs might have buckled under the tension. Encred's gaze caught Finn, who led at the front. She moved without hesitation, low and steady, her steps sure and purposeful. Does she have some kind of assurance? He had no idea. Finally, they reached the base of the wall after a nerve-wracking crawl. The distance they had covered wasn't far if they had sprinted, but the looming shadows of the guards on the tower made such an attempt unthinkable. Was this path planned to avoid the sentry's line of sight? Torres whispered as soon as they pressed themselves against the wall. Finn's response was as absurd as it was straightforward. Nope. If we got spotted, we'd just run for it. What? We didn't get spotted, though, so it worked out. I've noticed that the guards tend to slack off on bright nights. If it were our people, no chance. But them, totally different. It wasn't some grand strategy. It was sheer luck. This is insane, Torres muttered. Encred shared the sentiment. But when he thought about it differently, it made a certain amount of sense. Run if you get caught. To keep up with a ranger's speed, they'd need cavalry. But this land? It was a domain of monsters and beasts. Terrible terrain for cavalry to maneuver. If a griffin, a beast known to relish horse meat, were to show up, they'd be doomed. Griffins required a minimum of a squad of well-trained soldiers to handle, unless a knight was present. Whether or not griffins were here, cavalry simply wasn't an option. So the answer was simple. On a night when the odds were low, move swiftly to the wall. If they were unlucky, an arrow might fly their way. But what archer could accurately hit a shadowy figure on a bright night? It was a bold plan, leveraging the guards' complacency. Did you plan your whole day around scaling the wall at night? Surely, the timing of their arrival under the dual moons was no coincidence. When Encred mumbled this aloud, Finn turned her head toward him. The moonlight illuminated one side of her face, leaving the other in shadow, giving her an almost ethereal glow. With a smirk, she replied, "Sharp, aren't you?" "Yeah, on dual moon nights like this, they slack off. You saw the shadows lingering near the guard tower, didn't you? Only 2 of them? Not many, right?" Encred nodded and glanced up. 4 guard towers rose along the wall, with 2 sentries per tower. Not a lot. If we climb up, there'll be a walkway, likely narrow. The structure of the wall was probably similar to other fortifications like the border guards. He mapped it out in his mind, predicting what they'd face after scaling the wall. Planning ahead was crucial. Moving without forethought led to disaster. And Encred wasn't the only one strategizing. "I just hope we don't exhaust ourselves climbing the wall," Torres murmured, sharing his concerns. Finn shrugged lightly. "We've come this far. Just trust in your strength and grip." Encred looked up to gauge the wall's height again. It was roughly 3 to 4 times his own height. "This way." Finn led them again. They reached a section of the wall cast in deep shadow by the moonlight and the towering guard towers. Pressing against the wall, the surroundings seemed pitch black. In the distance, torches burned atop the guard towers. Close by, he could feel Torres and Finn's presence. A distant, mournful sound of a nightbird broke the silence. Beyond that, the only contrast was between the moonlit ground 10 paces away and the encroaching darkness around them. Finn's eyes gleamed faintly in the darkness. Though her eyes appeared brown during the day, now they seemed to reflect the faintest light. Walls like this aren't as heavily guarded as you'd think. It's rare to find anyone whose job is strictly to prevent wall scaling. You just have to avoid the patrols. Do you know their patrol schedules or have someone bribed? Do I look like I'd have that? So back to relying on luck again. Finn and Torres whispered to each other. For Encred, It didn't seem entirely reliant on luck. Moonlight. They just needed to slip past the patrols and hide in the city once they crossed. Beyond this wall is the slum area. We can blend in if we're careful. Patrols in that area would likely be minimal. Why wouldn't they be? Even the border guard neglected such areas. No soldier enjoyed the stench or the constant begging from the residents. And at night, wandering drunks or desperate vagrants might pose a threat. In other words, this infiltration wasn't just a gamble, but a maneuver built on experience. "You've done this before," Encrid remarked. "You're pretty sharp," Finn replied with a grin. Scaling walls wasn't something most would consider lightly, which made it unexpectedly easier. Who'd bother scaling the wall, and a tunnel or other means might suffice? It was precisely because it was unconventional that it worked. Of course, it was far from easy. From traversing the rocky mountain to preparing to climb the wall, nothing had been simple. Finn spat into her hands, rubbing them together, and then reached for a small leather pouch at her waist. The pouch was filled with powdered chalk. She sprinkled it onto her hands, rubbed them, and began climbing the wall. Finding gaps to grip, she pressed her fingers into the stone and pushed off with her feet, clinging to the wall. Despite its solid construction, the wall had plenty of cracks between its stones. Finn began climbing the wall, pausing periodically to drive the stakes she had tucked into her belt into the crevices at a diagonal angle. From top to bottom, the stakes formed a slanted path. She hooked a rope onto each stake and let it dangle, then continued scaling the wall with her bare hands. "Do you think you could do that, me?" "Not a chance." Encrid and Torres, hidden in the shadows cast by the moonlit wall, exchanged words as they watched Finn climb. She moved like a monkey, or perhaps a nimble squirrel, efficiently dropping ropes as she ascended. Encrid and Torres grabbed the ropes and began their climb. The stakes, driven diagonally into the wall, creaked and shed bits of stone dust, but they held firm. They didn't rely solely on the ropes. When gaps appeared among the interwoven stones, they wedged their toes or fingers into them for support. Both men had covered their hands in powdered chalk they had prepared, gripping the ropes or pressing fingers and toes into the crevices to steady themselves when they paused for breath. At first glance, the climb seemed manageable, but once started, "I might die here." It was far harder than expected. Even Encrid, honed by the isolation technique, felt his muscles burning. His forearm muscles in particular throbbed sharply. This was despite years of wielding and swinging a sword, which had strengthened them significantly. Different movements activate different muscles. Auden's words resurfaced in his mind. Viewed in that light, climbing the wall was a perfect exercise to complement the isolation technique. Looking up, he saw Finn scaling the wall briskly, her movements sure and steady. If there's a start, there's an end. After much effort and exertion, they finally reached the top of the wall, roughly 3 to 4 times the height of an average man. Carefully hooking their hands and feet onto the edge, they pulled themselves over and dropped down on the other side. When Encrid set foot on the ground, he sensed no one nearby. His instincts and sixth sense told him it was safe, offering a moment of relief. "You worked hard climbing up in the middle of the night." A clear, melodic voice shattered the silence. It was a woman's voice. Then came a sharp snap, crack, followed by the sound of multiple torches flaring to life. Flames ignited between the torch stands, illuminating the moonlit area with a brilliant glow. Some trick had been performed to light the torches with a mere snap of her fingers. It was a surprising feat, the kind you'd see in a circus. But surprise wouldn't freeze their actions. Ha 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 ha. As his eyes adjusted to the torchlight, Encrid took a deep breath, inhaling the air that had been burning his lungs during the climb. His hands moved swiftly. A dagger slipped from his belt and flew from his hand. It wasn't the silent whistle dagger, but a standard throwing knife. The technique he had learned made it as precise as it was sharp. Thud! Another dagger followed Encred's, slicing through the air. But both daggers deflected, not blocked by a shield, but repelled in mid-air, as if hitting an invisible barrier. The sound they made was akin to someone striking a poorly made drum. "Well, that's just rotten luck," Torres muttered, his voice full of frustration. "Why?" Encred asked without turning, gripping another pair of daggers in his hands. "A mage," Torres replied grimly. "A mage? Here?" That was Encred's first thought. It was then he finally saw her, standing between the torches. A woman silhouetted by moonlight and firelight, her long, wavy hair falling over her shoulders. Her slit, snake-like eyes gleamed in the dim light. The distance was barely 10 steps. The soldiers around her numbered fewer than 10, each armed with crossbows aimed steadily at them. "This is bad." It was the only conclusion he could reach. The mage was about to speak when Finn's voice rang out. "Get down!" Encred instinctively crouched low, pressing himself against the narrow wall behind him. Then, whoosh! A heavy object tore through the air, brushing past Encred's face and displacing the air with a palpable force. He felt it against his cheek. A thrown axe. Realizing it immediately, Encred looked forward and finally saw the transparent barrier reflecting the moonlight. A defensive shield barely visible upon close observation. Crack! The spinning axe struck the shield with a sharp noise, sending cracks spidering across its surface. The axe halted in midair as if lodged in the barrier. "Jump down!" Finn shouted again. Torres was the first to respond, moving swiftly. He grabbed the ropes hanging outside the wall and used them to slow his descent. Finn followed, leaping from the wall without hesitation. She moved as if she were flying, her descent controlled and deliberate. Though she wouldn't break her legs if she landed properly, the height was comparable to a 5-story building. A fall from such a height would be fatal if mishandled. Even so, hesitation wasn't an option. Encred decided, if we have to escape anyway, it would be better to deal a blow to the mage before retreating. Lowering his stance, he gathered strength in his thighs. Recalling a squire's technique he had once attempted but never mastered. Thud! Boom! Pushing off the ground with explosive force, he closed the distance in an instant, his blade aimed for the mage's neck. In his hand was a broad-bladed guard sword. If the axe could crack the shield, then I'd break it with force and cleave her head. He remembered how he had killed a mage before. Get close and strike. Avoid unseen spells by intuition. Confidence born of past experience emboldened him. Though bolts remained, they could wait. Encred saw the mage's slit eyes. In that moment, meeting her gaze, his limbs nearly went limp. But his heart, a beast's heart, throbbed powerfully, restoring his strength. He thought he had her, but confidence can sometimes be a fatal flaw. There are those who deceive your instincts. Be cautious. Mages are such foes. Jackson's words echoed in his mind. Pierce. The sound of flesh being penetrated, followed by searing pain. You idiot. Finn's voice, shouting from above, confirmed he hadn't fallen to his death. Cough! Encred's sharpened senses caught the sound of Torres coughing, as if in warning. When Jackson had spoken about mages, Encred had dismissed it. After all, he'd killed one before. He'd evaded spells with his instincts before. But this time, he had made a grave mistake. Not all soldiers are equal. Not all knights are the same. So, what about mages? Each one is unique. Encred looked down at his arm, where thorny vines had ensnared him. A spiked vine pierced his neck. I am Retcha the Thorned Rose, the mage declared. Her words were the last thing he heard before he closed his eyes. It was the second end to his day. When the third day began, Encred practiced his swordsmanship, trained his body, and rehearsed Torres's hide knife technique, using slim stones as substitutes. It was his way of marking the third day. And then, can we disguise ourselves as merchants at dawn? He inquired about the third method to scale the wall.